Kindness. Astounding, October. By Lester del Rey. Born 1915. Lester del Rey has appeared frequently in this series, and justifiably so, because the first half of the 1940s were productive years for him, years that saw him bring a quiet strength and emotionality to science fiction. It is probable that this story was influenced by the events of World War II and the nationalism that often produces conflict. Kindness raises important questions about what it means to be normal and different, an issue that would be later addressed frequently in science fiction, most notably by writers as different from Del Rey as Robert Sheckley and Philip K. Dick. I think it's time to tell my favorite Lester del Rey story because it deals with the one time when I clearly got the last word in a verbal exchange with him. A couple of years ago, I was describing one of my father's teachings. My father would say to me, "Don't think, Isaac, that if you associate with bums, you will make those bums into good people. No, those bums will make you into a bum." Upon which Lester said, "So why do you still associate with bums, Isaac?" To which I answered instantly, "Because I love you, Lester." Everyone laughed, and even Lester was so busy laughing he had not time to think of a riposte. I.A. The wind eddied idly around the corner and past the secluded park bench. It caught fitfully at the paper on the ground, turning the pages, then picked up a section and blew away with it, leaving gaudy-colored comics uppermost. Danny moved forward into the sunlight, his eyes dropping to the children's page exposed. But it was no use. He made no effort to pick up the paper. In a world where even the children's comics needed explaining, there could be nothing of interest to the last living Homo sapiens, the last normal man in the world. His foot kicked the paper away, under the bench where it would no longer remind him of his deficiencies. There had been a time when he had tried to reason slowly over the omitted steps of logic and find the points behind such things, sometimes successfully, more often not. But now he left it to the quick, intuitive thinking of those about him. Nothing fell flatter than a joke that had to be reasoned out slowly. Homo sapiens. The type of man who had come out of the caves and built a world of atomic power, electronics, and other old-time wonders. Thinking man, as it translated from the Latin. In the dim past, when his ancestors had owned the world, they had made a joke of it, shortening it to Homo sap, and laughing, because there had been no other species to rival them. Now it was no longer a joke. Normal man had been only a sap to Homo intelligence, intelligent man, who was now the master of the world. Danny was only a leftover, the last normal man in a world of supermen, hating the fact that he had been born, and that his mother had died at his birth to leave him only loneliness as his heritage. He drew farther back on the bench as the steps of a young couple reached his ears, pulling his hat down to avoid recognition. But they went by, preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving only a scattered bit of conversation in his ears. He turned it over in his mind, trying senselessly to decode it. Impossible. Even the casual talk contained too many steps of logic left out. Homo intelligence had a new way of thinking, above reason, where all the long, painful steps of logic could be jumped instantly. They could arrive at a correct picture of the whole from little scattered bits of information. Just as man had once invented logic to replace the trial and error thinking that most animals have, so Homo intelligence had learned to use intuition. They could look at the first page of an old-time book and immediately know the whole of it, since the little tricks of the author would connect in their intuitive minds and at once build up all the missing links. They didn't even have to try. They just looked and knew. It was like Newton looking at an apple falling and immediately seeing why the planets circled the sun, and realizing the laws of gravitation. But these new men did it all the time, not just at those rare intervals as it had worked for Homo sapiens once. Man was gone, except for Danny, and he too had to leave this world of supermen. Somehow, soon, those escape plans must be completed, before the last of his little courage was gone. He stirred restlessly, and the little coins in his pocket set up a faint jingling sound. More charity or occupational therapy. For 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, he worked in a little office, painfully doing routine work that could probably have been done better by machinery. Oh, they assured him that his manual skill was as great as theirs, and that it was needed, but he could never be sure. In their unfailing kindness, they had probably decided it was better for him to live as normally as they could let him, and then had created the job to fit what he could do. Other footsteps came down the little path, but he did not look up until they stopped. "Hi, Danny. You weren't at the library, and Miss Larson said payday, weather, and all, I'd find you here. How's everything?" Outwardly, Jack Thorpe's body might have been the twin of Danny's own well-muscled one, and the smiling face above it bore no distinguishing characteristics. The mutation that changed man to Superman had been within, a quicker, more complex relation of brain cell to brain cell that had no outward signs. Danny nodded at Jack, drawing over reluctantly to make room on the bench for this man, who had been his playmate when they were both too young for the difference to matter much. He did not ask the reason behind the librarian's knowledge of his whereabouts. So far as he knew, there was no particular pattern to his coming here, but to the others there must be one. He found he could even smile at their ability to foretell his plans. "Hi, Jack. Fine. I thought you were on Mars." Thorpe frowned as if an effort were needed to remember that the boy beside him was different, and his words bore the careful phrasing of all those who spoke to Danny. "I finished that for the time being. I'm supposed to report to Venus next. They're having trouble getting an even balance of boys and girls there, you know. Thought you might want to come along. You've never been outside, and you were always bugs about those old space stories, I remember." "I still am, Jack, but—" He knew what it meant, of course. Those who looked after him behind the scenes had detected his growing discontent, and were hoping to distract him with this chance to see the places his father had conquered in the heyday of his race. But he had no wish to see them as they now were, filled with the busy work of the new men. It was better to imagine them as they had once been, rather than see reality. And the ship was here. There could be no chance for escape from those other worlds. Jack nodded quickly with the almost telepathic understanding of his race. "Of course. Suit yourself, fellow. Going up to the heights? Miss Larson says she has something for you." "Not yet, Jack. I thought I might drop by the old museum." "Oh." Thorpe got up slowly, brushing his suit with idle fingers. "Danny?" "Huh?" "I probably know you better than anyone else, fellow, so—" He hesitated, shrugged, and went on. "Don't mind if I jump to conclusions. I won't talk out of turn. But best of luck, and goodbye, Danny." He was gone almost instantly, leaving Danny's heart stuck in his throat. A few words, a facial expression, probably some childhood memories, and Danny might as well have revealed his most cherished secret hope in shouted words. How many others knew of his interest in the old ship in the museum, and his carefully made plot to escape this kindly, charity-filled torture world? He crushed a cigarette under his heel, trying to forget the thought. Jack had played with him as a child, and the others hadn't. He'd have to base his hopes on that, and be even more careful never to think of the idea around others. In the meantime, he'd stay away from the ship. Perhaps in that way Thorpe's subtle warning might work in his favor, provided the man had meant his promise of silence. Danny forced his doubts away, grimly conscious that he dared not lose hope in this last desperate scheme for independence and self-respect. The other way offered only despair and listless hopelessness, the same empty death from an acute inferiority complex that had claimed the diminishing numbers of his own kind and left him as the last lonely specimen. Somehow he'd succeed, and in the meantime he would go to the library and leave the museum strictly alone. There was a throng of people leaving the library as Danny came up the escalator, but either they did not recognize him with his hat pulled low, or sensed his desire for anonymity and pretended not to know him. He slipped into one of the less-used hallways and made his way toward the historic document section, where Miss Larson was putting away the reading tapes and preparing to leave. But she tossed them aside quickly as he came in and smiled up at him, the rich, warm smile of her people. "Hello, Danny. Did your friend find you all right?" "Mm-hmm. He said you had something for me." "I have." There was pleasure in her face as she turned back toward the desk behind her to come up with the small wrapped parcel. For the 1000th time he caught himself wishing she were of his race, and quenching the feeling as he realized what her attitude must really be. To her, the small talk from his race's past was a subject of historic interest, no more, and he was just a dull-witted hangover from ancient days. "Guess what?" But in spite of himself, his face lighted up, both at the game and the package. The magazines! The lost issues of Space Trails? There had been only the first installment of a story extant, and yet that single part had set his pulses throbbing, as few of the other ancient stories of his ancestors' conquest of space had done. Now, with the missing sections, life would be filled with zest for a few more hours as he followed the fictional exploits of a conqueror who had known no fear of keener minds. Not quite, Danny, but almost. We couldn't locate even a trace of them, but I gave the first installment to Bryant Kenning last week, and he finished it for you. Her voice was apologetic. Of course, the words won't be quite identical, but Kenning swears that the story is undoubtedly exactly the same in structure as it would have been, and the style is duplicated almost perfectly. Like that. Kenning had taken the first pages of a novel that had meant weeks and months of thought to some ancient writer, and had found in them the whole plot, clearly revealed, instantly his. A night's labor had been needed to duplicate it, probably. A disagreeable and boring piece of work, but not a difficult one. Danny did not question the accuracy of the duplication, since Kenning was their greatest historical novelist, but the pleasure went out of the game. He took the package, noting that some illustrator had even copied the old artist's style, and that it was set up to match the original format. Thank you, Miss Larson. I'm sorry to put all of you to so much trouble, and it was nice of Mr. Kenning. Her face had fallen with his, but she pretended not to notice. He wanted to do it, volunteered when he heard we were searching for the missing copies. And if there are any others with pieces missing, Danny, he wants you to let him know. You two are about the only ones who use this division now. Why don't you drop by and see him, if you'd like to go tonight? Thanks, but I'll read this tonight instead. Tell him I'm very grateful, though, will you? But he paused, wondering again whether he dared ask for tapes on the history of the asteroids. No, there would be too much risk of her guessing, either now or later. He dared not trust any of them with the hint of his plan. Miss Larson smiled again, half winking at him. Okay, Danny, I'll tell him. Night. Outside, with the cool of evening beginning to fall, Danny found his way into the untraveled quarters and let his feet guide him. Once, as a group came toward him, he crossed the street without thinking and went on. The package under his arm grew heavy, and he shifted it, torn between a desire to find what had happened to the hero and a disgust at his own sapien's brain for not knowing. Probably, in the long run, he'd end up by going home and reading it, but for the moment he was content to let his feet carry him along idly, holding most of his thoughts in abeyance. Another small park was in his path, and he crossed it slowly, the babble of small children's voices only partly heard, until he came up to them, 2 boys and a girl. The supervisor, who should have had them back at the center, was a dim shape in the far shadows, with another dimmer shape beside her, leaving the 5-year-olds happily engaged in the ancient pastime of getting dirty and impressing each other. Danny stopped, a slow smile creeping over his lips. At that age, their intuitive ability was just beginning to develop, and their little games and pretenses made sense, acting on him like a tonic. Vaguely, he remembered his own friends of that age, beginning uncertainly to acquire the trick of seeming to know everything, and his worries at being left behind. For a time, the occasional flashes of intuition that had always blessed even Homo sapiens gave him hope, but eventually the supervisor had been forced to tell him that he was different and why. Now he thrust those painful memories aside and slipped quietly forward into the game. They accepted him with the easy nonchalance of children who have no repressions, feverishly trying to build their sandcastles higher than his. But in that his experience was greater than theirs, and his judgment of the damp stuff was surer. A perverse glow of accomplishment grew inside him as he added still another story to the towering structure and built a bridge, propped up with sticks and leaves, leading to it. Then the lights came on, illuminating the sandbox and those inside it and dispelling the shadows of dusk. The smaller of the 2 boys glanced up, really seeing him for the first time. "Oh, you're Danny Black, ain't you? I seen your picture. Judy, Bobby, look, it's that man." But their voices faded out as he ran off through the park and into the deserted byways again, clutching the package to him. Fool! To delight in beating children at a useless game, or to be surprised that they should know him. He slowed to a walk, twitching his lips at the thought that by now the supervisor would be reprimanding them for their thoughtlessness. And still his feet went on, unguided. It was inevitable, of course, that they should lead him to the museum, where all his secret hopes centered, but he was surprised to look up and see it before him. And then he was glad. Surely they could read nothing into his visit, unpremeditated, just before the place closed. He caught his breath, forced his face into lines of mere casual interest, and went inside, down the long corridors, and to the hall of the ship. She rested there, pointed slightly skyward, sleek and immense, even in a room designed to appear like the distant reaches of space. For 600 feet, gleaming metal formed a smooth, frictionless surface that slid gracefully from the blunt bow back toward the narrow stern with its blackened ion jets. This, Danny knew, was the last and greatest of the space liners his people had built at the height of their glory. And even before her, the mutation that had made the new race of men had been caused by the radiations of deep space, and the results were spreading. For a time, as the logbook indicated, this ship had sailed out to Mars, to Venus, and to the other points of man's empire, while the tension slowly mounted at home. There had never been another wholly sapient-designed ship, for the new race was spreading, making its greater intelligence felt, with the invert matter rocket replacing this older, less efficient ion rocket which the ship carried. Eventually, unable to compete with the new models, she had been retired from service and junked, while the war between the new and old race passed by her and buried her under tons of rubble, leaving no memory of her existence. And now, carefully excavated from the old ruins of the dry dock where she had lain so long, she had been enthroned in state for the last year, here in the Museum of Sapient History, while all Danny's hopes and prayers had centered around her. There was still a feeling of awe in him as he started slowly across the carpeted floor toward the open lock and the lighted interior. "Danny!" The sudden word interrupted him, bringing him about with a guilty start, but it was only Professor Kirk, and he relaxed again. The old archaeologist came toward him, his smile barely visible in the half-light of the immense dome. "I'd about given you up, boy, and started out. But I happened to look back and see you. Thought you might be interested in some information I just came onto today." "Information about the ship?" "What else? Here, come on inside her and into the lounge. I have a few privileges here, and we might as well be comfortable. You know, as I grow older, I find myself appreciating our ancestors' ideas of comfort, Danny. Sort of a pity our own culture is too new for much luxuriousness yet." Of all the new race, Kirk seemed the most completely at ease before Danny, partly because of his age, and partly because they had shared the same enthusiasm for the great ship when it had first arrived. Now he settled back into one of the old divans, using his immunity to ordinary rules, to light a cigarette and pass one to the younger man. "You know, all the supplies and things in the ship have puzzled us both, and we couldn't find any record of them. The log ends when they put the old ship up for junking, you remember, and we couldn't figure out why all this had been restored and restocked, ready for some long voyage to somewhere. Well, it came to light in some further excavations they've completed. Danny, your people did that during the war, or really after they'd lost the war to us." Danny's back straightened. The war was a period of history he'd avoided thinking about, though he knew the outlines of it. With Homo intelligence increasing and pressing the older race aside by the laws of survival, his people had made a final desperate bid for supremacy. And while the new race had not wanted the war, they had been forced finally to fight back with as little mercy as had been shown them, and since they had the tremendous advantage of the new intuitive thinking, there had been only thousands left of the original billions of the old race when its brief course was finished. It had been inevitable, probably, from the first mutation, but it was not something Danny cared to think of. Now he nodded and let the other continue. "Your ancestors, Danny, were beaten then, but they weren't completely crushed, and they put about the last bit of energy they had into rebuilding this ship, the only navigable one left them, and restocking it. They were going to go out somewhere, they didn't know quite where, even to another solar system, and take some of the old race for a new start, away from us. It was their last bid for survival, and it failed when my people learned of it and blasted the docks down over the ship. But it was a glorious failure, boy. I thought you'd want to know." Danny's thoughts focused slowly. "You mean everything on the ship is of my people? But surely the provisions wouldn't have remained usable after all this time." "They did, though. The tests we made proved that conclusively. Your people knew how to preserve things as well as we do, and they expected to be drifting in the ship for half a century, maybe. They'll be usable 1,000 years from now." He chucked his cigarette across the room and chuckled in pleased surprise when it fell accurately into a snuffer. "I stuck around, really, to tell you, and I've kept the papers over at the school for you to see. Why not come over with me now?" "Not tonight, sir. I'd rather stay here a little longer." Professor Kirk nodded, pulling himself up reluctantly. "As you wish. I know how you feel, and I'm sorry about their moving the ship, too. We'll miss her, Danny." "Moving the ship?" "Hadn't you heard? I thought that's why you came around at this hour. They want her over in London, and they're bringing one of the old lunar ships here to replace her. Too bad." He touched the walls thoughtfully, drawing his hands down and across the rich nap of the seat. "Well, don't stay too long, and turn her lights out before you leave. Place'll be closed in half an hour. Night, Danny." "Night, Professor." Danny sat frozen on the soft seat, listening to the slow tread of the old man and the beating of his own heart. They were moving the ship, ripping his plans to shreds, leaving him stranded in this world of a new race, where even the children were sorry for him. It had meant so much, even to feel that somehow he would escape someday. Impatiently, he snapped off the lights, feeling closer to the ship in the privacy of the dark, where no watchman could see his emotion. For a year now, he had built his life around the idea of taking this ship out and away, to leave the new race far behind. Long, carefully casual months of work had been spent in learning her structure, finding all her stores, assuring himself bit by bit from 100 old books that he could operate her. She had been almost designed for the job, built to be operated by one man, even a cripple in an emergency, and nearly everything was automatic. Only the problem of a destination had remained, since the planets were all swarming with the others, but the ship's log had suggested the answer even to that. Once there had been rich men among his people who sought novelty and seclusion, and found them among the larger asteroids. Money and science had built them artificial gravities and given them atmospheres, powered by atomic energy plants that should last forever. Now the rich men were undoubtedly dead, and the new race had abandoned such useless things. Surely somewhere among the asteroids there should have been a haven for him, made safe by the very numbers of the little worlds that could discourage almost any search. Danny heard a guard go by and slowly got to his feet, to go out again into a world that would no longer hold even that hope. It had been a lovely plan to dream on, a necessary dream. Then the sound of the great doors came to his ears, closing. The professor had forgotten to tell them of his presence, and... All right, so he didn't know the history of all those little worlds. Perhaps he would have to hunt through them one by one to find a suitable home. Did it matter? In every other way, he could never be more ready. For a moment only, he hesitated. Then his hands fumbled with the great lock's control switch, and it swung shut quietly in the dark, shutting the sound of his running feet from outside ears. The lights came on silently as he found the navigation chair and sank into it. Little lights that spelled out the readiness of the ship. Ship sealed, air okay, power automatic, engine automatic. 100 little lights and dials that told the story of a ship waiting for his hand. He moved the course plotter slowly along the tiny atmospheric map until it reached the top of the stratosphere. The big star moved slowly out, with the pointer in his fingers tracing an irregular, jagged line that would lead him somewhere toward the asteroids, well away from the present position of Mars, and yet could offer no clue. Later he could set the analyzers to finding the present location of some chosen asteroid and determine his course more accurately, but all that mattered now was to get away, beyond all tracing, before his loss could be reported. Seconds later, his fingers pressed down savagely on the main power switch, and there was a lurch of starting, followed by another slight one as the walls of the museum crumpled before the savage force of the great ion rockets. On the map, a tiny spot of light appeared, marking the ship's changing position. The world was behind him now, and there was no one to look at his efforts in kindly pity or remind him of his weakness. Only blind fate was against him, and his ancestors had met and conquered that long before. A bell rang, indicating the end of the atmosphere, and the big automatic pilot began clucking contentedly, emitting a louder cluck now and then as it found the irregularities in the unorthodox course he had charted and swung the ship to follow. Danny watched it, satisfied that it was working. His ancestors may have been capable of reason only, but they had built machines that were almost intuitive, as the ship about him testified. His head was higher as he turned back to the kitchen, and there was a bit of a swagger to his walk. The food was still good. He wolfed it down, remembering that supper had been forgotten, and leafing slowly through the big logbook which recorded the long voyages made by the ship, searching through it for each casual reference to the asteroids, Ceres, Pallas, Vesta, some of the ones referred to by nicknames or numbers. Which ones? But he had decided by the time he stood once again in the navigation room, watching the aloof immensity of space. Out here it was relieved only by the tiny hot pinpoints that must be stars, colored, small, and intense as no stars could be through an atmosphere. It would be one of the numbered planetoids, referred to also as the Danes in the log. The word was meaningless, but it seemed to have been one of the newer and more completely Terranized, though not the very newest where any search would surely start. He set the atomic analyzer to running from the key number in the manual and watched it for a time, but it ground on slowly, tracing through all the years that had passed. For a time he fiddled with the radio, before he remembered that it operated on a waveform no longer used. It was just as well. His severance from the new race would be all the more final. Still, the analyzer ground on. Space lost its novelty, and the operation of the pilot ceased to interest him. He wandered back through the ship toward the lounge, to spy the parcel where he had dropped and forgotten it. There was nothing else to do. And once begun, he forgot his doubts at the fact that it was Kenning's story, not the original. There was the same sweep to the tale, the same warm and human characters, the same drive of a race that had felt the mastership of destiny so long ago. Small wonder the readers of that time had named it the greatest epic of space to be written. Once he stopped as the analyzer reached its conclusions and bonged softly to set the controls on the automatic for the little world that might be his home, with luck. And then the ship moved on, no longer veering, but making the slightly curved path its selectors found most suitable, while Danny read further, huddled over the story in the navigator's chair, feeling a new and greater kinship with the characters of the story. He was no longer a poor earthbound charity case, but a man and an adventurer with them. His nerves were tingling when the tale came to its end, and he let it drop onto the floor from tired fingers. Under his hand a light had sprung up, but he was oblivious to it, until a crashing gong sounded over him, jerking him from the chair. There had been such a gong described in the story, and the meaning was the same. His eyes made out the red letters that glared accusingly from the control panel. "Radiation at 10 o'clock horizon. Ship indicated." Danny's fingers were on the master switch and cutting off all life except pseudo-gravity from the ship as the thought penetrated. The other ship was not hard to find from the observation window. The great streak of an invert matter rocket glowed hotly out there, pointed apparently back to Earth. Probably the Callisto. For a second he was sure they had spotted him, but the flicker must have been only a minor correction to adjust, for the trail continued. He had no knowledge of the new ships and whether they carried warning signals or not, but apparently they must have dispensed with such things. The streak vanished into the distance, and the letters on the panel that had marked it changing position went dead. Danny waited until the fullest amplification showed no response before throwing power on again. The small glow of the ion rocket would be invisible at the distance, surely. Nothing further seemed to occur. There was a contented purr from the pilot and the faint, sleepy hum of raw power from the rear, but no bells or sudden sounds. Slowly his head fell forward over the navigator's table, and his heavy breathing mixed with the low sounds of the room. The ship went on about its business as it had been designed to do. Its course was charted, even to the old landing sweep, and it needed no further attention. That was proved when the slow ringing of a bell woke Danny while the board blinked in time to it. "Destination! Destination! Destination reached!" He shut off everything, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, and looked out. Above there was weak but warm sunlight streaming down from a bluish sky that held a few small clouds suspended close to the ground. Beyond the ship, where it lay on a neglected sandy landing field, was the green of grass and the wild profusion of a forest. The horizon dropped off sharply, reminding him that it was only a tiny world, but otherwise it might have been Earth. He spotted an unkempt hangar ahead and applied weak power to the underjets, testing until they moved the ship slowly forward and inside, out of the view of any above. Then he was at the lock, fumbling with the switch. As it opened, he could smell the clean fragrance of growing things, and there was the sound of birds nearby. A rabbit hopped leisurely out from underfoot as he stumbled eagerly out to the sunlight, and weeds and underbrush had already spread to cover the buildings about him. For a moment he sighed. It had been too easy, this discovery of a heaven on the first wild try. But the sight of the buildings drove back the doubt. Once, surrounded by a pretentious formal garden, this had been a great stone mansion, now falling into ruins. Beside it, and farther from him, a smaller house had been built, seemingly from the wreckage. That was still whole, though ivy had grown over it and half covered the door that came open at the touch of his fingers. There was still a faint glow to the heaters that drew power from the great atomic plant that gave this little world a perpetual semblance of earthliness, but a coating of dust was everywhere. The furnishings, though, were in good condition. He scanned them, recognizing some as similar to the pieces in the museum and the products of his race. One by one he studied them. His fortune, and now his home. On the table a book was dropped casually, and there was a sheet of paper propped against it, with what looked like a girl's rough handwriting on it. Curiosity carried him closer, until he could make it out, through the dust that clung even after he shook it. Dad, Charlie Summers found a wrecked ship of those things and came for me. We'll be living high on 13. Come on over if your jets will make it, and meet your son-in-law. There was no date, nothing to indicate whether Dad had returned or what had happened to them. But Danny dropped it reverently back on the table, looking out across the landing strip, as if to see a worn old ship crawl in through the brief twilight that was falling over the tiny world. Those things could only be the new race after the war, and that meant that here was the final outpost of his people. The note might be 10 years or half a dozen centuries old, but his people had been here, fighting on and managing to live after Earth had been lost to them. If they could, so could he. And unlikely though it seemed, there might possibly be more of them out there somewhere. Perhaps the race was still surviving in spite of time and trouble and even Homo intelligence. Danny's eyes were moist as he stepped back from the door in the darkness outside to begin cleaning his new home. If any were there, he'd find them. And if not, well, he was still a member of a great and daring race that could never know defeat so long as a single man might live. He would never forget that. Back on Earth, Bryant Kenning nodded slowly to the small group as he put the communicator back, and his eyes were a bit sad in spite of the smile that lighted his face. The director's scout is back, and he did choose the Danes. Poor kid. I'd begun to think we waited too long and that he never would make it. Another 6 months, and he'd have died like a flower out of the sun. Yet I was sure it would work when Miss Larson showed me that story with its mythical planetoid paradises. A rather clever story if you like pseudo-history. I hope the one I prepared was its equal. For historical inaccuracy, fully its equal. But the amusement in old Professor Kirk's voice did not reach his lips. Well, he swallowed our lies and ran off with the ship we built him. I hope he's happy for a while at least. Miss Larson folded her things together and prepared to leave. Poor kid. He was sweet in a pathetic sort of way. I wish that girl we were working on had turned out better. Maybe this wouldn't have been necessary then. See me home, Jack? The two older men watched Larson and Thorpe leave, and silence and tobacco smoke filled the room. Finally, Kenning shrugged and turned to face the professor. By now he's found the note. I wonder if it was a good idea after all. When I first came across it in that old story, I was thinking of Jack's preliminary report on number 67, but now I don't know. She's an unknown quantity at best. Anyhow, I meant it for kindness. Kindness? Kindness to repay with a few million credits and a few thousands of hours of work, plus a lie here and there, for all that we owe the boy's race? The professor's voice was tired, as he dumped the contents of his pipe into a snuffer and strode over slowly toward the great window that looked out on the night sky. I wonder sometimes, Bryant, what kindness Neanderthaler found when the last one came to die, or whether the race that will follow us when the darkness falls on us will have something better than such kindness. The novelist shook his head doubtfully, and there was silence again as they looked out across the world and toward the stars. Desertion. Astounding November. By Clifford D. Simak. The fourth of the City series, Census appeared in Astounding in September. Desertion is the best of a wonderful group, written in direct response to the news of what was happening in the Nazi-run death camps in Europe. This is one of the great stories about the difficulty of making choices in all of literature, and contains one of the great last lines in the history of science fiction. Clearly, 1944 was Simak's big year. This is the third time I've had to talk about him in this volume, after his total absence in the first 5 of the series. I suppose it's time to own up to a small sin of mine. Since my association with him has been almost entirely by way of correspondence, I met him in person only 3 times in 42 years of friendship, and then only for a few hours each time. I never had occasion to use or hear his last name expressed in sound. Even when we did meet, I called him Cliff. The result is that, for some reason, I assumed the I in his last name was long, and thought of him always as Simak. Actually, the I is short, and it is Simak. It may seem a small thing, but I am always irritated when anyone mispronounces my name, and I should be equally careful of others' names. Fortunately, Cliff is so sweet-tempered a fellow, I can't conceive of him being annoyed at me for so venial a crime. I.A. 4 men, 2 by 2, had gone into the howling maelstrom that was Jupiter and had not returned. They had walked into the keening gale, or rather they had loped, bellies low against the ground, wet sides gleaming in the rain. For they did not go in the shape of men. Now the 5th man stood before the desk of Kent Fowler, head of Dome No. 3, Jovian Survey Commission. Under Fowler's desk, old Towser scratched a flea, then settled down to sleep again. Harold Allen, Fowler saw with a sudden pang, was young, too young. He had the easy confidence of youth, the straight back and straight eyes, the face of one who never had known fear. And that was strange, for men in the domes of Jupiter did know fear and humility. It was hard for man to reconcile his puny self with the mighty forces of the monstrous planet. "You understand," said Fowler, "that you need not do this. You understand that you need not go." It was formula, of course. The other 4 had been told the same thing, but they had gone. This 5th one, Fowler knew, would go too. But suddenly he felt a dull hope stir within him that Allen wouldn't go. "When do I start?" asked Allen. There was a time when Fowler might have taken quiet pride in that answer, but not now. He frowned briefly. "Within the hour," he said. Allen stood waiting quietly. "4 other men have gone out and have not returned," said Fowler. "You know that, of course. We want you to return. We don't want you going off on any heroic rescue expedition. The main thing, the only thing, is that you come back, that you prove a man can live in a Jovian form. Go to the first survey stake, no farther, then come back. Don't take any chances. Don't investigate anything. Just come back." Allen nodded. "I understand all that." "Miss Stanley will operate the converter," Fowler went on. "You need have no fear on that particular point. The other men were converted without mishap. They left the converter in apparently perfect condition. You will be in thoroughly competent hands. Miss Stanley is the best qualified conversion operator in the solar system. She has had experience on most of the other planets. That is why she's here." Allen grinned at the woman, and Fowler saw something flicker across Miss Stanley's face. Something that might have been pity or rage or just plain fear. But it was gone again, and she was smiling back at the youth who stood before the desk. Smiling in that prim, schoolteacherish way she had of smiling, almost as if she hated herself for doing it. "I shall be looking forward," said Allen, "to my conversion." And the way he said it, he made it all a joke, a vast, ironic joke. But it was no joke. It was serious business, deadly serious. Upon these tests, Fowler knew, depended the fate of men on Jupiter. If the test succeeded, the resources of the giant planet would be thrown open. Man would take over Jupiter, as he already had taken over the smaller planets. And if they failed, man would continue to be chained and hampered by the terrific pressure, the greater force of gravity, the weird chemistry of the planet. He would continue to be shut within the domes, unable to set actual foot upon the planet, unable to see it with direct, unaided vision, forced to rely upon the awkward tractors and the televisor, forced to work with clumsy tools and mechanisms, or through the medium of robots that themselves were clumsy. For man, unprotected and in his natural form, would be blotted out by Jupiter's terrific pressure of 15,000 pounds per square inch, pressure that made terrestrial sea bottom seem a vacuum by comparison. Even the strongest metal Earthmen could devise couldn't exist under pressure such as that, under the pressure and the alkaline rains that forever swept the planet. It grew brittle and flaky, crumbling like clay, or it ran away in little streams and puddles of ammonia salts. Only by stepping up the toughness and strength of that metal, by increasing its electronic tension, could it be made to withstand the weight of thousands of miles of swirling, choking gases that made up the atmosphere. And even when that was done, everything had to be coated with tough quartz to keep away the rain, the bitter rain that was liquid ammonia. Fowler sat listening to the engines in the subfloor of the dome. Engines that ran on endlessly, the dome never quiet of them. They had to run and keep on running, for if they stopped, the power flowing into the metal walls of the dome would stop, the electronic tension would ease up, and that would be the end of everything. Towser roused himself under Fowler's desk and scratched another flea, his leg thumping hard against the floor. "Is there anything else?" asked Allen. Fowler shook his head. "Perhaps there's something you want to do," he said. "Perhaps you—" He had meant to say write a letter, and he was glad he caught himself quick enough so he didn't say it. Allen looked at his watch. "I'll be there on time," he said. He swung around and headed for the door. Fowler knew Miss Stanley was watching him, and he didn't want to turn and meet her eyes. He fumbled with the sheaf of papers on the desk before him. "How long are you going to keep this up?" asked Miss Stanley, and she bit off each word with a vicious snap. He swung around in his chair and faced her then. Her lips were drawn into a straight, thin line. Her hair seemed skinned back from her forehead tighter than ever, giving her face that queer, almost startling death mask quality. He tried to make his voice cool and level. "As long as there's any need of it," he said. "As long as there's any hope." "You're going to keep on sentencing them to death," she said. "You're going to keep marching them out face to face with Jupiter. You're going to sit in here safe and comfortable and send them out to die." "There is no room for sentimentality, Miss Stanley," Fowler said, trying to keep the note of anger from his voice. "You know as well as I do why we're doing this. You realize that man in his own form simply cannot cope with Jupiter. The only answer is to turn man into the sort of things that can cope with it. We've done it on the other planets. If a few men die, but we finally succeed, the price is small. Through the ages, men have thrown away their lives on foolish things for foolish reasons. Why should we hesitate, then, at a little death in a thing as great as this?" Miss Stanley sat stiff and straight, hands folded in her lap, the light shining on her graying hair, and Fowler, watching her, tried to imagine what she might feel, what she might be thinking. He wasn't exactly afraid of her, but he didn't feel quite comfortable when she was around. Those sharp blue eyes saw too much. Her hands looked far too competent. She should be somebody's aunt sitting in a rocking chair with her knitting needles. But she wasn't. She was the top-notch conversion unit operator in the solar system, and she didn't like the way he was doing things. "There is something wrong, Mr. Fowler," she declared. "Precisely," agreed Fowler. "That's why I'm sending young Allen out alone. He may find out what it is." "And if he doesn't?" "I'll send someone else." She rose slowly from her chair, started toward the door, then stopped before his desk. "Some day," she said, "you will be a great man. You never let a chance go by. This is your chance. You knew it was when this dome was picked for the tests. If you put it through, you'll go up a notch or two. No matter how many men may die, you'll go up a notch or two." "Miss Stanley," he said, and his voice was curt, "young Allen is going out soon. Please be sure that your machine—" "My machine," she told him icily, "is not to blame. It operates along the coordinates the biologists set up." He sat hunched at his desk, listening to her footsteps go down the corridor. What she said was true, of course. The biologists had set up the coordinates. But the biologists could be wrong. Just a hairbreadth of difference, one iota of digression, and the converter would be sending out something that wasn't the thing they meant to send. A mutant that might crack up, go haywire, come unstuck under some condition or stress of circumstance wholly unsuspected. For man didn't know much about what was going on outside, only what his instruments told him was going on. and the samplings of those happenings furnished by those instruments and mechanisms had been no more than samplings, for Jupiter was unbelievably large and the domes were very few. Even the work of the biologists in getting the data on the Lopers, apparently the highest form of Jovian life, had involved more than 3 years of intensive study, and after that 2 years of checking to make sure. Work that could have been done on Earth in a week or two. But work that, in this case, couldn't be done on Earth at all, for one couldn't take a Jovian life form to Earth. The pressure here on Jupiter couldn't be duplicated outside of Jupiter, and at Earth pressure and temperature the Lopers would simply have disappeared in a puff of gas. Yet it was work that had to be done if man ever hoped to go about Jupiter in the life form of the Lopers. For before the converter could change a man to another life form, every detailed physical characteristic of that life form must be known, surely and positively, with no chance of mistake. Alan did not come back. The tractors combing the nearby terrain found no trace of him, unless the skulking thing reported by one of the drivers had been the missing Earthman in Loper form. The biologists sneered their most accomplished academic sneers when Fowler suggested the coordinates might be wrong. Carefully, they pointed out that the coordinates worked. When a man was put into the converter and the switch was thrown, the man became a Loper. He left the machine and moved away out of sight into the soupy atmosphere. Some quirk, Fowler had suggested, some tiny deviation from the thing a Loper should be, some minor defect. If there were, the biologists said, it would take years to find it. And Fowler knew that they were right. So there were 5 men now instead of 4, and Harold Allen had walked out into Jupiter for nothing at all. It was as if he'd never gone so far as knowledge was concerned. Fowler reached across his desk and picked up the personal file, a thin sheaf of papers neatly clipped together. It was a thing he dreaded, but a thing he had to do. Somehow the reason for these strange disappearances must be found, and there was no other way than to send out more men. He sat for a moment listening to the howling of the wind above the dome, the everlasting thundering gale that swept across the planet in boiling, twisting wrath. Was there some threat out there, he asked himself? Some danger they did not know about? Something that lay in wait and gobbled up the Lopers, making no distinction between Lopers that were bona fide and Lopers that were men? To the gobblers, of course, it would make no difference. Or had there been a basic fault in selecting the Lopers as the type of life best fitted for existence on the surface of the planet? The evident intelligence of the Lopers, he knew, had been one factor in that determination. For if the thing man became did not have capacity for intelligence, man could not for long retain his own intelligence in such a guise. Had the biologists let that one factor weigh too heavily, using it to offset some other factor that might be unsatisfactory, even disastrous? It didn't seem likely. Stiff-necked as they might be, the biologists knew their business. Or was the whole thing impossible, doomed from the very start? Conversion to other life forms had worked on other planets, but that did not necessarily mean it would work on Jupiter. Perhaps man's intelligence could not function correctly through the sensory apparatus provided Jovian life. Perhaps the Lopers were so alien there was no common ground for human knowledge and the Jovian conception of existence to meet and work together. Or the fault might lie with man, be inherent with the race, some mental aberration which, coupled with what they found outside, wouldn't let them come back. Although it might not be an aberration, not in the human sense. Perhaps just one ordinary human mental trait, accepted as commonplace on Earth, would be so violently at odds with Jovian existence that it would blast all human intelligence and sanity. Claws rattled and clicked down the corridor. Listening to them, Fowler smiled wanly. It was Towser coming back from the kitchen where he had gone to see his friend, the cook. Towser came into the room carrying a bone. He wagged his tail at Fowler and flopped down beside the desk, bone between his paws. For a long moment his rheumy old eyes regarded his master, and Fowler reached down a hand to ruffle a ragged ear. "You still like me, Towser?" Fowler asked, and Towser thumped his tail. "You're the only one," said Fowler. "All through the dome they're cussing me, calling me a murderer more than likely." He straightened and swung back to the desk. His hand reached out and picked up the file. Bennett? Bennett had a girl waiting for him back on Earth. Andrews? Andrews was planning on going back to Mars Tech just as soon as he earned enough to see him through a year. Olson? Olson was nearing pension age, all the time telling the boys how he was going to settle down and grow roses. Carefully, Fowler laid the file back on the desk. Sentencing men to death. Miss Stanley had said that, her pale lips scarcely moving in her parchment face. Marching men out to die, while he, Fowler, sat here safe and comfortable. They were saying it all through the dome, no doubt, especially since Allen had failed to return. They wouldn't say it to his face, of course. Even the man or men he called before this desk and told they were the next to go wouldn't say it to him. They would only say, "When do we start?" For that was formula. But he would see it in their eyes. He picked up the file again. Bennett, Andrews, Olson. There were others, but there was no use in going on. Kent Fowler knew that he couldn't do it, couldn't face them, couldn't send more men out to die. He leaned forward and flipped up the toggle on the intercommunicator. "Yes, Mr. Fowler." "Miss Stanley, please." He waited for Miss Stanley, listening to Towser chewing half-heartedly on the bone. Towser's teeth were getting bad. "Miss Stanley," said Miss Stanley's voice. "Just wanted to tell you, Miss Stanley, to get ready for 2 more. "Aren't you afraid," asked Miss Stanley, "that you'll run out of them? Sending out 1 at a time, they'd last longer, give you twice the satisfaction." "One of them," said Fowler, "will be a dog." "A dog?" "Yes, Towser." He heard the quick, cold rage that iced her voice. "Your own dog! He's been with you all these years." "That's the point," said Fowler. "Towser would be unhappy if I left him behind." It was not the Jupiter he had known through the televisor. He had expected it to be different, but not like this. He had expected a hell of ammonia rain and stinking fumes, and the deafening, thundering tumult of the storm. He had expected swirling clouds and fog, and the snarling flicker of monstrous thunderbolts. He had not expected the lashing downpour would be reduced to drifting purple mist that moved like fleeing shadows over a red and purple sward. He had not even guessed the snaking bolts of lightning would be flares of pure ecstasy across a painted sky. Waiting for Towser, Fowler flexed the muscles of his body, amazed at the smooth, sleek strength he found. Not a bad body, he decided, and grimaced at remembering how he had pitied the Lopers when he glimpsed them through the television screen. For it had been hard to imagine a living organism based upon ammonia and hydrogen rather than upon water and oxygen. Hard to believe that such a form of life could know the same quick thrill of life that humankind could know. Hard to conceive of life out in the soupy maelstrom that was Jupiter, not knowing, of course, that through Jovian eyes it was no soupy maelstrom at all. The wind brushed against him with what seemed gentle fingers, and he remembered with the start that by Earth standards the wind was a roaring gale, a 200-mile-an-hour howler laden with deadly gases. Pleasant scents seeped into his body. And yet scarcely sense, for it was not the sense of smell as he remembered it. It was as if his whole being were soaking up the sensation of lavender, and yet not lavender. It was something, he knew, for which he had no word, undoubtedly the first of many enigmas in terminology. For the words he knew, the thought symbols that served him as an Earthman, would not serve him as a Jovian. The lock in the side of the dome opened, and Towser came tumbling out. At least he thought it must be Towser. He started to call to the dog, his mind shaping the words he meant to say, but he couldn't say them. There was no way to say them. He had nothing to say them with. For a moment his mind swirled in muddy terror, a blind fear that eddied in little puffs of panic through his brain. How did Jovians talk? How— Suddenly he was aware of Towser, intensely aware of the bumbling, eager friendliness of the shaggy animal that had followed him from Earth to many planets, as if the thing that was Towser had reached out and for a moment sat within his brain. And out of the bubbling welcome that he sensed came words. "Hiya, pal." Not words, really, better than words. Thought symbols in his brain, communicated thought symbols that had shades of meaning words could never have. "Hiya, Towser," he said. "I feel good," said Towser, "like I was a pup. Lately I've been feeling pretty punk. Legs stiffening up on me and teeth wearing down to almost nothing. Hard to mumble a bone with teeth like that. Besides, the fleas give me hell. Used to be I never paid much attention to them. A couple of fleas, more or less, never meant much in my early days. But... Fowler's thoughts tumbled awkwardly. "You're talking to me." "Sure thing," said Towser. I always talked to you, but you couldn't hear me. I tried to say things to you, but I couldn't make the grade." "I understood you sometimes," Fowler said. "Not very well," said Towser. "You knew when I wanted food, and when I wanted a drink, and when I wanted out, but that's about all you ever managed." "I'm sorry," Fowler said. "Forget it," Towser told him. "I'll race you to the cliff." For the first time Fowler saw the cliff, apparently many miles away, but with the strange crystalline beauty that sparkled in the shadow of the many-colored clouds. Fowler hesitated. "It's a long way." "Oh, come on," said Towser, and even as he said it, he started for the cliff. Fowler followed, testing his legs, testing the strength in that new body of his, a bit doubtful at first, amazed a moment later, then running with a sheer joyousness that was one with the red and purple sward, with the drifting smoke of the rain across the land. As he ran, the consciousness of music came to him, a music that beat into his body, that surged throughout his being, that lifted him on wings of silver speed, music like bells might make from some steeple on a sunny springtime hill. As the cliff drew nearer, the music deepened and filled the universe with the spray of magic sound, and he knew the music came from the tumbling waterfall that feathered down the face of the shining cliff. Only he knew it was no waterfall, but an ammonia fall, and the cliff was white because it was oxygen, solidified. He skidded to a stop beside Towser, where the waterfall broke into a glittering rainbow of many hundred colors. Literally many hundred, for here, he saw, was no shading of one primary to another as human beings saw, but a clear-cut selectivity that broke the prism down to its last ultimate classification. "The music," said Towser. "Yes, what about it?" "The music," said Towser, "is vibrations. Vibrations of water falling." "But, Towser, you don't know about vibrations." "Yes, I do," contended Towser. "It just popped into my head." Fowler gulped mentally. "Just popped." And suddenly within his own head he held a formula, the formula for a process that would make metal to withstand the pressure of Jupiter. He stared, astounded, at the waterfall, and swiftly his mind took the many colors and placed them in their exact sequence in the spectrum. Just like that, just out of blue sky. Out of nothing, for he knew nothing either of metals or of colors. "Towser!" he cried. "Towser, something's happening to us." "Yeah, I know," said Towser. "It's our brains," said Fowler. "We're using them, all of them, down to the last hidden corner. Using them to figure out things we should have known all the time. Maybe the brains of Earth things naturally are slow and foggy. Maybe we are the morons of the universe. Maybe we are fixed so we have to do things the hard way." And in the new sharp clarity of thought that seemed to grip him, he knew that it would not only be the matter of colors in a waterfall or metals that would resist the pressure of Jupiter. He sensed other things, things not yet quite clear. A vague whispering that hinted of greater things, of mysteries beyond the pale of human thought, beyond even the pale of human imagination. Mysteries, fact, logic built on reasoning, things that any brain should know if it used all its reasoning power. "We're still mostly Earth," he said. "We're just beginning to learn a few of the things we are to know, a few of the things that were kept from us as human beings, perhaps because we were human beings. Because our human bodies were poor bodies, poorly equipped for thinking, poorly equipped in certain senses that one has to have to know, perhaps even lacking in certain senses that are necessary to true knowledge." He stared back at the dome, a tiny black thing dwarfed by the distance. Back there were men who couldn't see the beauty that was Jupiter, men who thought that swirling clouds and lashing rain obscured the face of the planet, unseeing human eyes, poor eyes, eyes that could not see the beauty in the clouds, that could not see through the storms, bodies that could not feel the thrill of trilling music stemming from the rush of broken water. Men who walked alone, in terrible loneliness, talking with their tongue like Boy Scouts wig-wagging out their messages, unable to reach out and touch one another's mind as he could reach out and touch Towser's mind. Shut off forever from that personal, intimate contact with other living things. He, Fowler, had expected terror inspired by alien things out here on the surface, had expected to cower before the threat of unknown things, had steeled himself against disgust of a situation that was not of Earth. But instead he had found something greater than man had ever known, a swifter, surer body, a sense of exhilaration, a deeper sense of life, a sharper mind, a world of beauty that even the dreamers of the earth had not yet imagined. "Let's get going," Towser urged. "Where do you want to go?" "Anywhere," said Towser. "Just start going and see where we end up. I have a feeling, a feeling—" "Yes, I know," said Fowler. For he had the feeling, too, the feeling of high destiny, a certain sense of greatness, a knowledge that somewhere off beyond the horizons lay adventure and things greater than adventure. Those other 5 had felt it, too, had felt the urge to go and see, the compelling sense that here lay a life of fullness and of knowledge. That, he knew, was why they had not returned. "I won't go back," said Towser. "We can't let them down," said Fowler. Fowler took a step or two back toward the dome, then stopped. Back to the dome. Back to that aching, poison-laden body that he left. It hadn't seemed aching before, but now he knew it was. Back to the fuzzy brain, back to muddled thinking, back to the flapping mouths that formed signals others understood, back to eyes that now would be worse than no sight at all, back to squalor, back to crawling, back to ignorance. "Perhaps someday," he said, muttering to himself. "We got a lot to do and a lot to see," said Towser. "We got a lot to learn. We'll find things." Yes, they could find things. Civilizations, perhaps. Civilizations that would make the civilization of man seem puny by comparison. Beauty, and more important, an understanding of that beauty, and a comradeship no one had ever known before, that no man, no dog had ever known before. And life, the quickness of life after what seemed a drugged existence. "I can't go back," said Towser. "Nor I," said Fowler. "They would turn me back into a dog," said Towser. "And me," said Fowler, "back into a man." When the Bough Breaks. Astounding, November. By Louis Paget, Henry Kuttner, 1914 to 1958, and C. L. Moore, born 1911. Henry Kuttner and C. L. Moore continued the brilliant streak of productivity and quality they had started earlier in the 1940s, see volumes 4 and 5 of this series, in 1944, with stories like Housing Problem, Charm, October, Trophy, Thrilling Wonder Stories, Winter, and The Children's Hour, Astounding, March. But their great collaborative effort of the year was When the Bough Breaks, a powerful story somewhat similar to their Mimsy Were the Borogoves of the previous year. It is frequently argued that great science fiction captures the tragic nature of life. If so, this story has greatness written all over it. I am frequently asked whether a scientific education is an essential for writing science fiction. One might think it was, but clearly it isn't, since excellent science fiction is written by writers who lack such an education. As examples, I have cited Frederick Brown among the earlier generation, and Harlan Ellison, whose stories will start appearing in due course as we proceed with these volumes, in the newer generation. It occurs to me that Henry Kuttner and C. L. Moore are additional examples. Mind you, this doesn't mean they are scientifically ignorant. That would indeed disqualify them. It does mean, however, that what science they needed they picked up for themselves, and that they knew very well how to keep their needs to a minimum and yet do marvelously well. I.A. They were surprised at getting the apartment, what with high rents and written-in clauses in the lease, and Joe Calderon felt himself lucky to be only 10-minute subway ride from the university. His wife, Myra, fluffed up her red hair in a distracted fashion and said that landlords presumably expected parthenogenesis in their tenants, if that was what she meant. Anyhow, it was where an organism split in two and the result was 2 mature specimens. Calderon grinned, said, "Binary fission, chump," and watched young Alexander, aged 18 months, backing up on all fours across the carpet, preparatory to assuming a standing position on his fat bow legs. It was a pleasant apartment at that. The sun came into it at times, and there were more rooms than they had any right to expect for the price. The next-door neighbor, a billowy blonde who talked of little except her migraine, said that it was hard to keep tenants in 4D. It wasn't exactly haunted, but it had the queerest visitors. The last lessee, an insurance man who drank heavily, moved out one day talking about little men who came ringing the bell at all hours asking for a Mr. Pot or somebody like that. Not until some time later did Joe identify Pot with Cauldron, or Calderon. They were sitting on the couch in a pleased manner looking at Alexander. He was quite a baby. Like all infants, he had a collar of fat at the back of his neck, and his legs, Calderon said, were like two vast and trunkless limbs of stone. At least they gave that effect. The eyes stopped at their incredible bulging pinkness, fascinated. Alexander laughed like a fool, rose to his feet, and staggered drunkenly toward his parents, muttering unintelligible gibberish. "Madman," Myra said fondly, and tossed the child a floppy velvet pig of whom he was enamored. "So we're all set for the winter," Calderon said. He was a tall, thin, harassed-looking man, a fine research physicist, and very much interested in his work at the university. Myra was a rather fragile redhead, with the tilted nose and sardonic red-brown eyes. She made deprecatory noises. "If we can get a maid, otherwise I'll char." "You sound like a lost soul," Calderon said. "What do you mean you'll char?" "Like a charwoman. Sweep, cook, clean. Babies are a great trial. Still, they're worth it." "Not in front of Alexander. He'll get above himself." The doorbell rang. Calderon uncoiled himself, wandered vaguely across the room, and opened the door. He blinked at nothing. Then he lowered his gaze somewhat, and what he saw was sufficient to make him stare a little. 4 tiny men were standing in the hall. That is, they were tiny below the brows. Their craniums were immense, watermelon large and watermelon-shaped, or else they were wearing abnormally huge helmets of glistening metal. Their faces were wizened, peaked tiny masks that were nests of lines and wrinkles. Their clothes were garish, unpleasantly colored, and seemed to be made of paper. "Oh?" Calderon said blankly. Swift looks were exchanged among the 4. One of them said, "Are you Joseph Calderon?" "Yeah." "We," said the most wrinkled of the quartet, "are your son's descendants. He's a super child. We're here to educate him." "Yes," Calderon said. "Yes, of course, Listen." "To what?" "Super—" "There he is," another dwarf cried. "It's Alexander. We've hit the right time at last." He scuttled past Calderon's legs and into the room. Calderon made a few futile snatches, but the small men easily evaded him. When he turned, they were gathered around Alexander. Myra had drawn up her legs under her and was watching with an amazed expression. "Look at that," a dwarf said. "See his potential Tefitsi?" It sounded like Tefitsi. "But his skull, Bordent," another put in. "That's the important part. The virings are almost perfectly coblastibly." "Beautiful," Bordent acknowledged. He leaned forward. Alexander reached forward into the nest of wrinkles, seized Bordent's nose, and twisted painfully. Bordent bore it stoically until the grip relaxed. "Undeveloped," he said tolerantly. "We'll develop him." Myra sprang from the couch, picked up her child, and stood at bay, facing the little men. "Joe," she said, "are you going to stand for this? Who are these bad-mannered goblins?" "Lord knows," Calderon said. He moistened his lips. "What kind of a gag is that? Who sent you?" "Alexander," Bordent said. "From the year, about 2450, reckoning roughly. He's practically immortal. Only violence can kill one of the supers, and there's none of that in 2450. Calderon sighed. "No, I mean it. A gag's a gag, but—" "Time and again we've tried. In 1940, 1944, 1947, all around this era. We were either too early or too late. But now we've hit on the right time sector. It's our job to educate Alexander. You should feel proud of being his parents. We worship you, you know. Father and mother of the new race." "Tuh," Calderon said. "Come off it." "They need proof, Dobish," someone said. "Remember, this is their first inkling that Alexander is Homo superior." "Homo nuts," Myra said. "Alexander's a perfectly normal baby." "He's perfectly supernormal," Dobish said. "We're his descendants." "That makes you a superman," Calderon said skeptically, eyeing the small man. "Not in toto. There aren't many of the X-free type. The biological norm is specialization. Only a few are straight-line super. Some specialize in logic, others in vervanity, Others, like us, are guides. If we were X-free supers, you couldn't stand there and talk to us, or look at us. We're only parts. Those like Alexander are the glorious whole." "Oh, send them away," Myra said, getting tired of it. "I feel like a Thurber woman." Calderon nodded. "Okay, blow, gentlemen. Take a powder. I mean it." "Yes," Dobish said. "They need proof. What'll we do? Skyskinate?" "Too twisty," Bordent objected. "Object lesson, eh? The stiller?" "Stiller?" Myra asked. Bordent took an object from his paper clothes and spun it in his hands. His fingers were all double-jointed. Calderon felt a tiny electric shock go through him. "Joe," Myra said, white-faced, "I can't move." "Neither can I. Take it easy. It's—" He slowed and stopped. "Sit down," Bordent said, still twirling the object. Calderon and Myra backed up to the couch and sat down. Their tongues froze with the rest of them. Dobish came over, clambered up, and pried Alexander out of his mother's grip. Horror moved in her eyes. "We won't hurt him," Dobish said. "We just want to give him his first lesson. Have you got the basics, Finn?" "In the bag." Finn extracted a foot-long bag from his garments. Things came out of that bag. They came out incredibly. Soon the carpet was littered with stuff. Problematical in design, nature, and use. Calderon recognized a tesseract. The fourth dwarf, whose name it turned out was Quat, smiled consolingly at the distressed parents. "You watch. You can't learn. You've not got the potential. You're homo saps. But Alexander now—" Alexander was in one of his moods. He was diabolically gay. With the devil possession of all babies, he refused to collaborate. He crept rapidly backwards. He burst into loud, squalling sobs. He regarded his feet with amazed joy. He stuffed his fist into his mouth and cried bitterly at the result. He talked about invisible things in a soft, cryptic monotone. He punched Dobish in the eye. The little men had inexhaustible patience. 2 hours later they were through. Calderon couldn't see that Alexander had learned much. Bordent twirled the object again. He nodded affably and led the retreat. The 4 little men went out of the apartment, and a moment later Calderon and Myra could move. She jumped up, staggering on numbed legs, seized Alexander, and collapsed on the couch. Calderon rushed to the door and flung it open. The hall was empty. "Joe," Myra said, her voice small and afraid. Calderon came back and smoothed her hair. He looked down at the bright, fuzzy head of Alexander. "Joe, we've got to do something." "I don't know," he said. "If it happened—" "It happened. They took those things with them. Alexander, oh—" "They didn't try to hurt him," Calderon said hesitatingly. "Our baby. He's no super child." "Well," Calderon said, "I'll get out my revolver. What else can I do?" "I'll do something," Myra promised. "Nasty little goblins. I'll do something. Just wait." And yet there wasn't a great deal they could do. Tacitly, they ignored the subject the next day. But at 4 p.m., the same time as the original visitation, they were with Alexander in a theater watching the latest Technicolor film. The 4 little men could scarcely find them here. Calderon felt Myra stiffen, and even as he turned, he suspected the worst. Myra sprang up, her breath catching. Her fingers tightened on his arm. "He's gone." Gone? "He just vanished. I was holding him. Let's get out of here." "Maybe you dropped him," Calderon said inanely and lit a match. There were cries from behind. Myra was already pushing her way toward the aisle. There were no babies under the seat, and Calderon caught up with his wife in the lobby. "He disappeared," Myra was babbling. "Like that. Maybe he's in the future. Joe, what'll we do?" Calderon, through some miracle, got a taxi. "We'll go home. That's the most likely place. I hope." "Yes, of course it is. Give me a cigarette." "He'll be in the apartment." He was, squatting on his haunches, taking a decided interest in the gadget Quat was demonstrating. The gadget was a gaily colored egg beater with 4-dimensional attachments, and it talked in a thin, high voice, not in English. Bordent flipped out the stiller and began to twirl it as the couple came in. Calderon got hold of Myra's arms and held her back. "Hold on," he said urgently. "That isn't necessary. We won't try anything." "Joe!" Myra tried to wriggle free. "Are you going to let them—" "Quiet," he said. "Borden, put that thing down. We want to talk to you." "Well, if you'll promise not to interrupt—" "We promise." Calderon forcibly led Myra to the couch and held her there. "Look, darling, Alexander's all right. They're not hurting him." "Hurt him indeed," Finn said. "He'd skin us alive in the future if we hurt him in the past." "Be quiet," Borden commanded. He seemed to be the leader of the four. "I'm glad you're cooperating, Joseph Calderon. It goes against my grain to use force on a demigod. After all, you're Alexander's father." Alexander put out a fat paw and tried to touch the whirling rainbow egg beater. He seemed to be fascinated. Quat said, "The kivilish is sparkling. Shall I vastinate?" "Not too fast," Borden said. "He'll be rational in a week, and then we can speed up the process. Now, Calderon, please, relax. Anything you want?" "A drink." "They mean alcohol," Finn said. "The Rubaiyat mentions it, remember?" "Rubaiyat?" "The singing red gem in 12 library." "Oh, yes," Borden said. "That one. I was thinking of the Yaves slab, the one with the thunder effects. Do you want to make some alcohol, Finn?" Calderon swallowed. "Don't bother. I have some in that sideboard. May I—" "You're not prisoners." Borden's voice was shocked. "It's just that we've got to make you listen to a few explanations, and after that, well, it'll be different." Myra shook her head when Calderon handed her a drink, but he scowled at her meaningly. "You won't feel it. Go ahead." She hadn't once taken her gaze from Alexander. The baby was imitating the thin noise of the egg beater now. It was subtly unpleasant. "The ray is working," Quat said. "The viewer shows some slight cortical resistance, though." "Angle the power," Borden told him. Alexander said, "Mojiwaba?" "What's that?" Myra asked in a strained voice. "Super language?" Borden smiled at her. "No, just baby talk." Alexander burst into sobs. Myra said, "Super baby or not, when he cries like that, there's a good reason." "Does your tutoring extend to that point?" "Certainly," Quat said calmly. He and Finn carried Alexander out. Borden smiled again. "You're beginning to believe," he said. "That helps." Calderon drank, feeling the hot fumes of whiskey along the backs of his cheeks. His stomach was crawling with cold uneasiness. "If you were human," he said doubtfully. "If we were, we wouldn't be here. The old order changeth. It had to start sometime. Alexander is the first Homo superior." "But why us?" Myra asked. "Genetics. You've both worked with radioactivity and certain shortwave radiations that affected the germplasm. The mutation just happened. It'll happen again from now on. But you happen to be the first. You'll die, but Alexander will live on, perhaps 1,000 years. Calderon said, "This business of coming from the future, you say Alexander sent you?" "The adult Alexander, the mature Superman. It's a different culture, of course, beyond your comprehension. Alexander is one of the ex-frees. He said to me, through the interpreting machine, of course, 'Borden, I wasn't recognized as a super till I was 30 years old. I had only ordinary Homo sap development till then. I didn't know my potential myself, and that's bad. It is bad, you know." Borden digressed. "The full capabilities of an organism can't emerge unless it's given the fullest chance of expansion from birth on, or at least from infancy. Alexander said to me, 'It's about 500 years ago that I was born. Take a few guides and go into the past. Locate me as an infant. Give me specialized training from the beginning. I think it'll expand me.'" "The past," Calderon said. "You mean it's plastic?" "Well, it affects the future. You can't alter the past without altering the future, too. But things tend to drift back. There's a temporal norm, a general level. In the original time sector, Alexander wasn't visited by us. Now that's changed. So the future will be changed, but not tremendously. No crucial temporal apexes are involved, no keystones. The only result will be that the mature Alexander will have his potential more fully realized." Alexander was carried back into the room, beaming. Quat resumed his lesson with the egg beater. "There isn't a great deal you can do about it," Borden said. "I think you realize that now." Myra said, "Is Alexander going to look like you?" Her face was strained. "Oh, no, he's a perfect physical specimen. I've never seen him, of course, but—" Calderon said, "Heir to all the ages. Myra, are you beginning to get the idea?" "Yes, a Superman, but he's our baby." "He'll remain so," Bordent put in anxiously. "We don't want to remove him from the beneficial home and parental influence. An infant needs that. In fact, tolerance for the young is an evolutionary trait aimed at providing for the Superman's appearance, just as the vanishing appendix is such a preparation. At certain eras of history, mankind is receptive to the preparation of the new race. It's never been quite successful before. There were anthropological miscarriages, so to speak. My squeevers, it's important. Infants are awfully irritating. They're helpless for a very long time, a great trial to the patience of the parents. The lower the order of the animal, the faster the infant develops. With mankind, it takes years for the young to reach an independent state, so the parental tolerance increases in proportion. The superchild won't mature actually till he's about 20. Myra said, "Alexander will still be a baby then?" "He'll have the physical standards of an 8-year-old specimen of Homo sap. Mentally, well, call it irrationality. He won't be leveled out to an intellectual or emotional norm. He won't be sane any more than any baby is. Selectivity takes quite a while to develop, but his peaks will be far, far above the peaks of, say, you as a child." "Thanks," Calderon said. "His horizons will be broader. His mind is capable of grasping and assimilating far more than yours. The world is really his oyster. He won't be limited. But it'll take a while for his mind, his personality to shake down." "I want another drink," Myra said. Calderon got it. Alexander inserted his thumb in Quat's eye and tried to gouge it out. Quat submitted passively. "Alexander," Myra said. "Sit still," Bordent said. "Quat's tolerance in this regard is naturally more highly developed than yours." "If he puts Quat's eye out," Calderon said, "it'll be just too bad." "Quat isn't important compared to Alexander. He knows it too." Luckily for Quat's binocular vision, Alexander suddenly tired of his new toy and fell to staring at the egg beater again. Dobish and Finn leaned over the baby and looked at him, but there was more to it than that, Calderon felt. "Induced telepathy," Bordent said. "It takes a long time to develop, but we're starting now. I tell you, it was a relief to hit the right time at last. I've rung this doorbell at least 100 times, but never till now." "Move," Alexander said clearly. "Real, move." Bordent nodded. "Enough for today. We'll be here again tomorrow. You'll be ready?" "As ready," Myra said, "as we'll ever be, I suppose." She finished her drink. They got fairly high that night and talked it over. Their arguments were biased by their realization of the four little men's obvious resources. Neither doubted any more. They knew that Bordent and his companions had come from 500 years in the future, at the command of a future Alexander who had matured into a fine specimen of Superman. "Amazing, isn't it?" Myra said. "That fat little blob in the bedroom turning into a 12th power quiz kid." "Well, it's got to start somewhere, as Bordent pointed out." "And as long as he isn't going to look like those goblins, ugh! He'll be super. Deucalion and what's-her-name, that's us, parents of a new race." "I feel funny," Myra said, "as though I'd given birth to a moose." "That could never happen," Calderon said consolingly. "Have another slug." "It might as well have happened. Alexander is a swoose." "Swoose?" "I can use that goblin's double talk, too. Vopishly woggle in the grand foyer, so there." "It's a language to them," Calderon said. "Alexander's going to talk English. I've got my rights." "Well, Bordent doesn't seem anxious to infringe on them. He said Alexander needed a home environment." "That's the only reason I haven't gone crazy," Myra said. "As long as they don't take our baby away from us." A week later, it was thoroughly clear that Bordent had no intention of encroaching on parental rights, at least any more than was necessary for 2 hours a day. During that period, the four little men fulfilled their orders by cramming Alexander with all the knowledge his infantile but super brain could hold. They did not depend on blocks or nursery rhymes or the abacus. Their weapons in the battle were cryptic, futuristic, but effective. And they taught Alexander, there was no doubt of that. As B1 poured on a plant's roots forces growth, so the vitamin teaching of the dwarf soaked into Alexander, and his potentially superhuman brain responded, expanding with brilliant, erratic speed. He had talked intelligibly on the 4th day. On the 7th day, he was easily able to hold conversations, though his baby muscles, lingually undeveloped, tired easily. His cheeks were still sucking discs. He was not yet fully human, except in sporadic flashes, yet those flashes came oftener now, and closer together. The carpet was a mess. The little men no longer took their equipment back with them. They left it for Alexander to use. The infant crept. He no longer bothered to walk much, for he could crawl with more efficiency, among the objects, selected some of them, and put them together. Myra had gone out to shop. The little men wouldn't show up for half an hour. Calderon, tired from his day's work at the university, fingered a highball and looked at his offspring. "Alexander?" he said. Alexander didn't answer. He fitted a gadget to a thing, inserted it peculiarly in a something else, and sat back with an air of satisfaction. Then, "Yes?" he said. It wasn't perfect pronunciation, but it was unmistakable. Alexander talked somewhat like a toothless old man. "What are you doing?" Calderon said. "No." "What's that?" "No." "No?" "I understand it," Alexander said. "That's enough." "I see." Calderon regarded the prodigy with faint apprehension. "You don't want to tell me?" "No." "Well, all right." "Get me a drink," Alexander said. For a moment Calderon had a mad idea that the infant was demanding a highball. Then he sighed, rose, and returned with a bottle. "Milk," Alexander said, refusing the potation. "You said a drink. Water's a drink, isn't it?" My God, Calderon thought, I'm arguing with the kid. I'm treating him like an adult, but he isn't. He's a fat little baby squatting on his behind on the carpet playing with the Tinker Toy. The Tinker Toy said something in a thin voice. Alexander murmured, "Repeat." The Tinker Toy did. Calderon said, "What was that?" "No." "Nuts." Calderon went out to the kitchen and got milk. He poured himself another shot. This was like having relatives drop in suddenly, relatives you hadn't seen for 10 years. How the devil did you act with a super child? He stayed in the kitchen after supplying Alexander with his milk. Presently, Myra's key turned in the outer door. Her cry brought Calderon hurrying. Alexander was vomiting with the air of a research man absorbed in a fascinating phenomenon. "Alexander!" Myra cried. "Darling, are you sick?" "No," Alexander said. "I'm testing my regurgitative process. I must learn to control my digestive organs." Calderon leaned against the door, grinning crookedly. "Yeah, you'd better start now, too." "I'm finished," Alexander said. "Clean it up." 3 days later, the infant decided that his lungs needed developing. He cried. He cried at all hours with interesting variations. Whoops, squalls, wails, and high-pitched bellows. Nor would he stop till he was satisfied. The neighbors complained. Myra said, "Darling, is there a pin sticking you? Let me look." "Go away," Alexander said. "You're too warm. Open the window. I want fresh air." "Yes, darling, of course." She came back to bed, and Calderon put his arm around her. He knew there would be shadows under her eyes in the morning. In his crib, Alexander cried on. So it went. The 4 little men came daily and gave Alexander his lessons. They were pleased with the infant's progress. They did not complain when Alexander indulged in his idiosyncrasies, such as batting them heavily on the nose or ripping their paper garments to shreds. Bordent tapped his metal helmet and smiled triumphantly at Calderon. "He's coming along. He's developing." "I'm wondering, what about discipline?" Alexander looked up from his rapport with Quat. "Homo sap discipline doesn't appeal to me, Joseph Calderon." "Don't call me Joseph Calderon. I'm your father, after all." "A primitive biological necessity. You are not sufficiently well developed to provide the discipline I require. Your purpose is to give me parental care." "Which makes me an incubator," Calderon said. "But a deified one," Bordent soothed him. "Practically a logos, the father of the new race." I feel more like Prometheus, the father of the new race said dourly. He was helpful, too, and he ended up with a vulture eating his liver. You will learn a great deal from Alexander. He says I'm incapable of understanding it. Well, aren't you? Sure, I'm just a papa bird, Calderon said, and subsided into a sad silence, watching Alexander, under Quat's tutelary eye, put together a gadget of shimmering glass and twisted metal. Bordent said suddenly, Quat, be careful of the egg, and Finn seized a bluish ovoid just before Alexander's chubby hand could grasp it. It isn't dangerous, Quat said. It isn't connected. He might have connected it. I want that, Alexander said. Give it to me. Not yet, Alexander, Bordent refused. You must learn the correct way of connecting it first. Otherwise it might harm you. I could do it. You are not logical enough to balance your capabilities and lacks as yet. Later it will be safe. I think now perhaps a little philosophy. Dobish, eh? Dobish squatted and went on rapport with Alexander. Myra came out of the kitchen, took a quick look at the tableau, and retreated. Calderon followed her out. I will never get used to it if I live 1,000 years, she said with slow emphasis, hacking at the doughy rim of a pie. He's my baby only when he's asleep. We won't live 1,000 years, Calderon told her. Alexander will, though. I wish we could get a maid. I tried again today, Myra said wearily. No use. They're all in war plants. I mention a baby. You can't do all this alone. You help, she said, when you can. But you're working hard too, fella. It won't be forever. I wonder if we had another baby, if... Her sober gaze met his. I've wondered that too, but I should think mutations aren't as cheap as that. Once in a lifetime. Still, we don't know. Well, it doesn't matter now anyway. One infant's enough for the moment. Myra glanced toward the door. Everything all right in there? Take a look. I worry. It's all right. I know, but the blue egg. Bordent said it was dangerous, you know. I heard him. Calderon peeped through the door crack. The four dwarfs were sitting facing Alexander, whose eyes were closed. Now they opened. The infant scowled at Calderon. Stay out, he requested. You're breaking the rapport. I'm so sorry, Calderon said, retreating. He's okay, Myra. His own dictatorial little self. Well, he is a superman, she said doubtfully. No, he's a super baby. There's all the difference. His latest trick, Myra said, busy with the oven, is riddles, or something like riddles. I feel so small when he catches me up. But he says it's good for his ego. It compensates for his physical frailness. Riddles, eh? I know a few, too. They won't work on Alexander, Myra said with grim assurance. Nor did they. What goes up a chimney up was treated with the contempt it deserved. Alexander examined his father's riddles, turned them over in his logical mind, analyzed them for flaws in semantics and logic, and rejected them. Or else he answered them with such fine accuracy that Calderon was too embarrassed to give the correct answers. He was reduced to asking why a raven was like a writing desk, and since not even the Mad Hatter had been able to answer his own riddle, was slightly terrified to find himself listening to a dissertation on comparative ornithology. After that, he let Alexander needle him with infantile gags about the relations of gamma rays to photons, and tried to be philosophical. There are few things as irritating as a child's riddles. His mocking triumph pulverizes itself into the dust in which you grovel. Oh, leave your father alone, Myra said, coming in with her hair disarranged. He's trying to read the paper. That news is unimportant. I'm reading the comics, Calderon said. I want to see if the Katzenjammers get even with the captain for hanging them under a waterfall. A formula for the humor of an incongruity predicament, Alexander began learnedly, but Calderon disgustedly went into the bedroom where Myra joined him. He's asking me riddles again, she said. Let's see what the Katzenjammers did. You look rather miserable. Got a cold? I'm not wearing makeup. Alexander says the smell makes him ill. So what? He's no petunia. Well, Myra said, he does get ill. But of course he does it on purpose. Listen, there he goes again. What now? But Alexander merely wanted an audience. He had found a new way of making imbecilic noises with his fingers and lips. At times, the child's normal phases were more trying than his super periods. After a month had passed, however, Calderon felt that the worst was yet to come. Alexander had progressed into fields of knowledge hitherto untouched by Homo sap, and he had developed a leech-like habit of sucking his father's brains dry of every scrap of knowledge the wretched man possessed. It was the same with Myra. The world was indeed Alexander's oyster. He had an insatiable curiosity about everything, and there was no longer any privacy in the apartment. Calderon took to locking the bedroom door against his son at night. Alexander's crib was now in another room, but furious squalls might waken him at any hour. In the midst of preparing dinner, Myra would be forced to stop and explain the caloric mysteries of the oven to Alexander. He learned all she knew, took a jump into more abstruse aspects of the matter, and sneered at her ignorance. He found out Calderon was a physicist, a fact which the man had hitherto kept carefully concealed, and thereafter pumped his father dry. He asked questions about geodetics and geopolitics. He inquired about monotremes and monorails. He was curious about biremes and biology, and he was skeptical, doubting the depth of his father's knowledge. "But," he said, "you and Myra Calderon are my closest contacts with Homo sap as yet, and it's a beginning. Put out that cigarette. It isn't good for my lungs." "All right," Calderon said. He rose wearily, with his usual feeling these days of being driven from room to room of the apartment, and went in search of Myra. "Boarding's about due. We can go out somewhere, okay?" "Swell." She was at the mirror, fixing her hair in a trice. "I need a permanent. If I only had the time. I'll take off tomorrow and stay here. You need a rest." "Darling, no. The exams are coming up. You simply can't do it." Alexander yelled. It developed that he wanted his mother to sing for him. He was curious about the tonal range of Homo sap and the probable emotional and soporific effect of lullabies. Calderon mixed himself a drink, sat in the kitchen and smoked, and thought about the glorious destiny of his son. When Myra stopped singing, he listened for Alexander's wails, but there was no sound till a slightly hysterical Myra burst in on him, dithering and wide-eyed. "Joe!" She fell into Calderon's arms. "Quick, give me a drink, or hold me tight or something." "What is it?" He thrust a bottle into her hands, went to the door, and looked out. "Alexander? He's quiet, eating candy." Myra didn't bother with a glass. The bottle's neck clicked against her teeth. "Look at me. Just look at me. I'm a mess." "What happened?" "Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Alexander's turned into a black magician, that's all." She dropped into a chair and passed a palm across her forehead. "Do you know what that genius son of ours just did?" "Bit you," Calderon hazarded, not doubting it for a minute. "Worse. Far worse. He started asking me for candy. I said there wasn't any in the house. He told me to go down to the grocery for some. I said I'd have to get dressed first, and I was too tired." "Why didn't you ask me to go?" "I didn't have the chance. Before I could say boo, that infantile Merlin waved a magic wand or something. I was down at the grocery, behind the candy counter." Calderon blinked. "Induced amnesia?" "There wasn't any time lapse. It was just pfweet, and there I was, in this rag of a dress, without a speck of makeup on, and my hair coming down in tassels. Mrs. Busherman was there, too, buying a chicken, that cat across the hall. She was kind enough to tell me I ought to take more care of myself." "Meow," Myra ended furiously. "Good Lord." "Teleportation. That's what Alexander says it is. Something new he's picked up. I'm not going to stand for it, Joe. I'm not a rag doll, after all." She was half hysterical. Calderon went into the next room and stood regarding his child. There was chocolate smeared around Alexander's mouth. "Listen, wise guy," he said. "You leave your mother alone, hear me?" "I didn't hurt her," the prodigy pointed out in a blobby voice. "I was simply being efficient." "Well, don't be so efficient. Where did you learn that trick, anyhow?" "Teleportation? Quat showed me last night. He can't do it himself, but I'm X-free super, so I can. The power isn't disciplined yet. If I'd tried to teleport Myra Calderon over to Jersey, say, I might have dropped her in the Hudson by mistake." Calderon muttered something uncomplimentary. Alexander said, "Is that an Anglo-Saxon derivative?" Never mind about that. You shouldn't have all that chocolate anyway. You'll make yourself sick. You've already made your mother sick, and you nauseate me. Go away, Alexander said. I want to concentrate on the taste. No, I said you'd make yourself sick. Chocolate's too rich for you. Give it here. You've had enough. Calderon reached for the paper sack. Alexander disappeared. In the kitchen, Myra shrieked. Calderon moaned despondently and turned. As he had expected, Alexander was in the kitchen on top of the stove, hoggishly stuffing candy into his mouth. Myra was concentrating on the bottle. What a household, Calderon said. The baby teleporting himself all over the apartment, you getting stewed in the kitchen, and me heading for a nervous breakdown. He started to laugh. Okay, Alexander. You can keep the candy. I know when to shorten my defensive line strategically. Myra Calderon, Alexander said. I want to go back into the other room. Fly in, Calderon suggested. Here, I'll carry you. Not you, her. She has a better rhythm when she walks. Staggers, you mean? Myra said, but she obediently put aside the bottle, got up, and laid hold of Alexander. She went out. Calderon was not much surprised to hear her scream a moment later. When he joined the happy family, Myra was sitting on the floor, rubbing her arms and biting her lips. Alexander was laughing. What now? He shocked me, Myra said in a child's voice. He's like an electric eel. He did it on purpose, too. Oh, Alexander, will you stop laughing? You fell down, the infant crowed in triumph. You yelled and fell down. Calderon looked at Myra, and his mouth tightened. Did you do that on purpose? He asked. Yes, she fell down. She looked funny. You're going to look a lot funnier in a minute. X-free super or not, what you need is a good paddling. Joe, Myra said. Never mind. He's got to learn to be considerate of the rights of others. I'm homo superior, Alexander said, with the air of one clinching on argument. It's homo posterior I'm going to deal with, Calderon announced, and attempted to capture his son. There was a stinging blaze of jolting nervous energy that blasted up through his synapses. He went backwards ignominiously and slammed into the wall, cracking his head hard against it. Alexander laughed like an idiot. You fell down, too, he crowed. You look funny. Joe, Myra said. Joe, are you hurt? Calderon said sourly that he supposed he'd survive, though he added it would probably be wise to lay in a few splints and a supply of blood plasma, in case he gets interested in vivisection. Myra regarded Alexander with troubled speculation. You're kidding, I hope. I hope so, too. Well, here's Bordent. Let's talk to him. Calderon answered the door. The four little men came in solemnly. They wasted no time. They gathered about Alexander, unfolded fresh apparatus from the recesses of their paper clothes, and set to work. The infant said, I teleported her about 8,000 feet. That far, eh? Quat said. Were you fatigued at all? Not a bit. Calderon dragged Bordent aside. I want to talk to you. I think Alexander needs a spanking. By Voraster, the dwarf said, shocked. But he's Alexander. He's X-free type super. Not yet. He's still a baby. But a super baby. No, Joseph Calderon. I must tell you again that disciplinary measures can be applied only by sufficiently intelligent authorities. You? Oh, not yet, Bordent said. We don't want to overwork him. There's a limit even to super brain power, especially in the very formative period. He's got enough to do, and his attitudes for social contacts won't need forming for a while yet. Myra joined them. I don't agree with you there. Like all babies, he's antisocial. He may have superhuman powers, but he's subhuman as far as mental and emotional balance go. Yeah, Calderon agreed. This business of giving us electric shocks. He's only playing, Bordent said. And teleportation. Suppose he teleports me to Times Square when I'm taking a shower. It's only his play. He's a baby still. But what about us? You have the hereditary characteristic of parental tolerance, Bordent explained. As I told you before, Alexander and his race are the reason why tolerance was created in the first place. There's no great need for it with Homo sap. I mean, there's a wide space between normal tolerance and normal provocation,
An ordinary baby may try his parents severely for a few moments at a time, but that's about all. The provocation is far too small to require the tremendous store of tolerance the parents have. But with the X-free type, it's a different matter.
There's a limit even to tolerance, Calderon said. I'm wondering about a creche. Borden shook his shiny, metallic-sheathed head. He needs you.
But, Myra said, but can't you give him just a little discipline?
Oh, it isn't necessary. His mind's still immature, and he must concentrate on more important things. You'll tolerate him.
It's not as though he's our baby anymore, she murmured. He's not Alexander.
But he is. That's just it. He's Alexander.
Look, it's normal for a mother to want to hug her baby. But how can she do that if she expects him to throw her halfway across the room?
Calderon was brooding. Will he pick up more superpowers as he goes along? Why, yes, naturally. He's a menace to life and limb. I still say he needs discipline. Next time I'll wear rubber gloves. That won't help, Borden said, frowning. Besides, I must insist. No, Joseph Calderon, it won't do. You mustn't interfere. You're not capable of giving him the right sort of discipline, which he doesn't need yet anyway.
Just one spanking, Calderon said wistfully. Not for revenge, only to show him he's got to consider the rights of others.
He'll learn to consider the rights of other X-free supers. You must not attempt anything of the sort. A spanking, even if you succeeded, which is far from probable, might warp him psychologically. We are his tutors, his mentors. We must protect him. You understand?
I think so, Calderon said slowly. That's a threat.
You are Alexander's parents, but it's Alexander who is important. If I must apply disciplinary measures to you, I must.
Oh, forget it, Myra sighed. Joe, let's go out and walk in the park while Borden's here.
Be back in 2 hours, the little man said. Goodbye. As time went past, Calderon could not decide whether Alexander's moronic phrases or his periods of keen intelligence were more irritating. The prodigy had learned new powers. The worst of that was that Calderon never knew what to expect, or when some astounding gag would be sprung on him, such as the time when a mess of sticky taffy had materialized in his bed, filched from the grocery by deft teleportation. Alexander thought it was very funny. He laughed. And when Calderon refused to go to the store to buy candy because he said he had no money, "Now don't try to teleport me, I'm broke," Alexander had utilized mental energy, warping gravity lines shockingly. Calderon found himself hanging upside down in midair, being shaken, while loose coins cascaded out of his pocket. He went after the candy. Humor is a developed sense, stemming basically from cruelty. The more primitive a mind, the less selectivity exists. A cannibal would probably be profoundly amused by the squirmings of his victim in the seething kettle. A man slips on a banana peel and breaks his back. The adult stops laughing at that point, the child does not. And the civilized ego finds embarrassment as acutely distressing as physical pain. A baby, a child, a moron, is incapable of practicing empathy. He cannot identify himself with another individual. He is regrettably autistic. His own rules are arbitrary, and garbage strewn around the bedroom was funny to neither Myra nor Calderon. There was a little stranger in the house. Nobody rejoiced, except Alexander. He had a lot of fun. No privacy, Calderon said. He materializes everywhere, at all hours. Darling, I wish you'd see a doctor.
What would he advise? Myra asked.
Rest, that's all.
Do you realize it's been 2 months since Borden took over?
And we've made marvelous progress, Borden said, coming over to them. Quat was en rapport with Alexander on the carpet, while the other two dwarfs prepared the makings of a new gadget. Or rather, Alexander has made remarkable progress. We need a rest, Calderon growled. If I lose my job, who'll support that genius of yours? Myra looked at her husband quickly, noting the possessive pronoun he had used. Borden was concerned. You are in difficulty? The dean's spoken to me once or twice. I can't control my classes anymore. I'm too irritable. You don't need to expend tolerance on your students. As for money, we can keep you supplied. I'll arrange to get some negotiable currency for you. But I want to work. I like my job. Alexander is your job.
I need a maid, Myra said, looking hopeless. Can't you make me a robot or something? Alexander scares every maid I've managed to hire. They won't stay a day in this madhouse. A mechanical intelligence would have a bad effect on Alexander, Bordent said. No. I wish we could have guests in once in a while, or go out visiting, or just be alone, Myra sighed. Someday Alexander will be mature, and you'll reap your reward, the parents of Alexander. Did I ever tell you that we have images of you two in the great Fogy Hall? I must look terrible, Calderon said. I know we do now. Be patient. Consider the destiny of your son. I do, often. But he gets a little wearing sometimes. That's quite an understatement. Which is where tolerance comes in, Bordent said. Nature planned well for the new race. He is working on sixth-dimensional abstractions now. Everything is progressing beautifully. Yeah, Calderon said, and he went away, muttering, to join Myra in the kitchen. Alexander worked with facility at his gadgets, his pudgy fingers already stronger and surer. He still had an illicit passion for the blue ovoid, but under Bordent's watchful eye he could use it only along the restricted lines laid out by his mentors. When the lesson was finished, Quat selected a few of the objects and locked them in a cupboard, as was his custom. The rest he left on the carpet to provide exercise for Alexander's ingenuity. He develops, Bordent said. Today we've made a great step. Myra and Calderon came in time to hear this. What goes? He asked. A psychic block removal. Alexander will no longer need to sleep. What? Myra said. He won't require sleep. It's an artificial habit anyway. The super race has no need of it. He won't sleep any more, eh? Calderon said. He had grown a little pale. Correct. He'll develop faster now, twice as fast. At 3:30 a.m., Calderon and Myra lay in bed, wide awake, looking through the open door into the full blaze of light where Alexander played. Seen there clearly as if upon a lighted stage, he did not look quite like himself any more. The difference was subtle, but it was there. Under the golden down, his head had changed shape slightly, and there was a look of intelligence and purpose upon the blobby features. It was not an attractive look. It didn't belong there. It made Alexander look less like a super baby than a debased oldster. All a child's normal cruelty and selfishness, perfectly healthy natural traits in the developing infant, flickered across Alexander's face as he played absorbedly with solid crystal blocks which he was fitting into one another like a Chinese puzzle. It was quite a shocking face to watch. Calderon heard Myra sigh beside him. He isn't our Alexander anymore, she said. Not a bit. Alexander glanced up, and his face suddenly suffused. The look of paradoxical age and degeneracy upon it vanished as he opened his mouth and bawled with rage, tossing the blocks in all directions. Calderon watched one roll through the bedroom door and come to rest upon the carpet, spilling out of its solidity a cascade of smaller and smaller solid blocks that tumbled winking toward him. Alexander's cries filled the apartment. After a moment, windows began to slam across the court, and presently the phone rang. Calderon reached for it, sighing. When he hung up, he looked across at Myra and grimaced. Above the steady roars, he said, Well, we have notice to move. Myra said, Oh well. That about covers it. They were silent for a moment. Then Calderon said, 19 years more of it. I think we can expect about that. They did say he'd mature at 20, didn't they? He'll be an orphan long before then, Myra groaned. Oh, my head. I think I caught cold when he teleported us up to the roof just before dinner. Joe, do you suppose we're the first parents who ever got caught like this? What do you mean? I mean, was there ever another super baby before Alexander? It does seem like a waste of a lot of tolerance if we're the first to need it. We could use a lot more. We'll need a lot. He said nothing more for a while, but he lay there thinking and trying not to hear his super child's rhythmic howling. Tolerance. Every parent needed a great deal of it. Every child was intolerable from time to time. The race had certainly needed parental love in vast quantities to permit its infants to survive. But no parents before had ever been tried consistently up to the very last degree of tolerance. No parents before had ever had to face 20 years of it day and night, strained to the final notch. Parental love is a great and all-encompassing emotion, but— "I wonder," he said thoughtfully, "I wonder if we are the first." Myra's speculations had been veering. "I suppose it's like tonsils and appendix," she murmured. "They've outlived their use, but they still hang on. This tolerance is vestigial in reverse. It's been hanging on all these millenniums, waiting for Alexander." "Maybe. I wonder. Still, if there ever had been an Alexander before now, we'd have heard of him. So—" Myra rose on one elbow and looked at her husband. "You think so?" she said softly. "I'm not so sure. I think it might have happened before." Alexander suddenly quieted. The apartment rang with silence for a moment. Then a familiar voice, without words, spoke in both their brains simultaneously. "Get me some more milk, and I want it just warm, not hot." Joe and Myra looked at one another again, speechless. Myra sighed and pushed the covers back. "I'll go this time," she said. "Something new, eh? "Don't dawdle," said the wordless voice, and Myra jumped and gave a little shriek. Electricity crackled audibly through the room, and Alexander's bawling laughter was heard through the doorway. "He's about as civilized now as a well-trained monkey, I suppose," Joe remarked, getting out of bed. "I'll go. You crawl back in. And in another year he may reach the elevation of a bushman. After that, if we're still alive, we'll have the pleasure of living with a super-powered cannibal. Eventually he may work up to the level of practical joker. That ought to be interesting." He went out, muttering to himself. 10 minutes later, returning to bed, Joe found Myra clasping her knees and looking into space. "We aren't the first, Joe," she said, not glancing at him. "I've been thinking. I'm pretty sure we aren't." "But we've never heard of any supermen developing—" She turned her head and gave him a long, thoughtful look. "No," she said. They were silent. Then, "Yes, I see what you mean." He nodded. Something crashed in the living room. Alexander chuckled, and the sound of splintering wood was loud in the silence of the night. Another window banged somewhere outside. "There's a breaking point," Myra said quietly. "There's got to be." "Saturation," Joe murmured. "Tolerance saturation, or something. It could have happened." Alexander trundled into sight, clutching something blue. He sat down and began to fiddle with bright wires. Myra rose suddenly. "Joe, he's got that blue egg. He must have broken into the cupboard," Calderon said. "But Quat told him. It's dangerous." Alexander looked at them, grinned, and bent the wires into a cradle shape the size of the egg. Calderon found himself out of bed and halfway to the door. He stopped before he reached it. "You know," he said slowly, "he might hurt himself with that thing." "We'll have to get it away from him," Myra agreed, heaving herself up with tired reluctance. "Look at him," Calderon urged. "Just look." Alexander was dealing competently with the wires, his hands flickering into side and out again as he balanced the tesseract beneath the cradle. That curious veil of knowledge gave his chubby face the debased look of senility which they had come to know so well. "This will go on and on, you know," Calderon murmured. "Tomorrow he'll look a little less like himself than today. Next week, next month. What will he be like in a year?" "I know," Myra's voice was an echo. "Still, I suppose we'll have to—" Her voice trailed to a halt. She stood barefoot beside her husband, watching. "I suppose the gadget will be finished," she said, "once he connects up that last wire. We ought to take it away from him." "Think we could?" "We ought to try." They looked at each other. Calderon said, "It looks like an Easter egg. I never heard of an Easter egg hurting anybody." "I suppose we're doing him a favor, really," Myra said in a low voice. "A burnt child dreads the fire. Once a kid burns himself on a match, he stays away from matches." They stood in silence, watching. It took Alexander about 3 more minutes to succeed in his design, whatever it was. The results were phenomenally effective. There was a flash of white light, a crackle of split air, and Alexander vanished in the dazzle, leaving only a faint burnt smell behind him. When the two could see again, they blinked distrustfully at the empty place. "Teleportation?" Myra whispered dazedly. "I'll make sure." Calderon crossed the floor and stood looking down at a damp spot on the carpet with Alexander's shoes in it. He said, "No, not teleportation." Then he took a long breath. "He's gone, all right. So he never grew up and sent Bordent back in time to move in on us. It never happened." "We weren't the first," Myra said in an unsteady, bemused voice. "There's a breaking point, that's all. How sorry I feel for the first parents who don't reach it." She turned away suddenly, but not so suddenly that he could not see she was crying. He hesitated, watching the door. He thought he had better not follow her just yet.
Killdozer. Astounding, November. By Theodore Sturgeon, born 1918. Ted Sturgeon returned to the pages of Astounding after an absence of several years with this thrilling masterpiece. Possession stories are usually the province of fantasy, but since the possessor in this case is an alien intelligence, Killdozer qualifies as science fiction. The theme of man versus machine is an old one in science fiction, but it has rarely been treated with as much skill as it is here. Sturgeon was a heavy machine operator and knew of what he wrote. The story was filmed, a made-for-television production, in 1974, but failed to capture the dramatic tension of the original. World War II meant a fall-off in the output of a number of science fiction's leading authors. The years 1942 to 1945, for instance, saw Robert Heinlein, Sprague de Camp, and myself working on the same floor of the same building at the U.S. Navy Yard in Philadelphia. It meant that Bob and Sprague wrote virtually nothing for 3 years, though I myself managed to find spare time in which to continue my Foundation series and my Positronic Robot series. Ted Sturgeon was another one of the fall-offs, and it all drove poor John Campbell half crazy, as you can well imagine. When Ted came back, however, it was with his best straight science fiction piece, the one you are about to read, so maybe it was all for the best. I.A. Before the race was the deluge, and before the deluge another race whose nature it is not for mankind to understand. Not unearthly, not alien, for this was their earth and their home. There was a war between this race, which was a great one, and another. The other was truly alien, a sentient cloud form, an intelligent grouping of tangible electrons. It was spawned in mighty machines by some accident of a science before our aboriginal conception of its complexities. And the machines, servants of the people, became the people's masters, and great were the battles that followed. The electron beings had the power to warp the delicate balances of atom structure, and their life medium was metal, which they permeated and used to their own ends. Each weapon the people developed was possessed and turned against them, until a time when the remnants of that vast civilization found a defense. An insulator, the terminal product or byproduct of all energy research, neutronium. In its shelter they developed a weapon. What it was we shall never know, and our race will live, or we shall know, and our race will perish as theirs perished. For to destroy the enemy, it got out of hand, and its measureless power destroyed them with it, and their cities, and their possessed machines. The very earth dissolved in flame, the crust writhed and shook, and the ocean boiled. Nothing escaped it, nothing that we know as life, and nothing of the pseudo-life that had evolved within the mysterious force fields of their incomprehensible machines, save one hardy mutant. Mutant it was, and ironically this one alone could have been killed by the first simple measures used against its kind, but it was past time for simple expediences. It was an organized electron field possessing intelligence and mobility and a will to destroy, and little else. Stunned by the Holocaust, it drifted over the grumbling globe, and in a lull in the violence of the forces gone wild on Earth, sank to the steaming ground in its half-conscious exhaustion. There it found shelter, shelter built by and for its dead enemies. An envelope of neutronium. It drifted in, and its consciousness at last fell to its lowest ebb. And there it lay while the neutronium, with its strange, constant flux, its interminable striving for perfect balance, extended itself and closed the opening. And thereafter, in the turbulent eons that followed, the envelope tossed like a gray bubble on the surface of the roiling sphere, for no substance on earth would have it or combine with it. The ages came and went, and chemical action and reaction did their mysterious work, and once again there was life and evolution. And a tribe found the mass of neutronium, which is not a substance but a static force, and were awed by its aura of indescribable chill, and they worshipped it and built a temple around it and made sacrifices to it. And ice and fire and the seas came and went, and the land rose and fell as the years went by, until the ruined temple was on a knoll, and the knoll was an island. Islanders came and went, lived and built and died, and races forgot. So now, somewhere in the Pacific to the west of the archipelago called Islas Revillagigedo, there was an uninhabited island. And one day... Chub Horton and Tom Jager stood watching the Sprite and her squat tow of 3 cargo lighters dwindle over the glassy sea. The big ocean-going towboat and her charges seemed to be moving out of focus rather than traveling away. Chub spat cleanly around the cigar that grew out of the corner of his mouth. "That's that for 3 weeks. How's it feel to be a guinea pig?" "We'll get it done." Tom had little crinkles all around the outer ends of his eyes. He was a head taller than Chub and rangy and not so tough, and he was a real operator. Choosing him as a foreman for the experiment had been wise, for he was competent and he commanded respect. The theory of airfield construction that they were testing appealed vastly to him, for here were no officers in charge, no government inspectors, no timekeeping or reports. The government had allowed the company a temporary land grant, and the idea was to put production line techniques into the layout and grading of the project. There were 6 operators and 2 mechanics, and more than $1 million worth of the best equipment that money could buy. Government acceptance was to be on a partially completed basis, and contingent on government standards. The theory obviated both gold bricking and graft, and neatly sidestepped the manpower shortage. "When that blacktopping crew gets here, I reckon we'll be ready for 'em," said Tom. He turned and scanned the island with an operator's vision and saw it as it was, and in all the stages it would pass through, and as it would look when they had finished, with 4,000 feet of clean draining runway, hard-packed shoulders, 4 acres of plane park, the access road, and the short taxiway. He saw the lay of each lift that the power shovel would cut as it brought down the marl bluff, and the ruins on top of it that would give them stone to haul down the salt flat to the little swamp at the other end, there to be walked in by the dozers. "We got time to walk the shovel up there to the bluff before dark." They walked down the beach toward the outcropping where equipment stood surrounded by crates and drums of supplies. The 3 tractors were ticking over quietly, the 2-cycle diesel chuckling through their mufflers, and the big D7 whacking away its metronomic compression knock on every easy revolution. The dumpsters were lined up and silent, for they would not be ready to work until the shovel was ready to load them. They looked like a mechanical interpretation of Dr. Doolittle's Push Me, Pull You, the fantastic animal with 2 front ends. They had 2 large driving wheels and 2 small steerable wheels. The motor and the driver's seat were side by side over the front or smaller wheels, but the driver faced the dump body between the big rear wheels, exactly the opposite of the way he would sit in a dump truck. Hence, in traveling from shovel to dumping ground, the operator drove backwards, looking over his shoulder, and in dumping he backed the machine up, but he himself traveled forward, quite a trick for 14 hours a day. The shovel squatted in the midst of all the others, its great hulk looming over them, humped there with its boom low and its iron chin on the ground, like some great tired dinosaur. Rivera, the Puerto Rican mechanic, looked up grinning as Tom and Chub approached, and stuck a bleeder wrench into the top pocket of his coveralls. "She says sígalo," he said, his white teeth flashlighting out the smear of grease across his mouth. "She says she want to get dirt on this paint." He kicked the blade of the 7 with his heel. Tom sent the grin back, always a surprising thing in his grave face. "That 7'll do that, and she'll take a good deal off her biting edge along with the paint before we're through. Get in the saddle, Goonie. Build a ramp off the rocks down to the flat there, and blade us off some humps from here to the bluff yonder. We're walking the dipper up there." The Puerto Rican was in the seat before Tom had finished, and with a roar the 7 spun in its length and moved back along the outcropping to the inland edge. Rivera dropped his blade, and the sandy marl curled and piled up in front of the dozer, loading the blade and running off in 2 even rolls at the ends. He shoved the load toward the rocky edge, the 7 revving down as it took the load, blat, blat, blatting and pulling like a supercharged ox as it fired slowly enough for them to count the revolutions. "She's a hunk of machine," said Tom. "A hunk of operator, too," gruffed Chubb, and added, "for a mechanic." "The boy's all right," said Kelly. He was standing there with them, watching the Puerto Rican operate the dozer as if he had been there all along, which was the way Kelly always arrived places. He was tall, slim, with green eyes too long and an easy stretch to the way he moved, like an attenuated cat. He said, "Never thought I'd see the day when equipment was shipped set up ready to run like this. Guess no one ever thought of it before." "There's times when heavy equipment has to be unloaded in a hurry these days," Tom said. "If they can do it with tanks, they can do it with construction equipment. We're doing it to build something instead, is all. Kelly, crank up the shovel. It's oiled. We're walking it over to the bluff." Kelly swung up into the cab of the big dipper stick and, diddling the governor control, pulled up the starting handle. The Murphy diesel snorted and settled down into a thudding idle. Kelly got into the saddle, set up the throttle a little, and began to boom up. "I still can't get over it," said Chubb. "Not more'n a year ago, we'd have had 200 men on a job like this." Tom smiled. "Yeah, and the first thing we'd have done would be to build an office building and then quarters. Me, I'll take this way. No timekeepers, no equipment use reports, no progress and yardage summaries, no nothing but 8 men, $1 million worth of equipment in 3 weeks. A shovel and a mess of tool crates will keep the rain off us, and Army field rations will keep our bellies full. We'll get it done, we'll get out, and we'll get paid." Rivera finished the ramp, turned the 7 around, and climbed it, walking the new fill down. At the top, he dropped his blade, floated it, and backed down the ramp, smoothing out the rolls. At a wave from Tom, he started out across the shore, angling up toward the bluff, beating out the humps and carrying Phil into the hollows. As he worked, he sang, feeling the beat of the mighty motor, the micrometric obedience of the vast, implacable machine. "Why doesn't that monkey stick to his grease guns?" Tom turned and took the chewed end of a matchstick out of his mouth. He said nothing because he had for some time been trying to make a habit of saying nothing to Joe Dennis. Dennis was an ex-accountant, drafted out of an office at the last gasp of a defunct project in the West Indies. He had become an operator because they needed operators badly. He had been released with alacrity from the office because of his propensity for small office politics. It was a game he still played, and completely aside from his boiled-looking red face and his slightly womanish walk, he was out of place in the field, for bootlicking and backstabbing accomplish even less out on the field than they do in an office. Tom, trying so hard to keep his mind on his work, had to admit to himself that of all Dennis's annoying traits, the worst was that he was as good a pan operator as could be found anywhere, and no one could deny it. Dennis certainly didn't. "I've seen the day when anyone catching one of those goonies so much as sitting on a machine during lunch would kick his fanny," Dennis groused. "Now they give him a man's work and a man's pay." "Doing a man's work, ain't he?" Tom said. "He's a Puerto Rican." Tom turned and looked at him levelly. "Where was it you said you come from?" he mused. "Oh, yeah, Georgia." "What do you mean by that?" Tom was already striding away. "Tell you as soon as I have to," he flung back over his shoulder. Dennis went back to watching the 7. Tom glanced at the ramp and then waved Kelly on. Kelly set his house brake so the shovel could not swing, put her into travel gear, and shoved the swing lever forward. With the crackling of drive chains and a massive scrunching of compacting coral sand, the shovel's great flat pads carried her over and down the ramp. As she tipped over the peak of the ramp, the heavy manganese steel bucket door gaped open and closed like a hungry mouth, slamming up against the bucket until suddenly it latched shut and was quiet. The big Murphy diesel crooned hollowly under compression as the machine ran downgrade, and then the sensitive governor took hold, and it took up its belly-beating thud. Peebles was standing by one of the door-pan combines, sucking on his pipe and looking out to sea. He was grizzled and heavy, and from under the bushiest gray brows looked the calmest gray eyes Tom had ever seen. Peebles had never gotten angry at a machine, a rare trait in a born mechanic, and in 50-odd years he had learned it was even less use getting angry at a man, because no matter what, you could always fix what was wrong with the machine. He sat around his pipe stem. Hope you'll give me back my boy there. Tom's lips quirked in a little grin. There had been an understanding between old Peebles and himself ever since they had met. It was one of those things which exists unspoken. They knew little about each other, because they had never found it necessary to make small talk to keep their friendship extant. It was enough to know that each could expect the best from the other without persuasion. "Rivera?" Tom asked. "I'll chase him back as soon as he finishes that service road for the dipperstick. Why, got anything on?" "Not much. Want to get that arc welder drained and flushed and set up a grounded table in case you guys tear anything up." He paused. "Besides, the kid's filling his head up with too many things at once. Mechanicking is one thing. Operating is something else." "Hasn't got in his way much so far, has it?" "Nope. Don't aim to let it either, unless you need him." Tom swung up on the pan tractor. "I don't need him that bad, Peavy. If you want some help in the meantime, get Dennis." Peebles said nothing. He spat. He didn't say anything at all. "What's the matter with Dennis?" Tom wanted to know. "Look yonder," said Peebles, waving his pipe stem. Out on the beach, Dennis was talking to Chubb, in Dennis's indefatigable style, standing beside Chubb, one hand on Chubb's shoulder. As they watched, they saw Dennis call his sidekick, Al Knowles. "Dennis talks too much," said Peebles. "That most generally don't amount to much, but that Dennis, he sometimes says too much. Ain't got what it takes to run a show and knows it. Makes up for by messing in between folks." "He's harmless," said Tom. Still looking up the beach, Peebles said slowly, "Is so far." Tom started to say something, then shrugged. "I'll send you Rivera," he said, and opened the throttle. Like a huge electric dynamo, the two-cycle motor whined to a crescendo. Tom lifted the dozer with the small lever by his right thigh and raised the pan with the long control sprouting out from behind his shoulder. He moved off, setting the rear gate of the scraper so that anything the blade bit would run off to the side instead of loading into the pan. He slapped the tractor into sixth gear and whined up to and around the crawling shovel, cutting neatly in under the boom and running on ahead with the scraper blade just touching the ground, dragging to a fine grade the service road Rivera had cut. Dennis was saying, "It's that little Hitler stuff. Why should I take that kind of talk? You come from Georgia," he says. "What is he, a Yankee or something?" "A cracker from Macon," chortled Al Knowles, who came from Georgia, too. He was tall and stringy and round-shouldered. All of his skill was in his hands and feet. Brains being a commodity he had lived without all his life until he had met Dennis and used him as a reasonable facsimile thereof. "Tom didn't mean nothing by it," said Chubb. "No, he didn't mean nothing. Only that we do what he says the way he says it, especially if he finds a way we don't like it." "You wouldn't do like that, Chubb. Al think Chubb would carry on that way?" "Sure wouldn't," said Al, feeling it expected of him. "That's," said Chubb, pleased and uncomfortable, and thinking, what have I got against Tom? Not knowing, not liking Tom as well as he had. "Tom's the man here, Dennis. We got a job to do. Let's skid and git. Men can take anything for a lousy 6 weeks. "Oh, sure," said Al. "Man can take just so much," Dennis said. "What they put a man like that on top for, Chubb? What's the matter with you? Don't you know grading and drainage as good as Tom? Can Tom stake out a hillside like you can?" Sure, but what's the difference long as we get a field built? And anyhow, hell with being the boss man. Who gets the blame if things don't run right anyway?" Dennis stepped back, taking his hand off Chubb's shoulder, and stuck an elbow in Al's ribs. "You see that, Al? Now there's a smart man. That's the thing Uncle Tom didn't bargain for. Chubb, you can count on Al and me to do just that little thing." "Do just what little thing?" asked Chubb, genuinely puzzled. "Like you said, if the job goes wrong, the boss gets blamed. So if the boss don't behave, the job goes wrong." "Uh-huh," agreed Al with the conviction of mental simplicity. Chubb double-took this extraordinary logical process and grasped wildly at anger as the conversation slid out from under him. "I didn't say any such thing. This job is going to get done no matter what. Hitler ain't hanging no iron cross on me or anybody else around here if I can help it." "That's the old fight," feinted Dennis. "We'll show that guy what we think of his kind of sabotage. You talk too much, said Chubb, and escaped with the remnants of coherence. Every time he talked with Dennis, he walked away feeling as if he had an unwanted membership card stuck in his pocket that he couldn't throw away with a clear conscience. Rivera ran his road up under the bluff, swung the 7 around, punched out the master clutch, and throttled down, idling. Tom was making his pass with the pan, and as he approached, Rivera slipped out of the seat and behind the tractor, laying a sensitive hand on the final drive casing and sprocket bushings, checking for overheating. Tom pulled alongside and beckoned him up on the pan tractor. "Que pase, Goonie? Anything wrong?" Rivera shook his head and grinned. "Nothing wrong. She is perfect, that Desiete. She—" "That what?" "Desieta." "Desiete. In Spanish, D7. It means something in English?" "Got you wrong," smiled Tom. "But Desieta is a girl's name in English, all the same." He shifted the pan tractor into neutral and engaged the clutch, and jumped off the machine. Rivera followed. They climbed aboard the 7, Tom at the controls. Rivera said, "Daisy Etta," and grinned so widely that a soft little chuckling noise came from behind his back teeth. He reached out his hand, crooked his little finger around one of the tall steering clutch levers, and pulled it all the way back. Tom laughed outright. "You got something there," he said. "The easiest running cat ever built. Hydraulic steering clutches and brakes that'll bring you to a dead stop if you spit on 'em. Forward and reverse lever so's you got all your speeds front and backwards. A little different from the old jobs. They had no booster springs 8-10 years ago. Took a 60-pound pull to get a steering clutch back. Cutting a side hill with an angle dozer really was a job in them days. You try it sometime, dozing with one hand, holding her nose out of the bank with the other, 10 hours a day. And what did it get you? 80 cents an hour, and—" Tom took his cigarette and butted the fiery end out against the horny palm of his hand. "These." "Santa Maria!" "Want to talk to you, Goonie. Want to look over the bluff, too, at that stone up there. It'll take Kelly pretty near an hour to get this far and sumped in, anyhow." They started up the slope, Tom feeling the ground under the 4-foot brush, taking her up in a zigzag course like a hairpin road on a mountainside. Though the 7 carried a muffler on the exhaust stack that stuck up out of the hood before them, the blat of 4 big cylinders hauling 14 tons of steel upgrade could outshout any man's conversation, so they sat without talking, Tom driving, Rivera watching his hands flick over the controls. The bluff started in a low ridge running almost the length of the little island, like a lopsided backbone. Toward the center it rose abruptly, sent a wing out toward the rocky outcropping at the beach where their equipment had been unloaded, and then rose again to a small, almost square plateau area, 1/2 a mile square. It was humpy and rough until they could see all of it, when they realized how incredibly level it was, under the brush and ruins that covered it. In the center, and exactly in the center, they realized suddenly, was a low, overgrown mound. Tom threw out the clutch and revved her down. "Survey report said there was stone up here," Tom said, vaulting out of the seat. "Let's walk around some." They walked toward the knoll, Tom's eyes casting about as he went. He stooped down into the heavy, short grass and scooped up a piece of stone, blue-gray, hard and brittle. "Rivera, look at this. This is what the report was talking about. See? More of it. All in small pieces, though. We need big stuff for the bog if we can get it." "Good stone?" asked Rivera. "Yes, boy, but it don't belong here. The whole island's sand and marl and sandstone on the outcrop down yonder. This here's a bluestone like diamond clay, harder'n blazes. I never saw this stuff on a marl hill before, or near one. Anyhow, root around and see if there is any big stuff." They walked on. Rivera suddenly dipped down and pulled grass aside. "Tom, here's a big one." Tom came over and looked down at the corner of stone sticking up out of the topsoil. "Yeah. Goonie, get your girlfriend over here and we'll root it out." Rivera sprinted back to the idling dozer and climbed aboard. He brought the machine over to where Tom waited, stopped, stood up and peered over the front of the machine to locate the stone, then sat down and shifted gears. Before he could move the machine, Tom was on the fender beside him, checking him with a hand on his arm. "No, boy, no, not third. First, and half throttle. That's it. Don't try to bash a rock out of the ground. Go on up to it easy. Set your blade against it, lift it out, don't boot it out. Take it with the middle of your blade, not the corner. Get the load on both hydraulic cylinders. Who told you to do like that? No one told me, Tom. I see a man do it, I do it. Yeah? Who was it? Dennis, but... Listen, Goonie. If you want to learn anything from Dennis, watch him while he's on a pan. He dozes like he talks. That reminds me, what I wanted to talk to you about. You ever have any trouble with him? Rivera spread his hands. How I have trouble when he never talked to me? Well, that's all right then. You keep it that way. Dennis is okay, I guess, but you better keep away from him. He went on to tell the boy then about what Peebles had said concerning being an operator and a mechanic at the same time. Rivera's lean, dark face fell, and his hand strayed to the blade control, touching it lightly, feeling the composition grip and the machined lock nuts that held it. When Tom had quite finished, he said, Okay, Tom. If you want, you break 'em, I fix 'em. But if you want help sometime, I run Daisy for you, know? Sure, kid, sure. But don't forget, no man can do everything. You can do everything, said the boy. Tom leaped off the machine, and Rivera shifted into first and crept up to the stone, setting the blade gently against it. Taking the load, the mighty engine audibly bunched its muscles. Rivera opened the throttle a little, and the machine set solidly against the stone, the track slipping, digging into the ground, piling loose earth up behind it. Tom raised a fist, thumb up, and the boy began lifting his blade. The seven lowered her snout like an ox pulling through mud. The front of the tracks buried themselves deeper, and the blade slipped upward an inch on the rock as if it were on a ratchet. The stone shifted, and suddenly heaved itself up out of the earth that covered it, bulging the sod aside like a ship's slow bow wave. And the blade lost its grip and slipped over the stone. Rivera slapped out the master clutch within an ace of letting the mass of it poke through his radiator core. Reversing, he set the blade against it again and rolled it at last into daylight. Tom stood staring at it, scratching the back of his neck. Rivera got off the machine and stood beside him. For a long time they said nothing. The stone was roughly rectangular, shaped like a brick with one end cut at about a 30-degree angle. And on the angled face was a square-cut ridge, like the tongue on a piece of milled lumber. The stone was about 3 by 2 by 2 feet, and must have weighed 600 or 700 pounds. Now that, said Tom, bug-eyed, didn't grow here, and if it did, it never grew that way. Una piedra de una casa, said Rivera softly. Tom, there was a building here, no? Tom turned suddenly to look at the knoll. There is a building here, or what's left of it. Lord only knows how old. They stood there in the slowly dwindling light, staring at the knoll, and there came upon them a feeling of oppression, as if there were no wind and no sound anywhere. And yet there was wind, and behind them Daisy Etta whacked away with her muttering idle, and nothing had changed, and... Was that it? That nothing had changed? That nothing would change or could here? Tom opened his mouth twice to speak and couldn't or didn't want to. He didn't know which. Rivera slumped down suddenly on his hunkers, back erect and his eyes wide. It grew very cold. It's cold, Tom said, and his voice sounded harsh to him. And the wind blew warm on them. The earth was warm under Rivera's knees. The cold was not a lack of heat, but a lack of something else. Warmth, but the specific warmth of life force, perhaps. The feeling of oppression grew, as if their recognition of the strangeness of the place had started it, and their increasing sensitivity to it made it grow. Rivera said something quietly in Spanish. "What are you looking at?" asked Tom. Rivera started violently, threw up an arm as if to ward off the crash of Tom's voice. There is nothing to see, Tom. I feel this way once before. I don't know." He shook his head, his eyes wide and blank. "And after, there was being one hell of a thunderstorm." His voice petered out. Tom took his shoulder and hauled him roughly to his feet. "Goonie, you slap-happy?" The boy smiled almost gently. The down on his upper lip held little spheres of sweat. "I ain't nothing, Tom. I'm just scared like hell." "You scare yourself right back up there on that cat and get to work," Tom roared. More quietly then, he said, "I know there's something wrong here, Goonie, but that ain't going to get us a runway built. Anyhow, I know what to do about a dog that gets gun-shy. Ought to be able to do as much for you. Get along to the mound now and see if it ain't a cache of big stone for us. We got a swamp down there to fill." Rivera hesitated, started to speak, swallowed, and then walked slowly over to the 7. Tom stood watching him, closing his mind to the impalpable pressure of something, somewhere near, making his guts cold. The bulldozer nosed over to the mound, grunting, reminding Tom suddenly that the machine's Spanish slang name was puerco, pig, boar. Rivera angled into the edge of the mound with the cutting corner of the blade. Dirt and brush curled up, fell away from the mound, and loaded from the bank side out along the moldboard. The boy finished his pass along the mound, carried the load past it, and wasted it out on the flat, turned around, and started back again. 10 minutes later, Rivera struck stone, the manganese steel screaming along it, a puff of gray dust spouting from the cutting corner. Tom knelt and examined it after the machine had passed. It was the same kind of stone they had found out on the flat, and shaped the same way. But here it was a wall, the angled faces of the block ends obviously tongued and grooved together. Cold. Cold as... Tom took one deep breath and wiped sweat out of his eyes. "I don't care," he whispered. "I got to have that stone. I got to fill me a swamp." He stood back and motioned to Rivera to blade into a chipped crevice in the buried wall. The 7 swung into the wall and stopped while Rivera shifted into first, throttled down and lowered his blade. Tom looked up into his face. The boy's lips were white. He eased in the master clutch, the blade dipped, and the corner swung neatly into the crevice. The dozer blatted protestingly and began to crab sideways, pivoting on the end of the blade. Tom jumped out of the way, ran around behind the machine, which was almost parallel with the wall now, and stood in the clear, one hand ready to signal, his eyes on the straining blade. And then everything happened at once. With a toothy snap, the block started and came free, pivoting outward from its square end, bringing with it its neighbor. The block above them dropped, and the whole mound seemed to settle. And something whooshed out of the black hole where the rocks had been. Something like a fog, but not a fog that could be seen. Something huge that could not be measured. With it came a gust of that cold which was not cold, and the smell of ozone, and the prickling crackle of a mighty static discharge. Tom was 50 feet from the wall before he knew he had moved. He stopped and saw the 7 suddenly buck like a wild stallion once, and Rivera turning over twice in the air. Tom shouted some meaningless syllable and tore over to the boy, where he sprawled in the rough grass, lifted him in his arms, and ran. Only then did he realize that he was running from the machine. It was like a mad thing. Its moldboard rose and fell. It curved away from the mound, howling governor gone wild, controls flailing. The blade dug repeatedly into the earth, gouging it up in great dips through which the tractor plunged, clanking and bellowing furiously. It raced away in a great irregular arc, turned and came snorting back to the mound, where it beat at the buried wall, slewed and scraped and roared. Tom reached the edge of the plateau, sobbing for breath, and, kneeling, laid the boy gently down on the grass. "Goonie! Boy! Hey!" The long silken eyelashes fluttered, lifted. Something wrenched in Tom as he saw the eyes, rolled right back so that only the white showed. Rivera drew a long, quivering breath which caught suddenly. He coughed twice, threw his head from side to side so violently that Tom took it between his hands and steadied it. "Ay, Maria Madre, ¿qué ha me pasado? Tom, what has happened to me?" "Fell off the 7, stupid. How you feel?" Rivera scrabbled at the ground, got his elbows half under him, then sank back weakly. "Feel okay. Headache like hell. What happened to my feet?" "Feet? They hurt?" "No hurt." The young face went gray, the lips tightened with effort. "No nothing, Tom." "You can't move them?" Rivera shook his head, still trying. Tom stood up. "You take it easy. I'll go get Kelly. Be right back." He walked away quickly, and when Rivera called to him, he did not turn around. Tom had seen a man with a broken back before. At the edge of the little plateau, Tom stopped, listening. In the deepening twilight, he could see the bulldozer standing by the mound. The motor was running. She had not stalled herself. But what stopped Tom was that she wasn't idling, but revving up and down as if an impatient hand were on the throttle. Vroom, vroom, running up and up far faster than even a broken governor should permit. then coasting down to near silence, broken by the explosive punctuation of sharp and irregular firing. Then it would run up and up again, almost screaming, sustaining a RPM that threatened every moving part, shaking the great machine like some deadly ague. Tom walked swiftly toward the 7, a puzzled and grim frown on his weather-beaten face. Governors break down occasionally, and once in a while you will have a motor tear itself to pieces, revving up out of control. But it will either do that or it will rev down and quit. If an operator is fool enough to leave his machine with the master clutch engaged, the machine will take off and run the way the 7 had. But it will not turn unless the blade corner catches in something unresisting, and then the chances are very strong that it will stall. But in any case, it was past reason for any machine to act this way, revving up and down, running, turning, lifting, and dropping the blade. The motor slowed as he approached, and at last settled down into something like a steady and regular idle. Tom had the sudden crazy impression that it was watching him. He shrugged off the feeling, walked up, and laid a hand on the fender. The 7 reacted like a wild stallion. The big diesel roared, and Tom distinctly saw the master clutch lever snap back over center. He leaped clear, expecting the machine to jolt forward, but apparently it was in a reverse gear, for it shot backward, one track locked, and the near end of the blade swung in a swift, vicious arc, breezing a bare fraction of an inch past his hip as he danced back out of the way. And as if it had bounced off a wall, the tractor had shifted and was bearing down on him, the 12-foot blade rising, the 2 big headlights looming over him on their bow-legged supports, looking like the protruding eyes of some mighty toad. Tom had no choice but to leap straight up and grasp the top of the blade in his 2 hands, leaning back hard to brace his feet against the curved moldboard. The blade dropped and sank into the soft topsoil, digging a deep little swale in the ground. The earth loading on the moldboard rose and churned around Tom's legs. He stepped wildly, keeping them clear of the rolling drag of it. Up came the blade then, leaving a 4-foot pile at the edge of the pit. Down and up the tractor raced as the tracks went into it, up and up as they climbed the pile of dirt. A quick balance and overbalance as the machine lurched up and over like a motorcycle taking a jump off a ramp, and then a spine-shaking crash as 14 tons of metal smashed blade first into the ground. Part of the leather from Tom's tough palm stayed with the blade as he was flung off. He went head over heels backwards, but had his feet gathered and sprang as they touched the ground, for he knew that no machine could bury its blade like that and get out easily. He leaped to the top of the blade, got one hand on the radiator cap, vaulted. Perversely, the cap broke from its hinge and came away in his hand, in that split instant when only that hand rested on anything. Off balance, he landed on his shoulder with his legs flailing in the air, his body sliding off the hood's smooth shoulder toward the track now churning the earth beneath. He made a wild grab at the air intake pipe, barely had it in his fingers, when the dozer freed itself and shot backwards up and over the hump. Again that breathless flight pivoting over the top, and the clanking crash as the machine landed, this time almost flat on its tracks. The jolt tore Tom's hand away, and as he slid back over the hood, the crook of his elbow caught the exhaust stack, the dull red metal biting into his flesh. He grunted and clamped the arm around it. His momentum carried him around it, and his feet crashed into the steering clutch levers. Hooking one with his instep, he doubled his legs and whipped himself back, scrabbling at the smooth, warm metal, crawling frantically backward until he finally fell heavily into the seat. "Now," he gritted through a red wall of pain, "you're going to get operated," and he kicked out the master clutch. The motor wailed, with the load taken off so suddenly. Tom grasped the throttle, his thumb clamped down on the ratchet release, and he shoved the lever forward to shut off the fuel. It wouldn't shut off. It went down to a slow idle, but it wouldn't shut off. "There's one thing you can't do without," he muttered. "Compression." He stood up and leaned around the dash, reaching for the compression release lever. As he came up out of the seat, the engine revved up again. He turned to the throttle, which had snapped back into the open position. As his hand touched it, the master clutch lever snapped in, and the howling machine lurched forward with a jerk that snapped his head on his shoulders and threw him heavily back into the seat. He snatched at the hydraulic blade control and threw it to float position, and then, as the falling moldboard touched the ground, into power down. The cutting edge bit into the ground, and the engine began to labor. Holding the blade control, he pushed the throttle forward with his other hand. One of the steering clutch levers whipped back and struck him agonizingly on the kneecap. He involuntarily let go of the blade control, and the moldboard began to rise. The engine began to turn faster, and he realized that it was not responding to the throttle. Cursing, he leaped to his feet. The sudden flailing lever struck him 3 times in the groin before he could get between them. Blind with pain, Tom clung gasping to the dash. The oil pressure gauge fell off the dash to his right, with the tinkling of broken glass, and from its broken 1/4-inch line, scalding oil drenched him. The shock of it snapped back his wavering consciousness. Ignoring the blows of the left steering clutch and the master clutch which had started the same mad punching, he bent over the left end of the dash and grasped the compression lever. The tractor rushed forward and spun sickeningly, and Tom knew he was thrown. But as he felt himself leave the decking, his hand punched the compression lever down. The great valves at the cylinder heads opened and locked open, atomized fuel and superheated air chattered out, and as Tom's head and shoulders struck the ground, the great wild machine rolled to a stop, stood silently except for the grumble of water boiling in the cooling system. Minutes later, Tom raised his head and groaned. He rolled over and sat up, his chin on his knees, washed by wave after wave of pain. As they gradually subsided, he crawled to the machine and pulled himself to his feet, hand over hand on the track, and groggily he began to cripple the tractor, at least for the night. He opened the cock under the fuel tank, left the warm yellow fluid gushing out on the ground. He opened the drain on the reservoir by the injection pump. He found a piece of wire in the crank box, and with it tied down the compression release lever. He crawled up on the machine, wrenched the hood and ball jar off the air intake pre-cleaner, pulled off his shirt and stuffed it down the pipe. He pushed the throttle all the way forward and locked it with the locking pin, and he shut off the fuel on the main line from the tank to the pump. Then he climbed heavily to the ground and slogged back to the edge of the plateau where he had left Rivera. They didn't know Tom was hurt until an hour and a half later. There had been too much to do, rigging a stretcher for the Puerto Rican, building him a shelter, an engine crate with an army pup tent for a roof. They brought out the first aid kit and the medical books and did what they could, tied and splinted and dosed with an opiate. Tom was a mass of bruises, and his right arm, where it had hooked the exhaust stack, was a flayed mass. They fixed him up then, old Peebles handling the sulfa powder and bandages like a trained nurse. And only then was there talk. "I've seen a man thrown off a pan," said Dennis as they sat around the coffee urn munching sea rations. "Sitting up on the armrest on a cat looking backwards. Cat hit a rock and bucked, threw him off on the track, stretched him out 10 feet long." He in-whistled some coffee to dilute the mouthful of food he had been talking around, and masticated noisily. "Man's a fool to sit up there on one side of his butt, even on a pan. Can't see why the goonie was doing it on a dozer." "He wasn't," said Tom. Kelly rubbed his pointed jaw. "He sat flat on the seat and was throwed?" "That's right." After an unbelieving silence, Dennis said, "What was he doing? Driving over 60? Tom looked around the circle of faces lit up by the over-artificial brilliance of a pressure lantern and wondered what the reaction would be if he told it all just as it was. He had to say something, and it didn't look as if it could be the truth. "He was working," he said finally, "bucking stone out of the wall of an old building up on the mesa there. One turned loose, and as it did, the governor must have gone haywire. She bucked like a loco hoss and run off." "Run off?" Tom opened his mouth and closed it again, and just nodded. Dennis said, "Well, reckon that's what happens when you put a mechanic to operating." "That had nothing to do with it," Tom snapped. Peebles spoke up quickly. "Tom, what about the 7? Broke up any?" "Some," said Tom. "Better look at the steering clutches. And she was hot." "Head's cracked," said Harris, a burly young man with shoulders like a buffalo and a famous thirst. "How do you know?" "Saw it when Al and me went up with the stretcher to get the kid while you all were building the shelter. Hot water running down the side of the block." "You mean you walked all the way out to the mound to look at that tractor while the kid was lying there? I told you where he was." "Out to the mound?" Al Knoll's bulging eyes teetered out of their sockets. "We found that cat stalled 20 feet away from where the kid was." "What?" "That's right, Tom," said Harris. "What's eating you? Where'd you leave it?"
I told you, by the mound, the old building we cut into. Leave the starting motor running? Starting motor. Tom's mind caught the picture of the small, two-cylinder gasoline engine bolted to the side of the big diesel's crankcase, coupled through a Bendix gear and clutch to the flywheel of the diesel to crank it. He remembered his last glance at the still machine, silent but with the sound of water boiling. Hell no! Al and Harris exchanged a glance. I guess you were sort of slap-happy at the time, Tom, Harris said, not unkindly. When we were halfway up the hill we heard it, and you know you can't mistake that racket. Sounded like it was under a load. Tom beat softly at his temples with his clenched fists. I left that machine dead, he said quietly. I got compression off her and tied down the lever. I even stuffed my shirt in the intake. I drained the tank, but I didn't touch the starting motor. Peebles wanted to know why he had gone to all that trouble. Tom just looked vaguely at him and shook his head. I should have pulled the wires. I never thought about the starting motor, he whispered. Then, Harris, you say you found the starting motor running when you got to the top? No, she was stalled, and hot, almighty hot. I'd say the starting motor was seized up tight. That must be it, Tom. You left the starting motor running and somehow engaged the clutch and Bendix. His voice lost conviction as he said it. It takes 17 separate motions to start a tractor of this type. Anyhow, she was in gear and crawled along on the little motor. I done that once, said Chubb. Broke a conrod on an 8 on a highway job. Walked her about 3/4 of a mile on the starting motor that way. Only I had to stop every 100 yards and let her cool down some. Not without sarcasm, Dennis said, Seems to me like the 7 was out to get the Goonie. Made one pass at him and then went back to finish the job. Al Knowles haw-hawed extravagantly. Tom stood up, shaking his head, and went off among the crates to the hospital they had jury-rigged for the kid. A dim light was burning inside, and Rivera lay very still with his eyes closed. Tom leaned in the doorway, the open end of the engine crate, and watched him for a moment. Behind him he could hear the murmur of the crew's voices. The night was otherwise windless and still. Rivera's face was the peculiar color that olive skin takes when drained of blood. Tom looked at his chest and for a panicky moment thought he could discern no movement there. He entered and put a hand over the boy's heart. Rivera shivered, his eyes flew open, and he drew a sudden breath which caught raggedly at the back of his throat. Tom! Tom! He cried weakly. Okay, Goonie. ¿Qué pasa? She coming back. Tom! Who? El de Siete. Daisietta? She ain't coming back, kiddo. You're off the mesa now. Keep your chin up, fella. Rivera's dark, doped eyes stared up at him without expression. Tom moved back, and the eyes continued to stare. They weren't seeing anything. Go to sleep, he whispered. The eyes closed instantly. Kelly was saying that nobody ever got hurt on a construction job unless somebody was dumb. And most times you don't realize how dumb what you're doing is until somebody does get hurt. The dumb part was getting a kid and not even an operator at that up on a machine, said Dennis in his smuggest voice. I heard you try to sing that song before, said old Peebles quietly. I hate to have to point out anything like this to a man because it don't do any good to make comparisons. But I've worked with that fellow Rivera for a long time now, and I've seen him as good but doggone few better. As far as you're concerned, you're okay on a pan, but the kid could give you cards and spades and still make you look like a cost accountant on a dozer. Dennis half rose and mouthed something filthy. He looked at Al Knowles for backing and got it. He looked around the circle and got none. Peebles lounged back, sucking on his pipe, watching from under those bristling brows. Dennis subsided, running now on another tack. So what does that prove? The better you say he is, the less reason he had to fall off a cat and get himself hurt. I haven't got the thing straight yet, said Chubb in a voice whose tone indicated, I hate to admit it, but... About this time, Tom returned, like a sleepwalker, standing with the brilliant pressure lantern between him and Dennis. Dennis rambled right on, not knowing he was anywhere near. That's something you never will find out. That Puerto Rican is a pretty husky kid. Could be Tom said something he didn't like and he tried to put a knife in Tom's back. They all do, you know. Tom didn't get all that bashing around just stopping a machine. They must have went round and round for a while, and the goonie wound up with a busted back. Tom sets the dozer to walk him down while he lies there and comes on down here and tries to tell us." His voice fluttered to a stop as Tom loomed over him. Tom grabbed the pan operator up by the slack of his shirt front with his uninjured arm and shook him like an empty burlap bag. "Skunk," he growled. "I ought to lower the boom on you." He set Dennis on his feet and backhanded his face with the edge of his forearm. Dennis went down, cowered down rather than fell. "Oh, Tom, I was just talking. Just a joke, Tom. I was just—" "Yellow, too," snarled Tom, stepping forward, raising a solid Texan boot. Peebles barked, "Tom!" and the foot came back to the ground. "Out of my sight," rumbled the foreman. "Git!" Dennis got. Al Knoll said vaguely, "Now, Tom, y'all can't—" You wall-eyed string bean," Tom raved, his voice harsh and strained. "Go along with your Siamese twin." Okay, said Al, white-faced, and disappeared into the dark after Dennis. "Nuts to this," said Chubb. "I'm turning in." He went to a crate and hauled out a mosquito-hooded sleeping bag and went off without another word. Harris and Kelly, who were both on their feet, sat down again. Old Peebles hadn't moved. Tom stood staring out into the dark, his arms straight at his sides, his fists knotted. "Sit down," said Peebles gently. Tom turned and stared at him. "Sit down. I can't change that dressing unless you do." He pointed at the bandage around Tom's elbow. It was red, a widening stain, the tattered tissues having parted as the big Georgian bunched his infuriated muscles. He sat down. "Talking about dumbness," said Harris calmly as Peebles went to work. "I was about to say that I got the record. I done the dumbest thing anybody ever did on a machine. You can't top it." "I could," said Kelly. "Running a crane dragline once. Put her in boom gear and started to boom her up. Had an 85-foot stick on her. Machine was standing on wooden mats in the middle of a swamp. Heard the motor miss and got out of the saddle to look at the filer glass. Messed around back there longer than I figured, and the boom went straight up in the air and fell backwards over the cab. The jolt tilted my mats, and she slid backwards slowly and stately as you please, butt first into the mud. Buried up to the eyeball she was." He laughed quietly. "Looked like a ditching machine." "I still say I done the dumbest thing ever, bar none," said Harris. "It was on a river job, widening a channel. I come back to work from a 3-day binge, still rum-dumb. Got up on a dozer and was working around on the edge of a 20-foot cliff. Down at the foot of the cliff was a big hickory tree, and growing right along the edge was a great big limb. I got the dopey idea I should break it off. I put one track on the limb and the other on the cliff edge and run out away from the trunk. I was about halfway out and the branch sagging some before I thought what would happen if it broke. Just about then it did break. You know hickory. If it breaks at all, it breaks altogether. So down we go into 30 feet of water, me and the cat. I got out from under somehow. When all them bubbles stopped coming up, I swum around looking down at it. I was still paddling around when the superintendent came rushing up. He wants to know what's up. I yell at him, 'Look down there, the way that water is moving and shifting. Looks like the cat is working down there.' He pursed his lips and tisk-tisked. My, that man said some nasty things to me." "Where'd you get your next job?" Kelly exploded. "Oh, he didn't fire me," said Harris soberly. "Said he couldn't afford to fire a man as dumb as that. Said he wanted me around to look at whenever he felt bad." Tom said, "Thanks, you guys. That's as good a way as any of saying that everybody makes mistakes." He stood up, examining the new dressing, turning his arm in front of the lantern. "You all can think what you please, but I don't recollect there was any dumbness went on that mesa this evening. That's finished with anyway. Do I have to say that Dennis's idea about it is all wet?" Harris said one foul word that completely disposed of Dennis and anything he might say. Peebles said, "It'll be all right. Dennis and his pop-eyed friend'll hang together, but they don't amount to anything. Chubb'll do whatever he's argued into." "So you got 'em all lined up, hey?" Tom shrugged. "In the meantime, are we going to get an airfield built?" "We'll get it built," Peebles said. "Only, Tom, I got no right to give you any advice, but go easy on the rough stuff after this. It does a lot of harm." "I will if I can," said Tom gruffly.
They broke up and turned in. Peebles was right. It did do harm. It made Dennis use the word murder when they found in the morning that Rivera had died during the night. The work progressed in spite of everything that had happened. With equipment like that, it's hard to slow things down. Kelly bit 2 cubic yards out of the bluff with every swing of the big shovel, and dumpters are the fastest short-haul earth movers yet devised. Dennis kept the service road clean for them with his pan, and Tom and Chubb spelled each other on the bulldozer they had detached from its pan to make up for the lack of the 7, spending their alternate periods with transit and stakes. Peebles was rodman for the surveys and, in between times, worked on setting up his field shop, keeping the water cooler and battery chargers running, and lining up his forge and welding tables. The operators fueled and serviced their own equipment, and there was little delay. Rocks and marl came out of the growing cavity in the side of the central mesa. A whole third of it had to come out, were spun down to the edge of the swamp, which lay across the lower end of the projected runway, in the hornet-howling dump tractors. Their big driving wheels churned up vast clouds of dust, and were dumped and spread and walked in by the whining 2-cycle dozer. When muck began to pile up in front of the fill, it was blasted out of the way with carefully placed charges of 60% dynamite, and the craters filled with rocks, stone from the ruins, and surfaced with easily compacting marl, run out of a clean deposit by the pan. And when he had his shop set up, Peebles went up the hill to get the 7. When he got to it, he just stood there for a moment, scratching his head, and then, shaking his head, he ambled back down the hill and went for Tom. "Been looking at the 7, he said, when he had flagged the moaning 2-cycle and Tom had climbed off. "What did you find?" Peebles held out an arm. "A list as long as that." He shook his head. "Tom, what really happened up there?" "Governor went haywire and she run away," Tom said, promptly, deadpan. "Yeah, but—" For a long moment he held Tom's gaze. Then he sighed. "Okay, Tom. Anyhow, I can't do a thing up there. We'll have to bring her back, and I'll have to have this tractor to tow her down. And first I have to have some help. The track idler adjustment bolt's busted, and the right track is off the track rollers." "Oh, so that's why she couldn't get to the kid running on the starting motor. Track would hardly turn, hey? It's a miracle she ran as far as she did. That track is really jammed up, riding right up on the roller flanges, and that ain't the half of it. The head's gone, like Harris said, and Lord only knows what I'll find when I open her up." "Why bother?" "What?" "We can get along without that dozer," said Tom suddenly. "Leave her where she is. There's lots more for you to do." "But what for?" "Well, there's no call to go to all that trouble." Peebles scratched the side of his nose and said, "I got a new head, trackmaster pins, even a spare starting motor." "I got tools to make what I don't stock." He pointed at the long row of dumps left by the hurtling dump tractors while they had been talking. "You got a pan tied up because you're using this machine to doze with, and you can't tell me you can't use another one. You're going to have to shut down 1 or 2 of those dumpters if you go on like this." "I had all that figured out as soon as I opened my mouth," Tom said sullenly. "Let's go." They climbed on the tractor and took off, stopping for a moment at the beach outcropping to pick up a cable and some tools. Daisy Etta sat at the edge of the mesa, glowering out of her stilted headlights at the soft sward which still bore the impression of a young body and the tramplings of the stretcher-bearers. Her general aspect was woebegone. There were scratches on her olive-drab paint, and the bright metal of the scratches was already dulled red by the earliest powder rust. And though the ground was level, she was not, for her right track was off its lower rollers, and she stood slightly canted, like a man who has had a broken hip. And whatever passed for consciousness within her mulled over that paradox of the bulldozer that every operator must go through while he is learning his own machine. It is the most difficult thing of all for the beginner to understand that paradox. A bulldozer is a crawling powerhouse, a behemoth of noise and toughness, the nearest thing to the famous irresistible force. The beginner, awed and with the pictures of unconquerable army tanks printed on his mind from the newsreels, takes all in his stride and, with the sense of limitless power, treats all obstacles alike, not knowing the fragility of a cast-iron radiator core, the mortality of tempered manganese, the friability of overheated babbitt,
and most of all, the ease with which a tractor can bury itself in mud. Climbing off to stare at a machine which he has reduced in 20 seconds to a useless hulk, or which was running a half-minute before on ground where it now has its tracks out of sight, he has that sense of guilty disappointment which overcomes any man on having made an error in judgment. So as she stood, Daisy Etta was broken and useless. These soft, persistent bipeds had built her, and if they were like any other race that built machines, they could care for them. The ability to reverse the tension of a spring, or twist a control rod, or reduce to zero the friction in a nut and lock washer was not enough to repair the crack in a cylinder head, nor bearings welded to a crankshaft in an overheated starting motor. There had been a lesson to learn. It had been learned. Daisy Etta would be repaired, and the next time, well, at least she would know her own weaknesses. Tom swung the two-cycle machine and edged in next to the 7, with the edge of his blade all but touching Daisy Etta's pushbeam. They got off, and Peebles bent over the drum-tight right track. "Watch yourself," said Tom. "Watch what?" "Oh, nothing, I guess." He circled the machine, trained eyes probing over frame and fittings. He stepped forward suddenly and grasped the fuel tank drain cock. It was closed. He opened it, golden oil gushed out. He shut it off, climbed up on the machine, and opened the fuel cap on top of the tank. He pulled out the bayonet gauge, wiped it in the crook of his knee, dipped and withdrew it. The tank was more than 3/4 full. "What's the matter?" asked Peebles, staring curiously at Tom's drawn face. "Peavy, I opened the cock to drain this tank. I left it with oil running out on the ground. She shut herself off." "Now, Tom, you're letting this thing get you down. You just thought you did. I've seen a mainline valve shut itself off when it's worn bad, but only 'cause the fuel pump pulls it shut when the motor's running, but not a gravity drain." "Mainline valve?" Tom pulled the seat up and looked. One glance was enough to show him that this one was open. "She opened this one, too." Okay, don't look at me like that." Peebles was as near to exasperation as he could possibly get. "What difference does it make?" Tom did not answer. He was not the type of man who, when faced with something beyond his understanding, would begin to doubt his own sanity. His was a dogged insistence that what he saw and sensed was what had actually happened. In him was none of the fainting fear of madness that another, more sensitive man might feel. He doubted neither himself nor his evidence, and so could free his mind for searching out the consuming why of a problem. He knew instinctively that to share unbelievable happenings with anyone else, even if they had really occurred, was to put even further obstacles in his way. So he kept his clam-like silence and stubbornly, watchfully investigated. The slipped track was so tightly drawn up on the roller flanges that there could be no question of pulling the master pin and opening the track up. It would have to be worked back in place, a very delicate operation, for a little force applied in the wrong direction would be enough to run the track off altogether. To complicate things, the blade of the 7 was down on the ground and would have to be lifted before the machine could be maneuvered, and its hydraulic hoist was useless without the motor. Peebles unhooked 20 feet of half-inch cable from the rear of the smaller dozer, scratched a hole in the ground under the 7's blade, and pushed the eye of the cable through. Climbing over the moldboard, he slipped the eye onto the big towing hook bolted to the underside of the belly guard. The other end of the cable he threw out on the ground in front of the machine. Tom mounted the other dozer and swung into place, ready to tow. Peebles hooked the cable onto Tom's drawbar, hopped up on the 7. He put her in neutral, disengaged the master clutch, and put the blade control over into float position, then raised an arm. Tom perched upon the armrest of his machine, looking backwards, moved slowly, taking up the slack in the cable. It straightened and grew taut, and as it did, it forced the 7's blade upward. Peebles waved for slack and put the blade control into hold. The cable bellied downward away from the blade. "Hydraulic system's okay anyhow," called Peebles as Tom throttled down. "Move over and take a strain to the right, sharp as you can without fouling the cable on the track. We'll see if we can walk this track back on." Tom backed up, cut sharply to the right, and drew the cable out almost at right angles to the other machine. Peebles held the right track of the 7 with the brake and released both steering clutches. The left track now could turn free, the right not at all. Tom was running at a quarter throttle in his lowest gear, so that his machine barely crept along, taking the strain. The 7 shook gently and began to pivot on the taut right track, unbelievable foot-pounds of energy coming to bear on the front of the track where it rode high up on the idler wheel. Peebles released the right brake with his foot and applied it again in a series of skilled, deft jerks. The track would move a few inches and stop again, force being applied forward and sideways alternately, urging the track persuasively back in place. Then a little jolt and she was in, riding true on the 5 truck rollers, the 2 track carrier rollers, the driving sprocket, and the idler. Peebles got off and stuck his head in between the sprocket and the rear carrier, squinting down and sideways to see if there were any broken flanges or roller brushes. Tom came over and pulled him out by the seat of his trousers. "Time enough for that when you get her in the shop," he said, masking his nervousness. "Reckon she'll roll?" "She'll roll. I never saw a track in that condition come back that easy. By gosh, it's as if she was trying to help." "They'll do it sometimes," said Tom stiffly. "You better take the tow tractor, Peavy. I'll stay with this'n." "Anything you say." And cautiously they took the steep slope down, Tom barely holding the brakes, giving the other machine a straight pull all the way. And so they brought Daisy Etta down to Peebles' outdoor shop, where they pulled her cylinder head off, took off her starting motor, pulled out a burned clutch facing, had her quite helpless, and put her together again. "I tell you it was outright cold-blooded murder," said Dennis hotly. "And here we are taking orders from a guy like that. What are we going to do about it?" They were standing by the cooler. Dennis had run his machine there to waylay Chubb. Chubb Horton's cigar went down and up like a semaphore with a short circuit. "We'll skip it. The blacktopping crew will be here in another 2 weeks or so, and we can make a report. Besides, I don't know what happened up there any more than you do. In the meantime, we got a runway to build." "You don't know what happened up there? Chubb, you're a smart man. Smart enough to run this job better than Tom Jager, even if he wasn't crazy." "And you're surely smart enough not to believe all that cock and bull about that tractor running out from under that grease monkey. Listen." He leaned forward and tapped Chubb's chest. "He said it was the governor. I saw that governor myself and heard old Peebles say there wasn't a thing wrong with it. The throttle control rod had slipped off its yoke, yeah. But you know what a tractor will do when the throttle control goes out. It'll idle or stall. It won't run away, whatever." "Well, maybe so, but nothing. A guy that'll commit murder ain't sane. If he did it once, he can do it again, and I ain't fixin' to let that happen to me." 2 things crossed Chubb's steady but not too bright mind at this. One was that Dennis, whom he did not like but could not shake, was trying to force him into something that he did not want to do. The other was that under all of his swift talk, Dennis was scared spitless. "What do you want to do, call up the sheriff?" Dennis ha-ha'd appreciatively, one of the reasons he was so hard to shake. "I'll tell you what we can do. As long as we have you here, he isn't the only man who knows the work. If we stop taking orders from him, you can give him as good or better, and there won't be anything he can do about it." "Doggone it, Dennis," said Chubb with sudden exasperation. "What do you think you're doing, handing me over the keys to the kingdom or something? What do you want to see me bossing around here for?" He stood up. "Suppose we did what you said. Would it get the field built any quicker? Would it get me any more money in my pay envelope? What do you think I want, glory? I passed up a chance to run for councilman once. You think I'd raise a finger to get a bunch of mugs to do what I say, when they do it anyway?" "Aw, Chubb, I wouldn't cause trouble just for the fun of it. That's not what I mean at all. But unless we do something about that guy, we ain't safe. Can't you get that through your head?" "Listen, Wendy, if a man keeps busy enough, he can't get into no trouble. That goes for Tom. You might keep that in mind. But it goes for you, too. Get back up on that rig and get back to the marl pit." Dennis, completely taken by surprise, turned to his machine. "It's a pity you can't move earth with your mouth," said Chubb as he walked off. "They could have left you to do this job single-handed." Chubb walked slowly toward the outcropping, switching at beach pebbles with a grade stake and swearing to himself.
He was essentially a simple man and believed in the simplest possible approach to everything. He liked a job where he could do everything required and where nothing turned up to complicate things. He had been in the grading business for a long time as an operator and survey party boss, and he was remarkable for one thing. He had always held aloof from the cliques and internecine politics that are the breath of life to most construction men. He was disturbed and troubled at the backstabbing that went on around him on various jobs. If it was blunt, he was disgusted, and subtlety simply left him floundering and bewildered. He was stupid enough so that his basic honesty manifested itself in his speech and actions, and he had learned that complete honesty in dealing with men above and below him was almost invariably painful to all concerned. But he had not the wit to act otherwise, and did not try to. If he had a bad tooth, he had it pulled out as soon as he could. If he got a raw deal from a superintendent over him, that superintendent would get told exactly what the trouble was, and if he didn't like it, there were other jobs. And if the pulling and hauling of cliques got in his hair, he had always said so and left. Or he had sounded off and stayed. His completely selfish reaction to things that got in the way of his work had earned him a lot of regard from men he had worked under. And so, in this instance, he had no hesitation about choosing a course of action. Only, how did you go about asking a man if he was a murderer? He found the foreman with an enormous wrench in his hand, tightening up the new track adjustment bolt they had installed in the 7. "Hey, Chub, glad you turned up. Let's get a piece of pipe over the end of this thing and really bear down." Chub went for the pipe, and they fitted it over the handle of the 4-foot wrench and hauled until the sweat ran down their backs, Tom checking the track clearance occasionally with the crowbar. He finally called it good enough, and they stood there in the sun, gasping for breath. "Tom," panted Chub, "did you kill that Puerto Rican?" Tom's head came up as if someone had burned the back of his neck with a cigarette. "Because," said Chub, "if you did, you can't go on running this job." Tom said, "That's a lousy thing to kid about." "You know I ain't kiddin'. Well, did you?" "No." Tom sat down on a keg, wiped his face with a bandana. "What's got into you?" "I just wanted to know. Some of the boys are worried about it." Tom's eyes narrowed. "Some of the boys, huh? I think I get it. Listen to me, Chub. Rivera was killed by that thing there." He thumbed over his shoulder at the 7, which was standing ready now, awaiting only the building of a broken cutting corner on the blade. Peebles was winding up the welding machine as he spoke. "If you mean did I put him up on the machine before he was thrown, the answer is yes. That much I killed him, and don't think I don't feel it. I had a hunch something was wrong up there, but I couldn't put my finger on it, and I certainly didn't think anybody was going to get hurt." "Well, what was wrong?" "I still don't know." Tom stood up. "I'm tired of beating around the bush, Chub, and I don't much care anymore what anybody thinks. There's something wrong with that 7, something that wasn't built into her. They don't make tractors better than that one, but whatever it was happened up there on the mesa has queered this one. Now go ahead and think what you like, and dream up any story you want to tell the boys. In the meantime, you can pass the word. Nobody runs that machine but me, understand? Nobody." Tom's patience broke. "That's all I'm going to say about it. If anybody else gets hurt, it's going to be me, understand? What more do you want?" He strode off, boiling. Chub stared after him, and after a long moment reached up and took the cigar from his lips. Only then did he realize that he had bitten it in two. Half the butt was still inside his mouth. He spat and stood there, shaking his head. "How's she going, Peavy?" Peebles looked up from the welding machine. "All right, Chub. Have her ready for you in 20 minutes. He gauged the distance between the welding machine and the big tractor. "I should have 40 feet of cable," he said, looking at the festoons of arc and ground cables that hung from the storage hooks in the back of the welder. "Don't want to get a tractor over here to move the thing, and don't feel like cranking up the 7 just to get it close enough." He separated the arc cable and threw it aside, walked to the tractor, paying the ground cable off his arm. He threw out the last of his slack and grasped the ground clamp when he was 8 feet from the machine. Taking it in his left hand, he pulled hard, trying to reach out with his right to grasp the moldboard of the 7, trying to get it far enough to clamp onto the machine. Chub stood there watching him, chewing on his cigar,
absent-mindedly diddling with the controls on the arc welder. He pressed the starter button and the six-cylinder motor responded with a purr. He spun the work selector dials idly, threw the arc generator switch. A bolt of incredible energy, thin, searing, blue-white, left the rod holder at his feet, stretched itself 50 feet across to Peebles, whose fingers had just touched the moldboard of the tractor. Peebles' head and shoulders were surrounded for a second by a violet nimbus, and then he folded over and dropped. A circuit breaker clacked behind the control board of the welder, but too late. The 7 rolled slowly backward without firing, on level ground, until it brought up against a road roller. Chubb's cigar was gone, and he didn't notice it. He had the knuckles of his right hand in his mouth, and his teeth sunk into the pudgy flesh. His eyes protruded. He crouched there and quivered, literally frightened out of his mind. For old Peebles was almost burned in two. They buried him next to Rivera. There wasn't much talk afterwards. The old man had been a lot closer to all of them than they had realized until now. Harris, for once in his rum-dum, light-hearted life, was quiet and serious, and Kelly's walk seemed to lose some of its litheness. Hour after hour, Dennis's flabby mouth worked, and he bit at his lower lip until it was swollen and tender. Al Noel seemed more or less unaffected, as was to be expected from a man who had something less than the brains of a chicken. Chub Horton had snapped out of it after a couple of hours and was very nearly himself again. And in Tom Jager swirled a black, furious anger at this unknowable curse that had struck the camp. And they kept working. There was nothing else to do. The shovel kept up its rhythmic swing and dig, swing and dump, and the dumpster screamed back and forth between it and the little that there was left of the swamp. The upper end of the runway was grassed off. Chub and Tom set grade stakes, and Dennis began the long job of cutting and filling the humpy surface with his pan. Harris manned the other and followed him, a cut behind. The shape of the runway emerged from the land, and then that of the paralleling taxiway, and 3 days went by. The horror of Peebles' death wore off enough so that they could talk about it, and very little of the talk helped anybody. Tom took his spells at everything, changing over with Kelly to give him a rest from the shovel, making a few rounds with the pan, putting in hours on a dumpster. His arm was healing slowly but clean, and he worked grimly in spite of it, taking a perverse sort of pleasure from the pain of it. Every man on the job watched his machine with the solicitude of a mother with her firstborn. A serious breakdown would have been disastrous without a highly skilled mechanic. The only concession that Tom allowed himself in regard to Peebles' death was to corner Kelly one afternoon and ask him about the welding machine. Part of Kelly's rather patchy past had been spent in a technical college where he had studied electrical engineering and women. He had learned a little of the former and enough of the latter to get him thrown out on his ear. So, on the off chance that he might know something about the freak arc, Tom put it to him. Kelly pulled off his high gauntlet gloves and batted sandflies with them. "What sort of an arc was that? Boy, you got me there. Did you ever hear of a welding machine doing like that before?" "I did not. A welding machine just don't have that sort of push. I saw a man get a full jolt from a 400-amp welder once, and although it set him down, it didn't hurt him any." "It's not amperage that kills people," said Kelly. "It's voltage. Voltage is the pressure behind a current, you know. Take an amount of water, call it amperage. If I throw it in your face, it won't hurt you. If I put it through a small hose, you'll feel it. But if I pump it through the tiny holes on a diesel injector nozzle at about 1,200 pounds, it'll draw blood. But a welding arc generator just is not wound to build up that kind of voltage. I can't see where any short circuit anywhere through the armature or field windings could do such a thing." From what Chubb said, he had been fooling around with the work selector. I don't think anyone touched the dials after it happened. The selector dial was run all the way over to the low-current application segment, and the current control was around the halfway mark. That's not enough juice to get you a good bead with the quarter-inch rod, let alone kill somebody, or roll a tractor back 30 feet on level ground. "Or jump 50 feet, said Kelly. "It would take thousands of volts to generate an arc like that." "Is it possible that something in the 7 could have pulled that arc? I mean, suppose the arc wasn't driven over, but was drawn over. I tell you she was hot for 4 hours after that." Kelly shook his head. Never heard of any such thing. Look, just to have something to call them, we call direct current terminals positive and negative. And just because it works in theory, we say that current flows from negative to positive. There couldn't be any more positive attraction in one electrode than there is negative drive in the other. See what I mean? There couldn't be some freak condition that would cause a sort of oversized positive field. I mean one that would suck out the negative flow all in a heap, make it smash through under a lot of pressure, like the water you were talking about through an injector nozzle? No, Tom. It just don't work that way, far as anyone knows. I don't know, though. There are some things about static electricity that nobody understands. All I can say is that what happened couldn't happen, and if it did, it couldn't have killed Peebles. And you know the answer to that. Tom glanced away at the upper end of the runway where the two graves were. There was bitterness and turbulent anger naked there for a moment, and he turned and walked away without another word. And when he went back to have another look at the welding machine, Daisy Etta was gone. Al Knowles and Harris squatted together near the water cooler. "Bad," said Harris. "Never saw anything like it," said Al. "Old Tom come back from the shop there just raising Cain. Where's that 7 gone? Where's that 7? I never heard such cans on." "Dennis did take it, huh?" "Sure did." Harris said, "He came spouting around to me a while back, Dennis did. Chubb had told him Tom said for everybody to stay off that machine. Dennis was mad as a wet hen. Said Tom was carrying that kind of business too far. Said there was probably something about the 7 Tom didn't want us to find out. Might incriminate him. Dennis is ready to say Tom killed the kid." "Reckon he did, Harris?" Harris shook his head. "I've known Tom too long to think that. If he won't tell us what really happened up on the mesa, he has a reason for it. How'd Dennis come to take the dozer?" "Blew a front tire on his pan. Came back here to get another rig, maybe a dumpster. Saw the 7 standing there ready to go. Stood there looking at it and cussing Tom. Said he was tired of bashing his kidneys to pieces on them other rigs, and be damned if he wouldn't take something that rode good for a change. I told him old Tom raised the roof when he found him on it. He had a couple more things to say about Tom then." "I didn't think he had the guts to take the rig." "Oh, he talked himself blind mad." They looked up as Chubb Horton trotted up, panting. "Hey, you guys, come on. We better get up there to Dennis." "What's wrong?" asked Harris, climbing to his feet. "Tom passed me a minute ago looking like the wrath of God and hightailing it for the Swampville. I asked him what was the matter, and he hollered that Dennis had took the 7. Said he was always talking about murder, and he'd get his fill of it fooling around that machine." Chubb went wall-eyed, licked his lips beside his cigar. "Uh-oh," said Harris quietly. "That's the wrong kind of talk for just now. You don't suppose he—" "Come on!" They saw Tom before they were halfway there. He was walking slowly with his head down. Harris shouted. Tom raised his face, stopped, stood there waiting with a peculiarly slumped stance. "Where's Dennis?" barked Chubb. Tom waited until they were almost up to him, and then weakly raised an arm and thumbed over his shoulder. His face was green. "Tom, is he—" Tom nodded and swayed a little. His granite jaw was slack. "I'll stay with him. He's sick. Harris, let's go." Tom was sick then and there. Very. Al stood gaping at him, fascinated. Chubb and Harris found Dennis. All of 12 square feet of him ground and churned and rolled out into a torn-up patch of earth. Daisy Etta was gone. Back at the outcropping, they sat with Tom while Al Knowles took a dumpster and roared away to get Kelly. "You saw him?" he said dully after a time. Harris said, "Yeah." The screaming dumpster and a mountainous cloud of dust arrived, Kelly driving, Al holding on with a death grip to the dump bed guards. Kelly flung himself off, ran to Tom. "Tom, what is all this? Dennis dead? And you... Tom's head came up slowly, the slackness going out of his long face, a light suddenly coming into his eyes. Until this moment it had not crossed his mind what these men might think. What? Al says you killed him." Tom's eyes flicked at Al Knowles, and Al winced as if the glance had been a quirt. Harris said, "What about it, Tom?" "Nothing about it. He was killed by that 7. You saw that for yourself." "I stuck with you all along," said Harris slowly. "I took everything you said and believed it." "This is too strong for you?" Tom asked. Harris nodded. "Too strong, Tom." Tom looked at the grim circle of faces and laughed suddenly. He stood up, put his back against a tall crate. "What do you plan to do about it?" There was a silence. "You think I went up there and knocked that windbag off the machine and ran over him?" More silence. "Listen, I went up there and saw what you saw. He was dead before I got there. That's not good enough either?" He paused and licked his lips. "So after I killed him, I got up on the tractor and drove it far enough away so you couldn't see or hear it when you got there. And then I sprouted wings and flew back so's I was halfway here when you met me, 10 minutes after I spoke to Chubb on my way up." Kelly said vaguely, "Tractor?" "Well," said Tom harshly to Harris, "was the tractor there when you and Chubb went up and saw Dennis?" "No." Chubb smacked his thigh suddenly. "You could have drove it into the swamp, Tom." Tom said angrily, "I'm wasting my time. You guys got it all figured out. Why ask me anything at all?" "Oh, take it easy," said Kelly. "We just want the facts. Just what did happen? You met Chubb and told him that Dennis would get all the murdering he could take if he messed around that machine. That right?" "That's right." "Then what?" "Then the machine murdered him." Chubb, with remarkable patience, asked, "What did you mean the day Peebles was killed when you said that something had queered the 7 up there on the mesa?" Tom said furiously, "I meant what I said. You guys are set to crucify me for this, and I can't stop you. Well, listen. Something's got into that 7. I don't know what it is, and I don't think I ever will know. I thought that after she smashed herself up that it was finished with. I had an idea that when we had her torn down and helpless we should have left her that way. I was dead right, but it's too late now. She's killed Rivera, and she's killed Dennis, and she sure had something to do with killing Peebles. And my idea is that she won't stop as long as there's a human being alive on this island." "What do you know?" said Chubb. "Sure, Tom, sure," said Kelly quietly. "That tractor is out to get us. But don't worry, we'll catch it and tear it down. Just don't you worry about it any more. It'll be all right." "That's right, Tom," said Harris. "You just take it easy around camp for a couple of days till you feel better. Chubb and the rest of us will handle things for you. You had too much sun." "You're a swell bunch of fellows," gritted Tom with the deepest sarcasm. "You want to live," he shouted. "Get out there and throw that maverick bulldozer." "That maverick bulldozer is at the bottom of the swamp where you put it," growled Chubb. His head lowered and he started to move in. "Sure we want to live. The best way to do that is to put you where you can't kill anybody else. Get him!" He leaped. Tom straightened him with his left and crossed with his right. Chubb went down, tripping Harris. Al Knowles scuttled to a toolbox and dipped out a 14-inch crescent wrench. He circled around, keeping out of trouble, trying to look useful. Tom loosened a haymaker at Kelly, whose head seemed to withdraw like a turtle's. It whistled over, throwing Tom badly off balance. Harris, still on his knees, tackled Tom's legs. Chubb hit him in the small of the back with the meaty shoulder, and Tom went flat on his face. Al Knowles, holding the wrench in both hands, swept it up and back like a baseball bat. At the top of its swing, Kelly reached over, snatched it out of his hands, and tapped Tom delicately behind the ear with it. Tom went limp. It was late, but nobody seemed to feel like sleeping. They sat around the pressure lantern, talking idly. Chubb and Kelly played an inconsequential game of casino, forgetting to pick up their points. Harris paced up and down like a man in a cell, and Al Knowles was squinched up close to the light, his eyes wide and watching. "I need a drink," said Harris. "10s," said one of the casino players. Al Knowles said, "We should have killed him. We ought to kill him now." "There's been too much killing already," said Chubb. "Shut up, you." And to Kelly, "With big casino," sweeping up cards. Kelly caught his wrist and grinned. "Big casino's the 10 of diamonds, not the 10 of hearts, remember?" "Oh." "How long before the blacktopping crew will be here?" quavered Al Knowles. 12 days, said Harris. "And they better bring some liquor." "Hey, you guys." They fell silent. "Hey." "It's Tom," said Kelly. "Building 6's, Chub." "I'm gonna go kick his ribs in," said Knowles, not moving. "I heard that," said the voice from the darkness. "If I wasn't hog-tied—" "We know what you'd do," said Chub. "How much proof do you think we need?" "Chub, you don't have to do any more to him." It was Kelly flinging his cards down and getting up. "Tom, you want water?" "Yes." Sit down, said Chub. "Let him lie there and bleed," Al Knowles said. "Nuts." Kelly went and filled a cup and brought it to Tom. The big Georgian was tied thoroughly, wrists together, taut rope between elbows and elbows behind his back, so that his hands were immovable over his solar plexus. His knees and ankles were bound as well, although Knowles' little idea of a short rope between ankles and throat hadn't been used. "Thanks, Kelly." Tom drank greedily, Kelly holding his head. "Goes good." He drank more. "What hit me?" "One of the boys. About the time you said the cat was haunted." "Oh, yeah." Tom rolled his head and blinked with pain. "Any sense asking you if you blame us?" "Kelly, does somebody else have to get killed before you guys wake up? None of us figure there will be any more killing, now." The rest of the men drifted up. "Are you willing to talk sense?" Chub wanted to know. Al Knowles laughed. "Yuck, yuck. Don't he look dangerous now?" Harris said suddenly, "Al, I'm going to have to tape your mouth with the skin off your neck." "Am I the kind of guy that makes up ghost stories?" "Never have that I know of, Tom." Harris kneeled down beside him. "Never killed anyone before, either." "Oh, get away from me. Get away," said Tom tiredly. "Get up and make us," jeered Al. Harris got up and backhanded him across the mouth. Al squeaked, took 3 steps backward, and tripped over a drum of grease. "I told you," said Harris almost plaintively. "I told you, Al." Tom stopped the bumble of comment. "Shut up," he hissed. "Shut up," he roared. They shut. "Chub," said Tom rapidly, evenly, "what did you say I did with that 7? "Buried it in the swamp." "Yeah. Listen." "Listen at what?" "Be quiet and listen." So they listened. It was another still, windless night, with the thin crescent of moon showing nothing true in the black and muffled silver landscape. The smallest whisper of surf drifted up from the beach, and from far off to the right, where the swamp was, a scandalized frog croaked protest at the manhandling of his mud-hole. But the sound that crept down, freezing their bones, came from the bluff behind their camp. It was the unmistakable staccato of a starting engine. "The 7. "That's right, Chub," said Tom. "Who's cranking her up?" "Are we all here?" "All but Peebles and Dennis and Rivera," said Tom. "It's Dennis' ghost," moaned Al. Chub snapped, "Shut up, lame brain." "She's shifted to diesel," said Kelly, listening. "She'll be here in a minute," said Tom. "You know, fellas, we can't all be crazy, but you're about to have a time convincing yourself of it. You like this, don't you?" "Some ways. Rivera used to call that machine Daisy-Etta, 'cause she's Daisy-Ette in Spig. Daisy-Etta, she wants her a man." "Tom," said Harris, "I wish you'd stop that chattering. You make me nervous." "I got to do something. I can't run," Tom drawled. "We're going to have a look," said Chub. "If there's nobody on that cat, we'll turn you loose." "Mighty white of you. Reckon you'll get back before she does?" "We'll get back. Harris, come with me. We'll get one of the pan tractors. They can outrun a 7. Kelly, take Al and get the other one." "Dennis's machine has a flat tire on the pan," said Al's quavering voice. "Pull the pin and cut the cables then. Get!" Kelly and Al Knowles ran off. "Good hunting, Chub." Chub went to him, bent over. "I think I'm going to have to apologize to you, Tom." "No, you ain't. I'd have done the same. Get along now if you think you got to, but hurry back." "I got to, and I'll hurry back." Harris said, "Don't go away, boy." Tom returned the grin, and they were gone. But they didn't hurry back. They didn't come back at all. It was Kelly who came pounding back, with Al Knowles on his heels a half-hour later. "Al, give me your knife." He went to work on the ropes. His face was drawn. "I could see some of it," whispered Tom. "Chub and Harris?" Kelly nodded. There wasn't nobody on the 7, like you said. He said it as if there was nothing else in his mind, as if the most rigid self-control was keeping him from saying it over and over. I could see the lights, said Tom. A tractor angling up the hill. Pretty soon another crossing it, lighting up the whole slope. We heard it idling up there somewhere, Kelly said. Olive drab paint. Couldn't see it. I saw the pan tractor turn over. 4 or 5 times down the hill. It stopped, light still burning. And something hit it and rolled it again. That sure blacked it out. What turned it over first? The 7, hanging up there just at the brow of the bluff. Waited until Chubb and Harris were about to pass, 60, 70 feet below. Tipped over the edge and rolled down on them with her clutches out. Must have been going 30 miles an hour when she hit, broadside. They never had a chance. Followed the pan as it rolled down the hill, and when it stopped, booted it again. Want me to rub your ankles? Asked Al. You, get out of my sight. Oh, Tom, whimpered Al. Skip it, Tom, said Kelly. There ain't enough of us left to carry on that way. Al, you mind your manners from here on out, hear? I just wanted to tell y'all. I knew you weren't lying about Dennis, Tom, if only I'd stopped to think. I recollect when Dennis said he'd take that tractor out. Remember, Kelly? He went and got the crank and walked around to the side of the machine and stuck it in the hole. It was barely in there before the starting engine kicked off. What do you know, he says to me. She started by her F. I never pulled that handle. And I said, she's sure raring to go. You pick a fine time to recollect something, gritted Tom. Come on, let's get out of here. Where to? What do you know that a 7 can't move or get up on? That's a large order. A big rock, maybe. Ain't nothing that big around here, said Tom. Kelly thought a minute, then snapped his fingers. Up on the top of my last cut with the shovel, he said. It's 14 feet if it's an inch. I was pulling out small rock and topsoil, and Chubb told me to drop back and dip out marl from a pocket there. I sumped in back of the original cut and took out a whole mess of marl. That left a big neck of earth sticking 30 feet or so out of the cliff. The narrowest part is only about 4 feet wide. If Daisietta tries to get us from the top, she'll straddle the neck and hang herself. If she tries to get us from below, she can't get traction to climb. It's too loose and too steep. And what happens if she builds herself a ramp? We'll be gone from there. Let's go. Al agitated for the choice of a dumpster because of its speed, but was howled down. Tom wanted something that could not get a flat tire, and that would need something really powerful to turn it over. They took the 2-cycle pan tractor with the bulldozer blade that had been Dennis's machine and crept out into the darkness. It was nearly 6 hours later that Daisietta came and woke them up. Night was receding before a paleness in the east, and a fresh ocean breeze had sprung up. Kelly had taken the first look out and Al the second, letting Tom rest the night out. And Tom was far too tired to argue the arrangement. Al had immediately fallen asleep on his watch, but fear had such a sure, cold hold on his vitals that the first faint growl of the big diesel engine snapped him erect. He tottered on the edge of the tall neck of earth that they slept on and squeaked as he scrabbled to get his balance. What's giving? Asked Kelly, instantly wide awake. It's coming, blubbered Al. Oh, my, oh, my. Kelly stood up and stared into the fresh, dark dawn. The motor boomed hollowly in a peculiar way, heard twice at the same time as it was thrown to them and echoed back by the bluffs under and around them. It's coming, and what are we going to do? Chanted Al. What is going to happen? My head is going to fall off, said Tom sleepily. He rolled to a sitting position, holding the brutalized member between his hands. If that egg behind my ear hatches, it'll come out a full-sized jackhammer. He looked at Kelly. Where is she? Don't rightly know, said Kelly. Somewhere down around the camp. Probably picking up our scent. Figure it can do that? I figure it can do anything, said Tom. Al, stop your moaning. The sun slipped its scarlet edge into the thin slot between sea and sky, and rosy light gave each rock and tree a shape and a shadow. Kelly's gaze swept back and forth, until minutes later he saw movement. There she is. Where? Down by the grease rack. Tom rose and stared. What's she doing? After an interval, Kelly said, She's working. digging a swale in front of the fuel drums." "You don't say. Don't tell me she's going to give herself a grease job." "She don't need it. She was completely greased and new oil put in the crankcase after we set her up. But she might need fuel. Not more'n half a tank. Well, maybe she figures she's got a lot of work to do today." As Kelly said this, Al began to blubber. They ignored him. The fuel drums were piled in a pyramid at the edge of the camp, in 44-gallon drums piled on their sides. The 7 was moving back and forth in front of them, close up, making pass after pass, gouging earth up and wasting it out past the pile. She soon had a huge pit scooped out, about 14 feet wide, 6 feet deep, and 30 feet long, right at the very edge of the pile of drums. "What do you reckon she's playing at?" "Search me. She seems to want fuel, but I don't... Look at that. She's stopped in the hole. She's pivoting, smashing the top corner of the mold board into one of the drums on the bottom." Tom scraped the stubble on his jaw with his nails. "And you wonder how much that critter can do. Why, she's got the whole thing figured out. She knows if she tried to punch a hole in a fuel drum that she'd only kick it around. If she did knock a hole in it, how's she going to lift it? She's not equipped to handle hose, so... See? Look at her now. She just gets herself lower than the bottom drum on the pile and punches a hole. She can do that then, with the whole weight of the pile holding it down. Then she backs her tank under the stream of fuel running out. How'd she get the cap off?" Tom snorted and told them how the radiator cap had come off its hinges as he vaulted over the hood the day Rivera was hurt. "You know," he said after a moment's thought, "if she knew as much then as she does now, I'd be snoozing beside Rivera and Peebles. She just didn't know her way around then. She run herself like she'd never run before. She's learned plenty since." "She has," said Kelly. "And here's where she uses it on us. She's headed this way." She was. Straight out across the roughed-out runway she came, grinding along over the dew-sprinkled earth, yesterday's dust swirling up from under her tracks. Crossing the shoulder line, she took the rougher ground skillfully, angling up over the occasional swags in the earth, bypassing stones, riding free and fast and easily. It was the first time Tom had actually seen her clearly running without an operator, and his flesh crept as he watched. The machine was unnatural, her outline somehow unreal and dreamlike purely through the lack of the small silhouette of a man in the saddle. She looked hulked, compact, dangerous. "What are we going to do?" wailed Al Knowles. "We're going to sit and wait," said Kelly, "and you're going to shut your trap. We won't know for 5 minutes yet whether she's going to go after us from down below or from up here." "If you want to leave," said Tom gently, "go right ahead." Al sat down. Kelly looked down at his beloved power shovel, sitting squat and unlovely in the cut below them and away to their right. "How do you reckon she'd stand up against the dipper stick?" "If it ever came to a rough and tumble," said Tom, "I'd say it would be just too bad for Daisietta. But she wouldn't fight. There's no way you could get the shovel within punching range. Daisy'd just stand there and laugh at you." "I can't see her now," whined Al. Tom looked. "She's taken the bluff. She's going to try it from up here. I move we sit tight and see if she's foolish enough to try to walk out here over that narrow neck. If she does, she'll drop on her belly with one truck on each side, probably turn herself over trying to dig out." The wait then was interminable. Back over the hill they could hear the laboring motor. Twice they heard the machine stop momentarily to shift gears. Once they looked at each other hopefully as the sound rose to a series of bellowing roars, as if she were backing and filling. Then they realized that she was trying to take some particularly steep part of the bank and having trouble getting traction. But she made it. The motor revved up as she made the brow of the hill, and she shifted into 4th gear and came lumbering out into the open. She lurched up to the edge of the cut, stopped, throttled down, dropped her blade on the ground, and stood there idling. Al Knowles backed away to the very edge of the tongue of earth they stood on, his eyes practically on stalks. "Okay, put up or shut up," Kelly called across harshly. "She's looking the situation over," said Tom. "That narrow pathway don't fool her a bit." Daisietta's blade began to rise, and stopped just clear of the ground. She shifted without clashing her gears, began to back slowly, still at little more than an idle. "She's going to jump!" screamed Al. "I'm getting out of here." "Stay here, you fool!" shouted Kelly.
She can't get us as long as we're up here. If you go down, she'll hunt you down like a rabbit." The blast of the Seven's motor was the last straw for Al. He squeaked and hopped over the edge, scrambling and sliding down the almost sheer face of the cut. He hit the bottom running. Daisy Etta lowered her blade and raised her snout and growled forward, the blade loading. 6, 7, 7.5 cubic yards of dirt piled up in front of her as she neared the edge. The loaded blade bit into the narrow pathway that led out to their perch. It was almost all soft, white, crumbly marl, and the great machine sank nose down into it, the monstrous overload of topsoil spilling down on each side. "She's going to bury herself," shouted Kelly. "No, wait." Tom caught his arm. "She's trying to turn. She made it. She made it. She's ramping herself down to the flat." "She is, and she's cut us off from the bluff." The bulldozer, blade raised as high as it could possibly go, the hydraulic rod gleaming clean in the early light, freed herself of the last of her tremendous load, spun around and headed back upward, sinking her blade again. She made one more pass between them and the bluff, making a cut now far too wide for them to jump, particularly to the crumbly footing at the bluff's edge. Once down again, she turned to face their haven, now an isolated pillar of marl, and revved down, waiting. "I never thought of this," said Kelly guiltily. "I knew we'd be safe from her ramping up, and I never thought she'd try it the other way." "Skip it. In the meantime, here we sit. What happens? Do we wait up here until she idles out of fuel, or do we starve to death?" "Oh, this won't be a siege, Tom. That thing's too much of a killer. Where's Al? I wonder if he's got guts enough to make a pass near here with our tractor and draw her off." "He had just guts enough to take our tractor and head out," said Tom. "Didn't you know?" "He took our what?" Kelly looked out toward where they had left their machine the night before. It was gone. "Why, the dirty little yellow rat!" "No sense cussin'," said Tom steadily, interrupting what he knew was the beginning of some really flowery language. "What else could you expect?" Daisy Etta decided, apparently, how to go about removing their splendid isolation. She uttered the snort of too quick throttle, and moved into their peak with the corner of her blade, cutting out a huge swipe, undercutting the material over it so that it fell on her side and track as she passed. 8 inches disappeared from that side of their little plateau. "Uh-oh, that won't do at all," said Tom. "Fixin' to dig us down," said Kelly grimly. "Take her about 20 minutes. Tom, I say leave. It won't be healthy. You just got no idea how fast that thing can move now. Don't forget she's a good deal more than she was when she had a man running her. She can shift from high to reverse to 5th speed forward like that." He snapped his fingers. "And she can pivot faster'n you can blink and throw that blade just where she wants it." The tractor passed under them, bellowing, and their little table was suddenly a foot shorter. "All right," said Kelly. "So what do you want to do? Stay here and let her dig the ground out from under our feet?" "I'm just warning you," said Tom. "Now listen. We'll wait until she's taking a load. It'll take her a second to get rid of it when she knows we're gone. We'll split. She can't get both of us. You head out in the open, try to circle the curve of the bluff and get where you can climb it. Then come back over here to the cut. A man can scramble off a 14-foot cut faster than any tractor ever built. I'll cut in close to the cut down at the bottom. If she takes after you, I'll get clear all right. If she takes after me, I'll try to make the shovel and at least give her a run for her money. I can play hide-and-seek in and around and under that dipper stick all day if she wants to play." "Why me out in the open? Don't you think those long legs of yours can outrun her in that distance?" "Reckon they got to," grinned Kelly. "Okay, Tom." They waited tensely. Daisy Etta backed close by, started another pass. As the motor blatted under the load, Tom said, "Now!" and they jumped. Kelly, cat-like as always, landed on his feet. Tom, whose knees and ankles were black and blue with rope bruises, took 2 staggering steps and fell. Kelly scooped him to his feet as the dozer's steel prow came around the bank. Instantly she was in 5th gear and howling down at them. Kelly flung himself to the left and Tom to the right, and they pounded away, Kelly out toward the runway, Tom straight for the shovel. Daisy Etta let them diverge for a moment, keeping her course, trying to pursue both. Then she evidently sized Tom up as the slower, for she swung toward him. The instant's hesitation was all Tom needed to get the little lead necessary. He tore up to the shovel, his legs going like pistons, and dived down between the shovel's tracks.
As he hit the ground, the big manganese steel moldboard hit the right track of the shovel, and the impact set all 47 tons of the great machine quivering. But Tom did not stop. He scrabbled his way under the rig, stood up behind it, leaped and caught the sill of the rear window, clapped his other hand on it, drew himself up and tumbled inside. Here he was safe for the moment. The huge tracks themselves were higher than the Seven's blade could rise, and the floor of the cab was a good 16 inches higher than the top of the track. Tom went to the cab door and peeped outside. The tractor had drawn off and was idling. "Study away," gritted Tom, and went to the big Murphy diesel. He unhurriedly checked the oil with the bayonet gauge, replaced it, took the governor cutout rod from its rack, and inserted it in the governor casing. He set the master throttle at the halfway mark, pulled up the starter handle, twitched the cutout. The motor spat a wad of blue smoke out of its hooded exhaust and caught. Tom put the rod back, studied the fuel flow glass and pressure gauges, and then went to the door and looked out again. The Seven had not moved, but it was revving up and down in that uneven fashion it had shown up on the mesa. Tom had the extraordinary idea that it was gathering itself to spring. He slipped into the saddle, through the master clutch. The big gears that half filled the cab obediently began to turn. He kicked the brake locks loose with his heels, let his feet rest lightly on the pedals as they rose. Then he reached over his head and snapped back the throttle. As the Murphy picked up, he grasped both hoist and swing levers and pulled them back. The engine howled. The 2-yard bucket came up off the ground with a sudden jolt as the cold friction grabbed it. The big machine swung hard to the right. Tom snapped his hoist lever forward and checked the bucket's rise with his foot on the brake. He shoved the crowd lever forward. The bucket ran out to the end of its reach, and the heel of the bucket wiped across the Seven's hood, taking with it the exhaust stack, muffler and all, and the pre-cleaner on the air intake. Tom cursed. He had figured on the machine's leaping backward. If it had, he would have smashed the cast-iron radiator core. But she had stood still, making a split-second decision. Now she moved, though, and quickly. With that incredibly fast shifting, she leaped backwards and pivoted out of range before Tom could check the shovel's mad swing. The heavy swing friction block smoked acridly as the machine slowed, stopped, and swung back. Tom checked her as he was facing the Seven, hoisted his bucket a few feet away, and rehauled, bringing it about halfway back, ready for anything. The 4 great dipper teeth gleamed in the sun. Tom ran a practiced eye over cables, boom, and dipper stick, liking the black polish of crater compound on the sliding parts, the easy tension of well-greased cables and links. The huge machine stood strong, ready, and profoundly subservient for all its brute power. Tom looked searchingly at the Seven's ruined engine hood. The gaping end of the broken air intake pipe stared back at him. "Aha," he said. "A few cupfuls of nice dry marl down there'll give you something to chew on." Keeping a wary eye on the tractor, he swung into the bank, dropped his bucket, and plunged it into the marl. He crowded it deep, and the Murphy yelled for help, but kept on pushing. At the peak of the load, a terrific jar rocked him in the saddle. He looked back over his shoulder through the door and saw the Seven backing off again. She had run up and delivered a terrific punch to the counterweight at the back of the cab. Tom grinned tightly. She'd have to do better than that. There was nothing back there but 8 or 10 tons of solid steel, and he didn't much care at the moment whether or not she scratched his paint. He swung back again, white marl running away on both sides of the heaped bucket. The shovel rode perfectly now, for a shovel is counterweighted to balance true when standing level with the bucket loaded. The hoist and swing frictions and the brake linings had heated and dried themselves of the night's condensation moisture, and she answered the controls in a way that delighted the operator in him. He handled the swing lever lightly, back to swing to the right, forward to swing to the left, following the slow dance the Seven had started to do, stepping warily back and forth like a fighter looking for an opening. Tom kept the bucket between himself and the tractor, knowing that she could not hurl a tool that was built to smash hard rock for 20 hours a day and like it. Daisietta bellowed and rushed in. Tom snapped the hoist lever back hard, and the bucket rose, letting the tractor run underneath. Tom punched the bucket trip, and the great steel jaw opened, cascading marl down on the broken hood. The tractor's fan blew it back in a huge billowing cloud. The instant that it took Tom to check and dump was enough, however, for the tractor to dance back out of the way,
for when he tried to drop it on the machine to smash the coiled injector tubes on top of the engine block, she was gone. The dust cleared away, and the tractor moved in again, feinted to the left, then swung her blade at the bucket, which was just clear of the ground. Tom swung to meet her, her feint having gotten her in a little closer than he liked, and bucket met blade with a shower of sparks and a clank that could be heard for half a mile. She had come in with her blade high, and Tom let out a wordless shout as he saw the A-frame brace behind the blade had caught between two of his dipper teeth. He snatched at his hoist lever, and the bucket came up, lifting with it the whole front end of the bulldozer. Daisy-Etta plunged up and down, and her tracks dug violently into the earth as she raised and lowered her blade, trying to shake herself free. Tom rehauled, trying to bring the tractor in closer, for the boom was set too low to attempt to lift such a dead weight. As it was, the shovel's off-track was trying its best to get off the ground. But the crowd and rehaul frictions could not handle her alone. They began to heat and slip. Tom hoisted a little. The shovel's off-track came up a foot off the ground. Tom cursed and let the bucket drop, and in an instant the dozer was free and running clear. Tom swung wildly at her, missed. The dozer came in on a long curve. Tom swung to meet her again, took a vicious swipe at her, which she took on her blade. But this time she did not withdraw after being hit, but bored right in, carrying the bucket before her. Before Tom realized what she was doing, his bucket was around in front of the tracks and between them, on the ground. It was as swift and skillful a maneuver as could be imagined, and it left the shovel without the ability to swing as long as Daisy-Etta could hold the bucket trapped between the tracks. Tom crowded furiously, but that succeeded only in lifting the boom higher in the air, since there is nothing to hold a boom down but its own weight. Hoisting did nothing but make his friction smoke and rev the engine down dangerously close to the stalling point. Tom swore again and reached down to the cluster of small levers at his left. These were the gears. On this type of shovel, the swing lever controls everything except crowd and hoist. With the swing lever, the operator, having selected his gear, controls the travel, that is, power to the tracks, in forward and reverse, booming up and booming down, and swinging. The machine can do only one of these things at a time. If she is in travel gear, she cannot swing. If she is in swing gear, she cannot boom up or down. Not once in years of operating would this inability bother an operator. Now, however, nothing was normal. Tom pushed the swing gear control down and pulled up on the travel. The clutches involved were jaw clutches, not frictions, so that he had to throttle down to an idle before he could make the castellations mesh. As the Murphy revved down, Daisy-Etta took it as a signal that something could be done about it, and she shoved furiously into the bucket. But Tom had all controls in neutral, and all she succeeded in doing was to dig herself in, her sharp new cleats spinning deep into the dirt. Tom set his throttle up again and shoved the swing lever forward. There was a vast crackling of drive chains, and the big track started to turn. Daisy-Etta had sharp cleats. Her pads were 20 inches wide, and her tracks were 14 feet long, and there were 14 tons of steel on them. The shovel's big flat pads were 3 feet wide and 20 feet long, and 47 tons aboard. There was simply no comparison. The Murphy bellowed the fact that the work was hard, but gave no indications of stalling. Daisy-Etta performed the incredible feat of shifting into a forward gear while she was moving backwards, but it did her no good. Round and round her tracks went, trying to drive her forward, gouging deep, and slowly and surely she was forced backward toward the cut wall by the shovel. Tom heard a sound that was not part of his straining machine. He looked out and saw Kelly up on top of the cut, smoking, swinging his feet over the edge, making punching motions with his hands as if he had a ringside seat at a big fight, which he certainly had. Tom now offered the dozer little choice. If she did not turn aside before him, she would be borne back against the bank and her fuel tank crushed. There was every possibility that, having her pinned there, Tom would have time to raise his bucket over her and smash her to pieces. And if she turned before she was forced against the bank, she would have to free Tom's bucket. This she had to do. The Murphy gave him warning, but not enough. It crooned as the load came off, and Tom knew then that the dozer was shifting into a reverse gear. He whipped the hoist lever back, and the bucket rose as the dozer backed away from him. He crowded it out and let it come smashing down, and missed.
for the tractor danced aside, and while he was in travel gear he could not swing to follow it. Daisy-Etta charged then, put one track on the bank, and went over almost on her beam ends, throwing one end of her blade high in the air. So totally unexpected was it that Tom was quite unprepared. The tractor flung itself on the bucket, and the cutting edge of the blade dropped between the dipper teeth. This time there was the whole weight of the tractor to hold it there. There would be no way for her to free herself. But at the same time she had trapped the bucket so far out from the center pin of the shovel that Tom couldn't hoist without overbalancing and turning the monster over. Daisy-Etta ground away in reverse, dragging the bucket out until it was checked by the bumper blocks. Then she began to crab sideways, up against the bank, and when Tom tried tentatively to rehaul, she shifted and came right with him, burying one whole end of her blade deep into the bank. Stalemate. She had hung herself up on the bucket, and she had immobilized it. Tom tried to rehaul, but the tractor's anchorage in the bank was too solid. He tried to swing, to hoist. All the overworked frictions could possibly give out was smoke. Tom grunted and throttled to an idle, leaned out the window. Daisy-Etta was idling too, loudly without her muffler, the stackless exhaust giving out an ugly flat sound. But after the roar of the two great motors, the partial silence was deafening. Kelly called down, "Double knockout, hey?" "Looks like it. What say we see if we can't get close enough to her to quiet her down some?" Kelly shrugged. "I don't know. If she's really stopped herself, it's the first time. I respect that rig, Tom. She wouldn't have got herself into that spot if she didn't have an ace up her sleeve. Look at her, man. Suppose she was a civilized bulldozer and you had to get her out of there. She can't raise her blade high enough to free it from those dipper teeth, you know. Think you'd be able to do it?" "It might take several seconds," Kelly drawled. "She's sure high and dry." "Okay, let's spike her guns." "Like what?" "Like taking a bar and prying out her tubing." He referred to the coiled brass tubing that carried the fuel, under pressure from the pump to the injectors. There were many feet of it running from the pump reservoir, stacked in expansion coils over the cylinder head. As he spoke, Daisy-Etta's idle burst into that maniac revving up and down characteristic of her. "What do you know?" Tom called above the racket. "Eavesdropping." Kelly slid down the cut, stood up on the track of the shovel, and poked his head in the window. "Well, you want to get a bar and try? Let's go." Tom went to the toolbox and pulled out the pinch bar that Kelly used to replace cables on his machine, and swung to the ground. They approached the tractor warily. She revved up as they came near, began to shudder. The front end rose and dropped, and the tracks began to turn as she tried to twist out of the vise her blade had dropped into. "Take it easy, sister," said Tom. "You'll just bury yourself. Set still and take it now, like a good girl. You got it coming." "Be careful," said Kelly. Tom hefted the bar and laid a hand on the fender. The tractor literally shivered, and from the rubber hose connection at the top of the radiator, a blinding stream of hot water shot out. It fanned and caught them both full in the face. They staggered back, cursing. "You okay, Tom?" Kelly gasped a moment later. He had got most of it across the mouth and cheek. Tom was on his knees, his shirt tail out, blotting at his face. "My eyes! Oh, my eyes!" "Let's see." Kelly dropped down beside him and took him by the wrists, gently removing Tom's hands from his face. He whistled. "Come on," he gritted. He helped Tom up and led him away a few feet. "Stay here," he said hoarsely. He turned, walked back toward the dozer, picking up the pinch bar. "You dirty!" he yelled, and flung it like a javelin at the tube coils. It was a little high. It struck the ruined hood, made a deep dent in the metal. The dent promptly inverted with a loud thung, and flung the bar back at him. He ducked. It whistled over his head and caught Tom in the calves of his legs. He went down like a polled ox, but staggered to his feet again. "Come on!" Kelly snarled, taking Tom's arm, hustled him around the turn of the cut. "Sit down. I'll be right back." "Where are you going? Kelly, be careful." "Careful, and how?" Kelly's long legs ate up the distance back to the shovel. He swung into the cab, reached back over the motor, and set up the master throttle all the way. Stepping up behind the saddle, he opened the running throttle, and the Murphy howled. Then he hauled back on the hoist lever until it knuckled in, turned, and leaped off the machine in one supple motion. The hoist drum turned and took up slack. The cable straightened as it took to strain. The bucket stirred under the dead weight of the bulldozer that rested on it, and slowly then the great flat tracks began to lift their rear ends off the ground. The great obedient mass of machinery teetered forward on the tips of her tracks. The Murphy revved down and under the incredible load, but it kept the strain. A strand of the two-part hoist cable broke and whipped around, singing, and then she was balanced, overbalanced, and the shovel had hauled herself right over and had fallen with an earth-shaking crash. The boom, 8 tons of solid steel, clanged down onto the blade of the bulldozer and lay there, crushing it down tightly onto the imprisoning row of dipper teeth. Daisy-Etta sat there, not trying to move now, racing her motor impotently. Kelly strutted past her, thumbing his nose, and went back to Tom. "Kelly, I thought you were never coming back. What happened?" "Shovel pulled herself over on her nose." "Good boy. Fall on the tractor?" "Nope, but the boom's laying across the top of her blade, caught like a rat in a trap." "Better watch out the rat don't chew its leg off to get out," said Tom dryly. "Still running, is she?" "Yep, but we'll fix that in a hurry." Sure. How?" "How? I don't know. Dynamite, maybe. How's the optics?" Tom opened one a trifle and grunted. "Rough. I can see a little, though. My eyelids are parboiled mostly. Dynamite, you say? Well." Tom sat back against the bank and stretched out his legs. "I tell you, Kelly, I've been too blessed busy these last few hours to think much. But there's one thing that keeps coming back to me. Something I was mulling over long before the rest of you guys knew anything was up at all, except that Rivera had got hurt in some way I wouldn't tell you all about. But I don't reckon you'll call me crazy if I open my mouth now and let it all run out?" "From now on," Kelly said fervently, "nobody's crazy. After this, I'll believe anything." "Okay, well, about that tractor. What do you suppose has got into her?" "Search me, I don't know." "No, don't say that. I just got an idea we can't stop at I don't know. We got to figure all the angles on this thing before we know just what to do about it. Let's just get this thing lined up. When did it start? On the mesa. How? Rivera was opening an old building with the 7. This thing came out of there. Now here's what I'm getting at. We can dope these things out about it. It's intelligent. It can only get into a machine and not into a man. What about that? How do you know it can't?" "Because it had the chance to and didn't. I was standing right by the opening when it kited out. Rivera was upon the machine at the time. It didn't directly harm either of us. It got into the tractor, and the tractor did. By the same token, it can't hurt a man when it's out of a machine, but that's all it wants to do when it's in one. Okay?" "To get on. Once it's in one machine, it can't get out again. We know that because it had plenty of chances and didn't take them. That scuffle with the dipper stick, for instance. My face would have been plenty red if it had taken over the shovel, and you can bet it would have if it could." "I got you so far, but what are we going to do about it?" "That's the thing. You see, I don't think it's enough to wreck the tractor. We might burn it, blast it, take whatever it was that got into it up on the mesa." "That makes sense. But I don't see what else we can do than just break up the dozer. We haven't got a line on actually what the thing is." "I think we have. Remember I asked you all those screwy questions about the ark that killed Peebles? Well, when that happened, I recollected a flock of other things. One, when it got out of that hole up there, I smelled that smell that you notice when you're welding, sometimes when lightning strikes real close." "Ozone," said Kelly. "Yeah, ozone. Then it likes metal, not flesh. But most of all, there was that arc. Now that was absolutely screwy. You know as well as I do, better, that an arc generator simply don't have the push to do a thing like that. It can't kill a man, and it can't throw an arc no 50 feet. But it did. And that's why I asked you if there could be something, a field or some such, that could suck current out of a generator, all at once, faster than it could flow. Because this thing's electrical. It fits all around." "Electronic," said Kelly doubtfully, thoughtfully. "I wouldn't know. Now then, when Peebles was killed, a funny thing happened. Remember what Chubb said? The 7 moved back, straight back, about 30 feet, until it bumped into a road roller that was standing behind it. It did that with no fuel in the starting engine, without even using the starting engine for that matter, and with the compression valves locked open."
Kelly, that thing in the dozer can't do much when you come right down to it. It couldn't fix itself up after the joyride on the mesa. It can't make the machine do too much more than the machine can do ordinarily. What it actually can do, seems to me, is to make a spring push instead of pull, like the control levers, and make a fitting slip when it's supposed to hold, like the ratchet on the throttle lever. It can turn a shaft like the way it cranks its own starting motor. But if it was so all-fired high-powered, it wouldn't have to use the starting motor. The absolute biggest job it's done so far, seems to me, was when it walked back from that welding machine when Peebles got his. Now, why did it do that just then? "Reckon it didn't like the brimstone smell, like it says in the good book," said Kelly sourly. "That's pretty close, seems to me. Look, Kelly, this thing feels things. I mean, it can get sore. If it couldn't, it never would have kept driving in at the shovel like that. It can think. But if it can do all those things, then it can be scared."
"Scared? Why should it be scared?"
"Listen.
Something went on in that thing when the arc hit it. What's that I read in a magazine once about heat? Something about molecules running around with their heads cut off when they got hot?"
"Molecules do. They go into rapid motion when heat is applied, but nothing. That machine was hot for 4 hours after that. But she was hot in a funny way. Not just around the place where the arc hit, like as if it was a welding arc, but hot all over, from the mold board to the fuel tank cap. Hot everywhere. And just as hot behind the final drive housings as she was at the top of the blade where the poor guy put his hand. And look at this." Tom was getting excited as his words crystallized his ideas. "She was scared enough to back off from that welder, putting everything she could into it, to get back from that welding machine. And after that she was sick. I say that because in the whole time she's had that whatever you call it in her, she's never been near men without trying to kill them, except for those 2 days after the arc hit her. She had juice enough to start herself when Dennis came around with the crank, but she still needed someone to run her till she got her strength back. But why didn't she turn and smash up the welder when Dennis took her? One of two things. She didn't have the strength, or she didn't have the guts. She was scared, maybe, and wanted out of there, away from that thing. But she had all night to go back for it. Still scared. Oh, that's it. She had other things to do first. Her main idea is to kill men. There's no other way you can figure it. It's what she was built to do. Not the tractor, they don't build 'em sweeter in that machine, but the thing that's running it." "What is that thing?" Kelly mused. "Coming out of that old building, temple, what have you. How old is it? How long was it there? What kept it in there?" "What kept it in there was some funny gray stuff that lined the inside of the building," said Tom. "It was like rock, and it was like smoke. It was a color that scared you to look at it, and it gave Rivera and me the creeps when we got near it. Don't ask me what it was. I went up there to look at it, and it's gone. Gone from the building, anyhow. There was a little lump of it on the ground. I don't know whether that was a hunk of it or all of it rolled up into a ball. I get the creeps again thinking about it." Kelly stood up. "Well, the heck with it. We've been beating our gums up here too long anyhow. There's just enough sense in what you say to make me want to try something nonsensical, if you see what I mean. If that welder can sweat the old nick out of that tractor, I'm on. Especially from 50 feet away. There should be a dumpster around here somewhere. Let's move from here. Can you navigate now?" "Reckon so, a little." Tom rose, and together they followed the cut until they came on the dumpster. They climbed on, cranked it up, and headed toward camp. About halfway there, Kelly looked back, gasped, and putting his mouth close to Tom's ear, bellowed against the scream of the motor. "Tom, remember what you said about the rat in the trap biting off a leg?" Tom nodded. "Well, Daisy did too. She's left her blade and push beams, and she's following us in." They howled into the camp, gasping against the dust that followed when they pulled up by the welder. Kelly said, "You cast around and see if you can find a draw pin to hook that rig up to the dumpster with. I'm going after some water and chow." Tom grinned. Imagine old Kelly forgetting that a dumpster had no drawbar. He groped around to a toolbox, peering out of the narrow slit beneath swollen lids, felt behind it, and located a shackle. He climbed up on the dumpster, turned it around, and backed up to the welding machine. He passed the shackle through the ring at the end of the steering tongue of the welder, screwed in the pin, and dropped the shackle over the front towing hook of the dumpster. A dumpster being what it is, having no real front and no real rear, and direct reversing gears in all speeds, it was no trouble to drive it backwards for a change. Kelly came pounding back, out of breath. Fix it? Good. Shackle? No drawbar. Daisy's closing up fast. I say let's take the beach. We'll be concealed until we have a good lead out of this pocket, and the going's pretty fair long as we don't bury this jalopy in the sand. Good, said Tom as they climbed on, and he accepted an open tin of K. Only go easy. Bump around too much and the welder'll slip off the hook, and I somehow don't want to lose it just now. They took off, zooming up the beach. A quarter of a mile up, they sighted the 7 across the flat. It immediately turned and took a course that would intercept them. Here she comes, shouted Kelly, and stepped down hard on the accelerator. Tom leaned over the back of the seat, keeping his eye on their tow. Hey, take it easy! Watch it! Hey! But it was too late. The tongue of the welding machine responded to that one bump too many. The shackle jumped up off the hook. The welder lurched wildly, slewed hard to the left. The tongue dropped to the sand and dug in. The machine rolled up on it and snapped it off, finally stopped, leaning crazily askew. By a miracle, it did not quite turn over. Kelly tramped on the brakes, and both their heads did their utmost to snap off their shoulders. They leaped off and ran back to the welder. It was intact, but towing it was now out of the question. If there's going to be a showdown, it's got to be here. The beach here was about 30 yards wide, the sand almost level, and undercut banks of sawgrass forming the landward edge and a series of little hummocks and headlands. While Tom stayed with the machine, testing starter and generator contacts, Kelly walked up one of the little mounds, stood up on it, and scanned the beach back the way he had come. Suddenly he began to shout and wave his arms. What's got into you? It's Al, Kelly called back. With the pan tractor. Tom dropped what he was doing and came to stand beside Kelly. Where's the 7? I can't see. Turned on the beach and following our track. Al, you little skunk, come here. Tom could now dimly make out the pan tractor cutting across directly toward them and the beach. He don't see Daisy Etta, remarked Kelly disgustedly, or he'd sure be heading the other way. 50 yards away, Al pulled up and throttled down. Kelly shouted and waved to him. Al stood up on the machine, cupped his hands around his mouth. Where's the 7? Never mind that. Come here with that tractor. Al stayed where he was. Kelly cursed and started out after him. You stay away from me, he said when Kelly was closer. I ain't got time for you now, said Kelly. Bring that tractor down to the beach. Where's that Daisy Etta? Al's voice was oddly strained. Right behind us, Kelly thumbed over his shoulder. On the beach. Al's bulging eyes clicked wide almost audibly. He turned on his heel and jumped off the machine and started to run. Kelly uttered a wordless syllable that was somehow more obscene than anything else he had ever uttered, and vaulted into the seat of the machine. Hey! He bellowed after Al's rapidly diminishing figure. You're running right into her! Al appeared not to hear, but went pelting down the beach. Kelly put her into 5th gear and poured on the throttle. As the tractor began to move, he whacked out the master clutch, snatched the overdrive lever back to put her into 6th, rammed the clutch in again, all so fast that she did not have time to stop rolling. Bucking and jumping over the rough ground, the fast machine whined for the beach. Tom was fumbling back to the welder, his ears telling him better than his eyes how close the 7 was, for she was certainly no nightingale, particularly without her exhaust stack. Kelly reached the machine as he did. Get behind it, snapped Tom. I'll jam the tie rod with the shackle, and you see if you can't bunt her up into that pocket between these 2 hummocks. Only take it easy. You don't want to tear up that generator. Where's Al? Don't ask me. He run down the beach to meet Daisy. He what? The whine of the 2-cycle drowned out Kelly's answer, if any. He got behind the welder and set his blade against it. Then, in a low gear, slipping his clutch in a little, he slowly nudged the machine toward the place Tom had indicated. It was a little hollow in between 2 projecting banks. The surf and the high tide mark dipped inland here to match it. The water was only a few feet away. Tom raised his arm and Kelly stopped. From the other side of the projecting shelf, out of their sight now, came the flat roar of the Seven's exhaust. Kelly sprang off the tractor and went to help Tom, who was furiously throwing out coils of cable from the rack back of the welder. "What's the game?" "We got to ground that 7 some way," panted Tom. He threw the last bit of cable out to clear it of kinks and turned to the panel. "How was it? About 60 volts and the amperage on special application?" He spun the dials, pressed the starter button. The motor responded instantly. Kelly scooped up ground clamp and rod holder and tapped them together. The solenoid governor picked up the load, and the motor hummed as a good live spark took the jump. "Good," said Tom, switching off the generator. "Come on, Lieutenant General Electric. Figure me out a way to ground that maverick." Kelly tightened his lips, shook his head. "I don't know, unless somebody actually clamps this thing on her. No, boy, can't do that. If one of us gets killed—" Kelly tossed the ground clamp idly, his lithe body taut. "Don't give me that, Tom. You know I'm elected because you can't see good enough yet to handle it. You know you'd do it if you could. You—" He stopped short, for the steadily increasing roar of the approaching 7 had stopped, was blatting away now in that extraordinary irregular throttling that Daisy-Etta effected. "Now what's got into her?" Kelly broke away and scrambled up the bank. "Tom!" he gasped. "Tom, come up here!" Tom followed, and they lay side by side, peering out over the top of the escarpment at the remarkable tableau. Daisy-Etta was standing on the beach near the water, not moving. Before her, 20 or 30 feet away, stood Al Knowles, his arms out in front of him, talking a blue streak. Daisy made far too much racket for them to hear what he was saying. "Do you reckon he's got guts enough to stall her off for us?" said Tom. "If he has, it's the queerest thing that's happened yet on this old island," Kelly breathed, "and that's saying something." The 7 revved up till she shook, and then throttled back. She ran down so low then that they thought she had shut herself down, but she caught on the last 2 revolutions and began to idle quietly. And then they could hear. Al's voice was high, hysterical. "I come to help you! I come to help you! Don't kill me! I'll help you!" He took a step forward. The dozer snorted, and he fell to his knees. "I'll wash you and grease you and change your oil," he said in a high sing-song. "The guy's not human," said Kelly wonderingly. "He ain't housebroke either," Tom chuckled. "Let me help you. I'll fix you when you break down. I'll help you kill those other guys." "She don't need any help," said Tom. "The louse," growled Kelly. "A rotten little double-crossing polecat." He stood up. "Hey, you, Al, come out of that. I mean now. If she don't get you, I will if you don't move." Al was crying now. "Shut up!" he screamed. "I know who's boss hereabouts, and so do you." He pointed at the tractor. "She'll kill us all off when we don't do what she wants." He turned back to the machine. "I'll kill him for you. I'll wash you and shine you up and fix your hood. I'll put your blade back on." Tom reached out and caught Kelly's leg as the tall man started out blind mad. "Get back here," he barked. "What you want to do? Get killed for the privilege of pinning his ears back?" Kelly subsided and came back, threw himself down beside Tom, put his face in his hands. He was quivering with rage. "Don't take on so," Tom said. "The man's plumb loco. You can't argue with him any more than you can with Daisy there. If he's got to get his, Daisy'll give it to him." "Oh, Tom, it ain't that. I know he ain't worth it, but I can't sit here and watch him get himself killed. I can't, Tom." Tom thumped him on the shoulder because there were simply no words to be said. Suddenly he stiffened, snapped his fingers. "There's our ground," he said urgently, pointing seaward. "The water, the wet beach where the surf runs. If we can get our ground clamp out there and her somewhere near it. Ground the pan tractor. Run it out into the water. It ought to reach, part way anyhow. That's it. Come on." They slid down the bank, snatched up the ground clamp, attached it to the frame of the pan tractor. "I'll take it," said Tom, and as Kelly opened his mouth, Tom shoved him back against the welding machine. "No time to argue," he snapped, swung on to the machine, slapped her in gear, and was off. Kelly took a step toward the tractor, and then his quick eye saw a bite of the ground cable about to foul a wheel of the welder. He stooped and threw it off, spread out the rest of it so it would pay off clear. Tom, with the incredible single-mindedness of the trained operator, watched only the black line of the trailing cable on the sand behind him. When it straightened, he stopped. The front of the tracks were sloshing in the gentle surf. He climbed off the side, away from the 7, and tried to see. There was movement and the growl of her motor now running at a bit more than idle, but he could not distinguish much. Kelly picked up the rod holder and went to peer around the head of the protruding bank. Al was on his feet, still crooning hysterically, sidling over toward Daisietta. Kelly ducked back, threw the switch on the arc generator, climbed the bank, and crawled along through the sawgrass paralleling the beach until the holder in his hand tugged and he knew he had reached the end of the cable. He looked out at the beach, measured carefully with his eye the arc he would travel if he left his position, and, keeping the cable taut, went out on the beach. At no point would he come within 70 feet of the possessed machine, let alone 50. She had to be drawn in closer, and she had to be maneuvered out to the wet sand or in the water. Al Knowles, encouraged by the machine's apparent decision not to move, approached, though warily, and still running off at the mouth.
"We'll kill 'em off, and then we'll keep it a secret, and the barges'll come and take us off in the island, and we'll go to another job and kill us lots more. And when your tracks get dry and squeak, we'll wet 'em up with blood, and you'll be rightly king of the hill. Look yonder, Daisietta, see them there? By the other tractor? There they are. Kill 'em, Daisy, kill 'em, Daisy. And let me help. Hear me. Daisy, hear me. Say you hear me." And the motor roared in response.
Al laid a timid hand on the radiator guard, leaning far over to do it, and the tractor still stood there grumbling but not moving. Al stepped back, motioned with his arm, began to walk off slowly toward the pan tractor, looking backwards as he did so like a man training a dog.
Come on, there's one there. Let's kill 'em, kill 'em, kill 'em."
And with a snort the tractor revved up and followed. Kelly licked his lips without effect, because his tongue was dry too. The madman passed him, walking straight up the center of the beach, and the tractor, now no longer a bulldozer, followed him. And there the sand was bone-dry, sun-dried, dried to powder. As the tractor passed him, Kelly got up on all fours, went over the edge of the bank onto the beach, crouched there. Al crooned,
"I love you, honey. I love you, 'deed I do."
Kelly ran crouching like a man under machine-gun fire, making himself as small as possible and feeling as big as a barn door. The torn-up sand where the tractor had passed was under his feet now. He stopped, afraid to get much closer, afraid that a weakened, badly grounded arc might leap from the holder in his hand and serve only to alarm and infuriate the thing in the tractor. And just then Al saw him.
"There!"
he screamed, and the tractor pulled up short.
"Behind you! Get 'em, Daisy! Kill 'em! Kill 'em! Kill 'em!"
Kelly stood up almost wearily, fury and frustration too much to be borne.
"In the water!"
he yelled, because it was what his whole being wanted.
"Get her in the water! Wet her tracks, Al! Kill 'em! Kill 'em!"
As the tractor started to turn, there was a commotion over by the pan tractor. It was Tom, jumping, shouting, waving his arms, swearing. He ran out from behind his machine, straight at the 7. Daisietta's motor roared, and she swung to meet him, Al barely dancing back out of the way. Tom cut sharply, sand spouting under his pumping feet, and ran straight into the water. He went out to about waist-deep, suddenly disappeared. He surfaced, spluttering, still trying to shout. Kelly took a better grip on his rod holder and rushed. Daisietta, in following Tom's crazy rush, had swung in beside the pan tractor not 15 feet away, and she too was now in the surf. Kelly closed up the distance as fast as his long legs would let him, and as he approached to within that crucial 50 feet, Al Knowles hit him. Al was frothing at the mouth, gibbering. The two men hit full tilt. Al's head caught Kelly in the midriff as he missed a straight arm, and the breath went out of him in one great whoosh. Kelly went down like tall timber. The whole world turned to one swirling red-gray haze. Al flung himself on the bigger man, clawing, smacking, too berserk to ball his fists.
"I'm going to kill you," he gurgled. "She'll get one, I'll get t'other, and then she'll know."
Kelly covered his face with his arms, and as some wind was sucked at last into his laboring lungs, he flung them upward and sat up in one mighty surge. Al was hurled upward and to one side, and as he hit the ground, Kelly reached out a long arm and twisted his fingers into the man's coarse hair, raised him up, and came across with his other fist in a punch that would have killed him had it landed square. But Al managed to jerk to one side enough so that it only amputated a cheek. He fell and lay still. Kelly scrambled madly around in the sand for his welding rod holder, found it, and began to run again. He couldn't see Tom at all now, and the seven was standing in the surf, moving slowly from side to side, backing out, ravening. Kelly held the rod clamp and its trailing cable blindly before him and ran straight at the machine. And then it came, that thin, soundless bolt of energy, but this time it had its full force, for poor old Peebles' body had not been the ground that the swirling water offered. Daisy-Etta literally leaped backwards toward him, and the water around her track spouted upward in hot steam. The sound of her engine ran up and up, broke, took on the rhythmic, uneven beat of a swing drummer. She threw herself from side to side like a cat with a bag over its head. Kelly stepped a little closer, hoping for another bolt to come from the clamp in his hand, but there was none, for— "The circuit breaker!" cried Kelly. He threw the holder up on the deck plate of the seven in front of the seat, and ran across the little beach to the welder. He reached behind the switchboard, got his thumb on the contact hinge, and jammed it down. Daisy-Etta leaped again, and then again, and suddenly her motor stopped. Heat and turbulent waves blurred the air over her. The little gas tank for the starting motor went out with the cannon's roar, and the big fuel tank, still holding 30-odd gallons of diesel oil, followed. It puffed itself open rather than exploded, and threw a great curtain of flame over the ground behind the machine. Motor or no motor, then, Kelly distinctly saw the tractor shudder convulsively. There was a crawling movement of the whole frame, a slight wave of motion away from the fuel tank, approaching the front of the machine, and moving upward from the tracks. It culminated in the crown of the radiator core, just in front of the radiator cap, and suddenly an area of 6 or 7 square inches literally blurred around the edges. For a second then it was normal, and finally it slumped molten, and liquid metal ran down the sides, throwing out little sparks as it encountered what was left of the charred paint. And only then was Kelly conscious of agony in his left hand. He looked down. The welding machine's generator had stopped, though the motor was still turning, having smashed the friable coupling on its drive shaft. Smoke poured from the generator, which had become little more than a heap of slag. Kelly did not scream, though, until he looked and saw what had happened to his hand. When he could see straight again, he called for Tom, and there was no answer. At last he saw something out in the water and plunged in after it. The splash of cold salt water on his left hand he hardly felt, for the numbness of shock had set in. He grabbed at Tom's shirt with his good hand, and then the ground seemed to pull itself out from under his feet. That was it, then, a deep hole right off the beach. The seven had run right to the edge of it, had kept Tom there out of his depth, and— He flailed wildly, struck out for the beach, so near and so hard to get to. He gulped a stinging lungful of brine, and only the lovely shock of his knee striking solid beach kept him from giving up to the luxury of choking to death. Sobbing with effort, he dragged Tom's dead weight inshore and clear of the surf. It was then that he became conscious of a child's shrill weeping. For a mad moment he thought it was himself, and then he looked and saw that it was Al Knowles. He left Tom and went over to the broken creature. "Get up, you," he snarled. The weeping only got louder. Kelly rolled him over on his back, he was quite unresisting, and belted him back and forth across the mouth until Al began to choke. Then he hauled him to his feet and led him over to Tom. "Kneel down, scum. Put one of your knees between his knees." Al stood still. Kelly hit him again, and he did as he was told. "Put your hands on his lower ribs. There. Okay, lean, you rat. Now sit back." He sat down, holding his left wrist in his right hand, letting the blood drop from the ruined hand. "Lean. Hold it. Sit back. Lean. Sit. Lean. Sit." Soon Tom sighed and began to vomit weakly, and after that he was all right. This is the story of Daisy-Etta, the bulldozer that went mad and had a life of its own, and not the story of the flat-top Marokuru of the Imperial Japanese Navy, which has been told elsewhere. But there is a connection. You will remember how the Marokuru was cut off from its base by the concentrated attack on Truk, how it slipped far to the south and east, and was sunk nearer to our shores than any other Jap warship in the whole course of the war.
And you will remember how a squadron of 5 planes, having been separated by 3 vertical miles of water from their flight deck, turned east with their bomb loads and droned away for a suicide mission. You read that they bombed a minor airfield in the outside of Panama's far-flung defenses, and all hands crashed in the best sacrificial fashion. Well, that was no airfield, no matter what it might have looked like from the air. It was simply a roughly graded runway, white marl against brown scrub grass. The planes came 2 days after the death of Daisy Etta, as Tom and Kelly sat in the shadow of the pile of fuel drums, down in the coolness of the swag that Daisy had dug there to fuel herself. They were poring over paper and pencil, trying to complete the impossible task of making a written statement of what had happened on the island, and why they and their company had failed to complete their contract. They had found Chubb and Harris, and had buried them next to the other 3. Al Knowles was tied up in the camp because they had heard him raving in his sleep, and it seemed he could not believe that Daisy was dead, and he still wanted to go around killing operators for her. They knew that there must be an investigation, and they knew just how far their story would go, and having escaped a monster like Daisy Etta, life was far too sweet for them to want to be shot for sabotage and murder. The first stick of bombs struck 300 yards behind them at the edge of the camp, and at the same instant a plane whistled low over their heads, and that was the first they knew about it. They ran to Al Knowles and untied his feet, and the 3 of them headed for the bush. They found refuge, strangely enough, inside the mound where Daisy Etta had first met her possessor. "Bless their black little hearts," said Kelly as he and Tom stood on the bluff and looked at the flaming wreckage of a camp and 5 medium bombers below them. And he took the statement they had been sweating out and tore it across. "But what about him?" said Tom, pointing at Al Knowles, who was sitting on the ground, playing with his fingers. "He'll still spill the whole thing, no matter if we do try to blame it on all the bombing." "What's the matter with that?" said Kelly. Tom thought a minute, then grinned. "Why, nothing. That's just the sort of thing they'll expect from him." No Woman Born. Astounding, December, by C. L. Moore. The mid-1940s were truly great years in the writing career of Catherine L. Moore, both individually and in collaboration with her husband, Henry Kuttner. This story was, we think, hers alone, and it is certainly her finest solo effort. The concept of the cyborg, part machine and part human, had existed in science fiction before this story was published, but no one had explored the potential of the idea until No Woman Born. It was also one of the first to examine the future of the arts in science fiction, and a classic story of anguish and rebirth. A couple of years ago, I attended a science fiction convention at which Catherine Moore was scheduled to speak. I was eager to see her, for I had met her only once, and that was 35 years before. She looked amazingly youthful still, and gave a good talk. It was delightful to see how lightly the years rested upon her. It helped, I am sure, that she was married again and happily. Why not? Poor Hank had been dead for 20 years. And yet no one dating back to the older days of science fiction could think of Moore without Kuttner, or Kuttner without Moore, and I sat there feeling dissociated. How could they have been separated? I.A. She had been the loveliest creature whose image ever moved along the airways. John Harris, who was once her manager, remembered doggedly how beautiful she had been as he rose in the silent elevator toward the room where Deirdre sat waiting for him. Since the theater fire that had destroyed her a year ago, he had never been quite able to let himself remember her beauty clearly, except when some old poster, half in tatters, flaunted her face at him, or a maudlin memorial program flashed her image unexpectedly across the television screen. But now he had to remember. The elevator came to a sighing stop, and the door slid open. John Harris hesitated. He knew in his mind that he had to go on, but his reluctant muscles almost refused him. He was thinking helplessly, as he had not allowed himself to think until this moment, of the fabulous grace that had poured through her wonderful dancer's body, remembering her soft and husky voice, with the little burr in it, that had fascinated the audiences of the whole world. There had never been anyone so beautiful. In times before her, other actresses had been lovely and adulated, but never before Deirdre's day had the entire world been able to take one woman so wholly to its heart. So few outside the capitals had ever seen Bernhardt or the fabulous Jersey Lily, and the beauties of the movie screen had had to limit their audiences to those who could reach the theaters. But Deirdre's image had once moved glowingly across the television screens of every home in the civilized world, and in many outside the bounds of civilization. Her soft, husky songs had sounded in the depths of jungles. Her lovely, languorous body had woven its patterns of rhythm in desert tents and polar huts. The whole world knew every smooth motion of her body and every cadence of her voice, and the way a subtle radiance had seemed to go on behind her features when she smiled. And the whole world had mourned her when she died in the theater fire. Harris could not quite think of her as other than dead, though he knew what sat waiting for him in the room ahead. He kept remembering the old words James Stephens wrote long ago for another Deirdre, also lovely and beloved and unforgotten after 2,000 years. The time comes when our hearts sink utterly, when we remember Deirdre and her tale, and that her lips are dust. There has been again no woman born who was so beautiful, not one so beautiful of all the women born. That wasn't quite true, of course. There had been one. Or maybe after all this Deirdre who died only a year ago had not been beautiful in the sense of perfection. He thought the other one might not have been either, for there are always women with perfection of feature in the world, and they are not the ones that legend remembers. It was the light within, shining through her charming, imperfect features, that had made this Deirdre's face so lovely. No one else he had ever seen had anything like the magic of the lost Deirdre. Let all men go apart and mourn together. No man can ever love her. Not a man can dream to be her lover. No man say, what could one say to her? There are no words that one could say to her. No words at all. And it was going to be impossible to go through with this. Harris knew it overwhelmingly just as his finger touched the buzzer. But the door opened almost instantly, and then it was too late. Maltzer stood just inside, peering out through his heavy spectacles. You could see how tensely he had been waiting. Harris was a little shocked to see that the man was trembling. It was hard to think of the confident and imperturbable Maltzer, whom he had known briefly a year ago, as shaken like this. He wondered if Deirdre herself were as tremulous with sheer nerves. But it was not time yet to let himself think of that. Come in, Maltzer said irritably. There was no reason for irritation. The year's work, so much of it in secrecy and solitude, must have tried him physically and mentally to the very breaking point. She all right? Harris asked inanely, stepping inside. Oh, yes, she's all right. Maltzer bit his thumbnail and glanced over his shoulder at an inner door, where Harris guessed she would be waiting. No, Maltzer said as he took an involuntary step toward it. We'd better have a talk first. Come over and sit down. Drink? Harris nodded and watched Maltzer's hands tremble as he tilted the decanter. The man was clearly on the very verge of collapse, and Harris felt a sudden cold uncertainty open up in him in the one place where until now he had been oddly confident. She is all right, he demanded, taking the glass. Oh, yes, she's perfect. She's so confident it scares me. Maltzer gulped his drink and poured another before he sat down. What's wrong, then? Nothing, I guess, or... well, I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. I've worked toward this meeting for nearly a year, but now... well, I'm not sure it's time yet. I'm just not sure. He stared at Harris, his eyes large and blurred behind the lenses. He was a thin, wire-taut man with all the bone and sinew showing plainly beneath the dark skin of his face. Thinner now than he had been a year ago when Harris saw him last. I've been too close to her, he said now. I have no perspective anymore. All I can see is my own work, and I'm just not sure that's ready yet for you or anyone to see. She thinks so? I never saw a woman so confident. Maltzer drank, the glass clicking on his teeth. He looked up suddenly through the distorting lenses. Of course, a failure now would mean, well, absolute collapse, he said. Harris nodded. He was thinking of the year of incredibly painstaking work that lay behind this meeting, the immense fund of knowledge, of infinite patience, the secret collaboration of artists, sculptors, designers, scientists, and the genius of Maltzer governing them all as an orchestra conductor governs his players. He was thinking, too, with a certain unreasoning jealousy, of the strange, cold, passionless intimacy between Maltzer and Deirdre in that year, a closer intimacy than any two humans can ever have shared before. In a sense, the Deirdre whom he saw in a few minutes would be Maltzer, just as he thought he detected in Maltzer now and then small mannerisms of inflection and motion that had been Deirdre's own. There had been between them a sort of unimaginable marriage, stranger than anything that could ever have taken place before. "So many complications," Maltzer was saying in his worried voice, with its faintest possible echo of Deirdre's lovely, cadenced rhythm, the sweet, soft huskiness he would never hear again. "There was shock, of course, terrible shock, and a great fear of fire. We had to conquer that before we could take the first steps, but we did it. When you go in, you'll probably find her sitting before the fire." He caught the startled question in Harris's eyes and smiled. "No, she can't feel the warmth now, of course, but she likes to watch the flames. She's mastered any abnormal fear of them quite beautifully." "She can—" Harris hesitated. "Her eyesight's normal now?" "Perfect," Maltzer said. "Perfect vision was fairly simple to provide. After all, that sort of thing has already been worked out in other connections. I might even say her vision's a little better than perfect, from our own standpoint." He shook his head irritably. "I'm not worried about the mechanics of the thing. Luckily, they got to her before the brain was touched at all. Shock was the only danger to her sensory centers, and we took care of all that first of all, as soon as communication could be established. Even so, it needed great courage on her part, great courage." He was silent for a moment, staring into his empty glass. "Harris," he said suddenly, without looking up, "have I made a mistake? Should we have let her die?" Harris shook his head helplessly. It was an unanswerable question. It had tormented the whole world for a year now. There had been hundreds of answers and thousands of words written on the subject. Has anyone the right to preserve a brain alive when its body is destroyed? Even if a new body can be provided, necessarily so very unlike the old? "It's not that she's ugly now," Maltzer went on hurriedly, as if afraid of an answer. "Metal isn't ugly. And Deirdre, well, you'll see. I tell you, I can't see myself. I know the whole mechanism so well. It's just mechanics to me. Maybe she's grotesque, I don't know. Often I've wished I hadn't been on the spot with all my ideas just when the fire broke out. Or that it could have been anyone but Deirdre. She was so beautiful. Still, if it had been someone else, I think the whole thing might have failed completely. It takes more than just an uninjured brain. It takes strength and courage beyond common and, well, something more, something unquenchable. Deirdre has it. She's still Deirdre. In a way, she's still beautiful, but I'm not sure anybody but myself could see that. And you know what she plans?" "No, what?" "She's going back on the air screen." Harris looked at him in stunned disbelief. "She is still beautiful," Maltzer told him fiercely. "She's got courage and a serenity that amazes me, and she isn't in the least worried or resentful about what's happened, or afraid what the verdict of the public will be. But I am, Harris. I'm terrified." They looked at each other for a moment more, neither speaking. Then Maltzer shrugged and stood up. "She's in there," he said, gesturing with his glass. Harris turned without a word, not giving himself time to hesitate. He crossed toward the inner door. The room was full of a soft, clear, indirect light that climaxed in the fire crackling on a white-tiled hearth. Harris paused inside the door, his heart beating thickly. He did not see her for a moment. It was a perfectly commonplace room, bright, light, with pleasant furniture and flowers on the tables. Their perfume was sweet on the clear air. He did not see Deirdre. Then a chair by the fire creaked as she shifted her weight in it. The high back hid her, but she spoke. And for one dreadful moment it was the voice of an automaton that sounded in the room, metallic, without inflection. "Hello," said the voice. Then she laughed and tried again, and it was the old familiar sweet huskiness he had not hoped to hear again as long as he lived. In spite of himself, he said, "Deirdre!" and her image rose before him as if she herself had risen unchanged from the chair, tall, golden, swaying a little with her wonderful dancer's poise, the lovely imperfect features lighted by the glow that made them beautiful. It was the cruelest thing his memory could have done to him, And yet the voice, after that one lapse, the voice was perfect.
"Come and look at me, John," she said.
He crossed the floor slowly, forcing himself to move. That instant's flash of vivid recollection had nearly wrecked his hard-won composure. He tried to keep his mind perfectly blank as he came at last to the verge of seeing what no one but Maltzer had so far seen or known about in its entirety. No one at all had known what shape would be forged to clothe the most beautiful woman on earth, now that her beauty was gone. He had envisioned many shapes, great lurching robot forms, cylindrical, with hinged arms and legs, a glass case with the brain floating in it and appendages to serve its needs. Grotesque visions, like nightmares, come nearly true, and each more inadequate than the last, for what metal shape could possibly do more than house ungraciously the mind and brain that had once enchanted a whole world? Then he came around the wing of the chair and saw her. The human brain is often too complicated a mechanism to function perfectly. Harris's brain was called upon now to perform a very elaborate series of shifting impressions. First, incongruously, he remembered a curious inhuman figure he had once glimpsed leaning over the fence rail outside a farmhouse. For an instant the shape had stood up, integrated, ungainly, impossibly human, before the glancing eye resolved it into an arrangement of brooms and buckets. What the eye had found only roughly humanoid, the suggestible brain had accepted fully formed. It was thus now with Deirdre. The first impression that his eyes and mind took from sight of her was shocked and incredulous, for his brain said to him unbelievingly, "This is Deirdre. She hasn't changed at all." Then the shift of perspective took over, and even more shockingly, eye and brain said, "No, not Deirdre, not human, nothing but metal coils, not Deirdre at all." And that was the worst. It was like waking from a dream of someone beloved and lost, and facing anew, after that heartbreaking reassurance of sleep, the inflexible fact that nothing can bring the lost to life again. Deirdre was gone, and this was only machinery heaped in a flowered chair. Then the machinery moved, exquisitely, smoothly, with a grace as familiar as the swaying form he remembered. The sweet husky voice of Deirdre said, "It's me, John, darling. It really is, you know." And it was. That was the third metamorphosis and the final one. Illusion steadied and became factual, real. It was Deirdre. He sat down bonelessly. He had no muscles. He looked at her speechless and unthinking, letting his senses take in the side of her without trying to rationalize what he saw. She was golden still. They had kept that much of her, the first impression of warmth and color which had once belonged to her sleek hair and the apricot tints of her skin. But they had had the good sense to go no further. They had not tried to make a wax image of the lost Deirdre. No woman born who was so beautiful, not one so beautiful of all the women born. And so she had no face. She had only a smooth, delicately modeled ovoid for her head, with a sort of crescent-shaped mask across the frontal area where her eyes would have been if she had needed eyes. A narrow, curved quarter-moon, with the horns turned upward. It was filled in with something translucent, like cloudy crystal, and tinted the aquamarine of the eyes Deirdre used to have. Through that, then, she saw the world. Through that she looked without eyes, and behind it, as behind the eyes of a human, she was. Except for that, she had no features, and it had been wise of those who designed her, he realized now. Subconsciously, he had been dreading some clumsy attempt at human features that might creak like a marionette's in parodies of animation. The eyes, perhaps, had had to open in the same place upon her head, and at the same distance apart, to make easy for her an adjustment to the stereoscopic vision she used to have. But he was glad they had not given her two eye-shaped openings with glass marbles inside them. The mask was better. Oddly enough, he did not once think of the naked brain that must lie inside the metal. The mask was symbol enough for the woman within. It was enigmatic. You did not know if her gaze was on you searchingly or wholly withdrawn, and it had no variations of brilliance such as once had played across the incomparable mobility of Deirdre's face. But eyes, even human eyes, are as a matter of fact enigmatic enough. They have no expression, except what the lids impart. They take all animation from the features. We automatically watch the eyes of the friend we speak with, But if he happens to be lying down so that he speaks across his shoulder and his face is upside down to us, quite as automatically we watch the mouth. The gaze keeps shifting nervously between mouth and eyes in their reversed order, for it is the position in the face, not the feature itself, which we are accustomed to accept as the seat of the soul. Deirdre's mask was in that proper place. It was easy to accept it as a mask over eyes. She had, Harris realized as the first shock quieted, a very beautifully shaped head, a bare golden skull. She turned it a little, gracefully upon her neck of metal, and he saw that the artist who shaped it had given her the most delicate suggestion of cheekbones, narrowing in the blankness below the mask to the hint of a human face. Not too much, just enough so that when the head turned you saw by its modeling that it had moved, lending perspective and foreshortening to the expressionless golden helmet. Light did not slip uninterrupted as if over the surface of a golden egg. Brancusi himself had never made anything more simple or more subtle than the modeling of Deirdre's head. But all expression, of course, was gone. All expression had gone up in the smoke of the theater fire, with the lovely, mobile, radiant features which had meant Deirdre. As for her body, he could not see its shape. A garment hid her. But they had made no incongruous attempt to give her back the clothing that once had made her famous. Even the softness of cloth would have called the mind too sharply to the remembrance that no human body lay beneath the folds, nor does metal need the incongruity of cloth for its protection. Yet without garments, he realized, she would have looked oddly naked, since her new body was humanoid, not angular machinery. The designer had solved his paradox by giving her a robe of very fine metal mesh. It hung from the gentle slope of her shoulders in straight, pliant folds like a longer Grecian chlamys, flexible, yet with weight enough of its own not to cling too revealingly to whatever metal shape lay beneath. The arms they had given her were left bare, and the feet and ankles, and Maltzer had performed his greatest miracle in the limbs of the new Deirdre. It was a mechanical miracle, basically, but the eye appreciated first that he had also showed supreme artistry and understanding. Her arms were pale, shining gold, tapered smoothly without modeling, and flexible their whole length in diminishing metal bracelets, fitting one inside the other clear down to the slim, round wrists. The hands were more nearly human than any other feature about her, though they too were fitted together in delicate small sections that slid upon one another with the flexibility almost of flesh. The fingers' bases were solider than human, and the fingers themselves tapered to longer tips. Her feet, too, beneath the tapering broader rings of the metal ankles, had been constructed upon the model of human feet. Their finely tooled sliding segments gave her an arch and a heel and a flexible forward section formed almost like the sollerets of medieval armor. She looked, indeed, very much like a creature in armor, with her delicately plated limbs and her featureless head like a helmet with a visor of glass, and her robe of chain mail. But no knight in armor ever moved as Deirdre moved, or wore his armor upon a body of such inhumanly fine proportions. Only a knight from another world, or a knight of Oberon's court, might have shared that delicate likeness. Briefly, he had been surprised at the smallness and exquisite proportions of her. He had been expecting the ponderous mass of such robots as he had seen, wholly automatons. And then he realized that for them much of the space had to be devoted to the inadequate mechanical brains that guided them about their duties. Deirdre's brain still preserved and proved the craftsmanship of an artisan far defter than man. Only the body was of metal, and it did not seem complex, though he had not yet been told how it was motivated. Harris had no idea how long he sat staring at the figure in the cushioned chair. She was still lovely. Indeed, she was still Deirdre. And as he looked, he let the careful schooling of his face relax. There was no need to hide his thoughts from her. She stirred upon the cushions, the long, flexible arms moving with aliveness that was not quite human. The motion disturbed him as the body itself had not, and in spite of himself his face froze a little. He had the feeling that from behind the crescent mask she was watching him very closely. Slowly she rose. The motion was very smooth. Also it was serpentine, as if the body beneath the coat of mail were made in the same interlocking sections as her limbs. He had expected and feared mechanical rigidity. Nothing had prepared him for this more than human suppleness. She stood quietly, letting the heavy mailed folds of her garment settle about her.
They fell together with a faint ringing sound like small bells far off, and hung beautifully in pale, golden sculptured folds. He had risen automatically as she did. Now he faced her, staring. He had never seen her stand perfectly still, and she was not doing it now. She swayed just a bit, vitality burning inextinguishably in her brain as once it had burned in her body, and stolid immobility was as impossible for her as it had always been. The golden garment caught points of light from the fire and glimmered at him with tiny reflections as she moved. Then she put her featureless helmeted head a little to one side, and he heard her laughter as familiar in its small, throaty, intimate sound as he had ever heard it from her living throat. And every gesture, every attitude, every flowing of motion into motion was so utterly Deirdre that the overwhelming illusion swept his mind again, and this was the flesh-and-blood woman as clearly as if he saw her standing there whole once more, like Phoenix from the fire. "Well, John," she said in the soft, husky, amused voice he remembered perfectly. "Well, John, is it I?" She knew it was. Perfect assurance sounded in the voice. "The shock will wear off, you know. It'll be easier and easier as time goes on. I'm quite used to myself now, see?" She turned away from him and crossed the room smoothly, with the old, poised dancer's glide, to the mirror that paneled one side of the room. And before it, as he had so often seen her preen before, he watched her preening now, running flexible metallic hands down the folds of her metal garment, turning to admire herself over one metal shoulder, making the mailed folds tinkle and sway as she struck an arabesque position before the glass. His knees let him down into the chair she had vacated. Mingled shock and relief loosened all his muscles in him, and she was more poised and confident than he. "It's a miracle," he said with conviction. "It's you. But I don't see how—" He had meant how without face or body, but clearly he could not finish that sentence. She finished it for him in her own mind, and answered without self-consciousness. "It's motion, mostly," she said, still admiring her own suppleness in the mirror. "See?" And very lightly on her springy, armored feet she flashed through an enchaînement of brilliant steps, swinging round with a pirouette to face him. "That was what Maltzer and I worked out between us, after I began to get myself under control again." Her voice was somber for a moment, remembering a dark time in the past. Then she went on. "It wasn't easy, of course, but it was fascinating. You'll never guess how fascinating, John. We knew we couldn't work out anything like a facsimile of the way I used to look, so we had to find some other basis to build on. And motion is the other basis of recognition, after actual physical likeness." She moved lightly across the carpet toward the window and stood looking down, her featureless face averted a little and the light shining across the delicately hinted curves of the cheekbones. "Luckily," she said, her voice amused, "I never was beautiful. It was all, well, vivacity, I suppose, and muscular coordination. Years and years of training, and all of it engraved here." She struck her golden helmet a light ringing blow with golden knuckles. "In the habit patterns grooved into my brain. So this body, did he tell you, works entirely through the brain. Electromagnetic currents flowing along from ring to ring like this." She rippled a boneless arm at him with a motion like flowing water. "Nothing holds me together, nothing, except muscles of magnetic currents. And if I'd been somebody else, somebody who moved differently, why, the flexible rings would have moved differently too, guided by the impulse from another brain. I'm not conscious of doing anything I haven't always done. The same impulses that used to go out to my muscles go out now to this." And she made a shuddering serpentine motion of both arms at him like a Cambodian dancer, and then laughed wholeheartedly, the sound of it ringing through the room with such full-throated merriment that he could not help seeing again the familiar face crinkled with pleasure, the white teeth shining. "It's all perfectly subconscious now," she told him. "It took lots of practice at first, of course, but now even my signature looks just as it always did. The coordination is duplicated that delicately." She rippled her arms at him again and chuckled. "But the voice, too," Harris protested inadequately. "It's your voice, Deirdre." "The voice isn't only a matter of throat construction and breath control, my darling Johnny. At least so Professor Maltzer assured me a year ago, and I certainly haven't any reason to doubt him." She laughed again.
She was laughing a little too much, with a touch of the bright, hysteric overexcitement he remembered so well. But if any woman ever had reason for mild hysteria, surely Deirdre had it now. The laughter rippled and ended, and she went on, her voice eager. He says voice control is almost wholly a matter of hearing what you produce, once you've got adequate mechanism, of course. That's why deaf people with the same vocal cords as ever let their voices change completely and lose all inflection when they've been deaf long enough. And luckily, you see, I'm not deaf. She swung around to him, the folds of her robe twinkling and ringing, and rippled up and up a clear, true scale to a lovely high note, and then cascaded down again like water over a falls. But she left him no time for applause. Perfectly simple, you see. All it took was a little matter of genius from the professor to get it worked out for me. He started with the new variation of the old Vodor you must remember hearing about years ago. Originally, of course, the thing was ponderous. You know how it worked. Speech broken down to a few basic sounds and built up again in combinations produced from a keyboard. I think originally the sounds were a sort of kitsch and a shushing noise, but we've got it all worked to a flexibility and range quite as good as human now. All I do is, well, mentally play on the keyboard of my sound unit, I suppose it's called. It's much more complicated than that, of course, but I've learned to do it unconsciously. And I regulate it by ear, quite automatically now. If you were here instead of me, and you'd had the same practice, your own voice would be coming out of the same keyboard and diaphragm instead of mine. It's all a matter of the brain patterns that operated the body and now operate the machinery. They send out very strong impulses that are stepped up as much as necessary somewhere or other in here. Her hands waved vaguely over the mesh-robed body. She was silent a moment, looking out the window. Then she turned away and crossed the floor to the fire, sinking again into the flowered chair. Her helmet skull turned its mask to face him, and he could feel a quiet scrutiny behind the aquamarine of its gaze. "It's odd," she said, "being here in this, instead of a body. But not as odd or as alien as you might think. I've thought a lot about it. I've had plenty of time to think. And I've begun to realize what a tremendous force the human ego really is. I'm not sure I want to suggest it has any mystical power it can impress on mechanical things, but it does seem to have a power of some sort. It does instill its own force into inanimate objects, and they take on a personality of their own. People do impress their personalities on the houses they live in, you know. I've noticed that often. Even empty rooms. And it happens with other things, too. Especially, I think, with inanimate things that men depend on for their lives. Ships, for instance. They always have personalities of their own. And planes. In wars you always hear of planes crippled too badly to fly, but struggling back anyhow with their crews. Even guns acquire a sort of ego. Ships and guns and planes are she to the men who operate them and depend on them for their lives. It's as if machinery with complicated moving parts almost simulates life, and does acquire from the men who used it, well, not exactly life, of course, but a personality. I don't know what. Maybe it absorbs some of the actual electrical impulses their brains throw off, especially in times of stress. Well, after a while I began to accept the idea that this new body of mine could behave at least as responsibly as a ship or a plane, quite apart from the fact that my own brain controls its muscles. I believe there's an affinity between men and the machines they make. They make them out of their own brains, really, a sort of mental conception and gestation, and the result responds to the minds that created them, and to all human minds that understand and manipulate them. She stirred uneasily and smoothed the flexible hand along her mesh-robed metal thigh. "So this is myself," she said. "Metal, but me. And it grows more and more myself the longer I live in it. It's my house and the machine my life depends on, but much more intimately in each case than any real house or machine ever was before to any other human. And you know, I wonder if in time I'll forget what flesh felt like, my own flesh when I touched it like this, and the metal against the metal will be so much the same I'll never even notice." Harris did not try to answer her. He sat without moving, watching her expressionless face. In a moment she went on. "I'll tell you the best thing, John," she said, her voice softening to the old intimacy he remembered so well,
that he could see superimposed upon the blank skull the warm, intent look that belonged with the voice. I'm not going to live forever. It may not sound like a best thing, but it is, John. You know, for a while that was the worst of all, after I woke up again. The thought of living on in a body that wasn't mine, seeing everyone I knew grow old and die, and not being able to stop. But Maltzer says my brain will probably wear out quite normally, except, of course, that I won't have to worry about looking old. And when it gets tired and stops, the body I'm in won't be any longer. The magnetic muscles that hold it into my own shape and motions will let go when the brain lets go, and there'll be nothing but a pile of disconnected rings. If they ever assemble it again, it won't be me. She hesitated. I like that, John, she said, and he felt from behind the mask a searching of his face. He knew and understood that somber satisfaction. He could not put it into words, neither of them wanted to do that, but he understood. It was the conviction of mortality in spite of her immortal body. She was not cut off from the rest of her race in the essence of their humanity, for though she wore a body of steel and they perishable flesh, yet she must perish too, and the same fears and faiths still united her to mortals and humans, though she wore the body of Oberon's inhuman knight. Even in her death she must be unique. Dissolution in a shower of tinkling and clashing rings, he thought, and almost envied her the finality and beauty of that particular death. But afterward, oneness with humanity, and however much or little awaited them all. So she could feel that this exile in metal was only temporary in spite of everything. And providing, of course, that the mind inside the metal did not veer from its inherited humanity as the years went by. A dweller in a house may impress his personality upon the walls, but subtly the walls too may impress their own shape upon the ego of the man. Neither of them thought of that at the time. Deirdre sat a moment longer in silence. Then the mood vanished, and she rose again, spinning so that the robe belled out, ringing about her ankles. She rippled another scale up and down, faultlessly, and with the same familiar sweetness of tone that had made her famous. So I'm going right back on the stage, John, she said serenely. I can still sing. I can still dance. I'm still myself in everything that matters, and I can't imagine doing anything else for the rest of my life. He could not answer without stammering a little. Do you think... Will they accept you, Deirdre? After all... They'll accept me, she said in that confident voice. Oh, they'll come to see a freak at first, of course, but they'll stay to watch Deirdre, and come back again and again, just as they always did. You'll see, my dear. But hearing her sureness, suddenly Harris himself was unsure. Maltzer had not been either. She was so regally confident, and disappointment would be so deadly a blow at all that remained of her. She was so delicate a being now, really. Nothing but a glowing and radiant mind poised in metal, dominating it, bending the steel to the illusion of her lost loveliness with the sheer self-confidence that gleamed through the metal body. But the brain sat delicately on its base of reason. She had been through intolerable stresses already, perhaps more terrible depths of despair and self-knowledge than any human brain had yet endured before her, for, since Lazarus himself, who had come back from the dead? But if the world did not accept her as beautiful, what then? If they laughed or pitied her, or came only to watch a jointed freak performing as if on strings where the loveliness of Deirdre had once enchanted them, what then? And he could not be perfectly sure they would not. He had known her too well in the flesh to see her objectively even now in metal. Every inflection of her voice called up the vivid memory of the face that had flashed its evanescent beauty in some look to match the tone. She was Deirdre to Harris simply because she had been so intimately familiar in every pose and attitude through so many years. But people who knew her only slightly, or saw her for the first time in metal, what would they see? A marionette? Or the real grace and loveliness shining through? He had no possible way of knowing. He saw her too clearly as she had been to see her now at all, except so linked with the past that she was not wholly metal. And he knew what Maltzer feared, for Maltzer's psychic blindness toward her lay at the other extreme. He had never known Deirdre except as a machine, and he could not see her objectively any more than Harris could. To Maltzer she was pure metal, a robot his own hands and brain had devised, mysteriously animated by the mind of Deirdre, to be sure, but to all outward seeming a thing of metal solely. He had worked so long over every intricate part of her body, he knew so well how every jointure in it was put together, that he could not see the whole. He had studied many film records of her, of course, as she used to be, in order to gauge the accuracy of his facsimile, but this thing he had made was a copy only. He was too close to Deirdre to see her, and Harris, in a way, was too far. The indomitable Deirdre herself shone so vividly through the metal that his mind kept superimposing one upon the other. How would an audience react to her? Where in the scale between these two extremes would their verdict fall? For Deirdre, there was only one possible answer. "I'm not worried," Deirdre said serenely, and spread her golden hands to the fire to watch lights dancing in reflection upon their shining surfaces. "I'm still myself. I've always had, well, power over my audiences. Any good performer knows when he's got it. Mine isn't gone. I can still give them what I always gave, only now with greater variations and more depths than I ever have done before. Why, look!" She gave a little wriggle of excitement. "You know the arabesque principle, getting the longest possible distance from fingertip to toe-tip, with the long, slow curve through the whole length, and the brace of the other leg and arm giving contrast? Well, look at me. I don't work on hinges now. I can make every motion a long curve if I want to. My body's different enough now to work out a whole new school of dancing. Of course there'll be things I used to do that I won't attempt now. No more dancing sur le pointe, for instance, but the new things will more than balance the loss. I've been practicing. Do you know I can turn 100 fouettés now without a flaw? And I think I could go right on and turn 1,000 if I wanted." She made the firelight flash on her hands, and her robe rang musically as she moved her shoulders a little. "I've already worked out one new dance for myself," she said. "God knows I'm no choreographer, but I did want to experiment first. Later, you know, really creative men like Massenschein or Fauquelin may want to do something entirely new for me, a whole new sequence of movements based on a new technique. And music, that could be quite different too. Oh, there's no end to the possibilities. Even my voice has more range and power. Luckily, I'm not an actress. It would be silly to try to play Camille or Juliet with a cast of ordinary people. Not that I couldn't, you know." She turned her head to stare at Harris through the mask of glass. "I honestly think I could, but it isn't necessary. There's too much else." "Oh, I'm not worried." "Maltzer's worried," Harris reminded her. She swung away from the fire, her metal robe ringing, and into her voice came the old note of distress that went with the furrowing of her forehead and the sideways tilt of the head. The head went sideways, as it had always done, and he could see the furrowed brow almost as clearly as if flesh still clothed her. "I know, and I'm worried about him, John. He's worked so awfully hard over me. This is the doldrums now, the let-down period, I suppose. I know what's on his mind. He's afraid I'll look just the same to the world as I look to him, tooled metal. He's in a position no one ever quite achieved before, isn't he? Rather like God." Her voice rippled a little with amusement. "I suppose to God we must look like a collection of cells and corpuscles ourselves. But Maltzer lacks a God's detached viewpoint." "He can't see you as I do, anyhow." Harris was choosing his words with difficulty. "I wonder, though, would it help him any if you postponed your debut a while? You've been with him too closely, I think. You don't quite realize how near a breakdown he is. I was shocked when I saw him just now." The golden head shook. "No, he's close to a breaking point, maybe, but I think the only cure is action. He wants me to retire and stay out of sight, John, always. He's afraid for anyone to see me except a few old friends who remember me as I was. People he can trust to be kind." She laughed. It was very strange to hear that ripple of mirth from the blank, unfeatured skull. Harris was seized with sudden panic at the thought of what reaction it might evoke in an audience of strangers. As if he had spoken the fear aloud, her voice denied it. "I don't need kindness. And it's no kindness to Maltzer to hide me under a bushel. He has worked too hard, I know. He's driven himself to a breaking point. But it'll be a complete negation of all he's worked for if I hide myself now. You don't know what a tremendous lot of geniuses and artistry went into me, John.
The whole idea from the start was to create what I'd lost so that it could be proved that beauty and talent need not be sacrificed by the destruction of parts or all the body. It wasn't only for me that we meant to prove that. There'll be others who suffer injuries that once might have ruined them. This was to end all suffering like that forever. It was Maltzer's gift to the whole race as well as to me. He's really a humanitarian, John, like most great men. He'd never have given up a year of his life to this work if it had been for any one individual alone. He was seeing thousands of others beyond me as he worked, and I won't let him ruin all he's achieved because he's afraid to prove it now he's got it. The whole wonderful achievement will be worthless if I don't take the final step. I think his breakdown in the end would be worse and more final if I never tried than if I tried and failed.
Harris sat in silence. There was no answer he could make to that. He hoped the little twinge of shamefaced jealousy he suddenly felt did not show, as he was reminded anew of the intimacy closer than marriage which had of necessity bound these two together. And he knew that any reaction of his would in its way be almost as prejudiced as Maltzer's, for a reason at once the same and entirely opposite. Except that he himself came fresh to the problem, while Maltzer's viewpoint was colored by a year of overwork and physical and mental exhaustion. "What are you going to do?" he asked. She was standing before the fire when he spoke, swaying just a little so that highlights danced all along her golden body. Now she turned with the serpentine grace and sank into the cushioned chair beside her. It came to him suddenly that she was much more than humanly graceful, quite as much as he had once feared she would be less than human. "I've already arranged for a performance," she told him, her voice a little shaken with a familiar mixture of excitement and defiance. Harris sat up with a start. "How? Where? There hasn't been any publicity at all yet, has there? I didn't know—" Now, Johnny," her amused voice soothed him. "You'll be handling everything just as usual once I get started back to work. That is, if you still want to. But this I've arranged for myself. It's going to be a surprise. I felt it had to be a surprise." She wriggled a little among the cushions. "Audience psychology is something I've always felt rather than known, and I do feel this is the way it ought to be done. There's no precedent. Nothing like this ever happened before. I'll have to go by my own intuition." "You mean it's to be a complete surprise?" "I think it must be. I don't want the audience coming in with preconceived ideas. I want them to see me exactly as I am now first, before they know who or what they're seeing. They must realize I can still give as good a performance as ever, before they remember and compare it with my past performances. I don't want them to come ready to pity my handicaps. I haven't got any, or full of morbid curiosity. So I'm going on the air after the regular 8 o'clock telecast of the feature from Teleo City. I'm just going to do one specialty in the usual VOD program. It's all been arranged. They'll build up to it, of course, as the highlight of the evening, but they aren't to say who I am until the end of the performance, if the audience hasn't recognized me already by then." "Audience?" "Of course. Surely you haven't forgotten they still play to a theater audience at Teleo City. That's why I want to make my debut there. I've always played better when there were people in the studio, so I could gauge reactions. I think most performers do. Anyhow, it's all arranged." "Does Maltzer know?" She wriggled uncomfortably. "Not yet." "But he'll have to give his permission too, won't he? I mean—" "Now look, John, that's another idea you and Maltzer will have to get out of your minds. I don't belong to him. In a way, he's just been my doctor through a long illness, but I'm free to discharge him whenever I choose. If there were ever any legal disagreement, I suppose he'd be entitled to quite a lot of money for the work he's done on my new body. For the body itself, really, since it's his own machine in one sense. But he doesn't own it or me. I'm not sure just how the question would be decided by the courts. There again, we've got a problem without precedent. The body may be his work, but the brain that makes it something more than a collection of metal rings is me, and he couldn't restrain me against my will even if he wanted to. Not legally, and not—" She hesitated oddly and looked away. For the first time, Harris was aware of something beneath the surface of her mind which was quite strange to him. "Well, anyhow," she went on, "that question won't come up. Maltzer and I have been much too close in the past year to clash over anything as essential as this.
He knows in his heart that I'm right, and he won't try to restrain me. His work won't be completed until I do what I was built to do, and I intend to do it." That strange little quiver of something un-Deirdre, which had so briefly trembled beneath the surface of familiarity, stuck in Harris's mind as something he must recall and examine later. Now he said only, "All right, I suppose I agree with you. How soon are you going to do it?" She turned her head so that even the glass mask through which she looked out at the world was foreshortened away from him, and the golden helmet with its hint of sculptured cheekbone was entirely enigmatic. "Tonight," she said. Maltzer's thin hand shook so badly that he could not turn the dial. He tried twice, and then laughed nervously and shrugged at Harris. "You get her," he said. Harris glanced at his watch. "It isn't time yet. She won't be on for half an hour." Maltzer made a gesture of violent impatience. "Get it! Get it!" Harris shrugged a little in turn and twisted the dial. On the tilted screen above them, shadows and sound blurred together and then clarified into a somber medieval hall, vast, vaulted, people in bright costumes moving like pygmies through its dimness. Since the play concerned Mary of Scotland, the actors were dressed in something approximating Elizabethan garb, but as every era tends to translate costume into terms of the current fashions, the women's hair was dressed in a style that would have startled Elizabeth, and their footgear was entirely anachronistic. The hall dissolved and a face swam up into soft focus upon the screen. The dark, lush beauty of the actress who was playing the Stuart Queen glowed at them in velvety perfection from the clouds of her pearl-strewn hair. Maltzer groaned. "She's competing with that," he said hollowly. "You think she can't?" Maltzer slapped the chair arms with angry palms. Then the quivering of his fingers seemed suddenly to strike him, and he muttered to himself, "Look at him. I'm not even fit to handle a hammer and saw." But the mutter was an aside. "Of course she can't compete," he cried irritably. "She hasn't any sex. She isn't female anymore. She doesn't know that yet, but she'll learn." Harris stared at him, feeling a little stunned. Somehow the thought had not occurred to him before at all, so vividly had the illusion of the old Deirdre hung about the new one. "She's an abstraction now," Maltzer went on, drumming his palms upon the chair in quick, nervous rhythms. "I don't know what it'll do to her, but there'll be change. Remember Abelard? She's lost everything that made her essentially what the public wanted, and she's going to find it out the hard way. After that—" He grimaced savagely and was silent. "She hasn't lost everything," Harris defended. "She can dance and sing as well as ever, maybe better. She still has grace and charm and—" "Yes, but where did the grace and charm come from? Not out of the habit patterns in her brain. No, out of human contacts, out of all the things that stimulate sensitive minds to creativeness. And she's lost 3 of her 5 senses. Everything she can't see and hear is gone. One of the strongest stimuli to a woman of her type was the knowledge of sex competition. You know how she sparkled when a man came into the room? All that's gone, and it was an essential. You know how liquor stimulated her? She's lost that. She couldn't taste food or drink even if she needed it. Perfume, flowers, all the odors we respond to mean nothing to her now. She can't feel anything with tactual delicacy anymore. She used to surround herself with luxuries. She drew her stimuli from them, and that's all gone too. She's withdrawn from all physical contacts." He squinted at the screen, not seeing it, his face drawn into lines like the lines of a skull. All flesh seemed to have dissolved off his bones in the past year, and Harris thought almost jealously that even in that way he seemed to be drawing nearer Deirdre in her fleshlessness with every passing week. "Sight," Maltzer said, "is the most highly civilized of the senses. It was the last to come. The other senses tie us in closely with the very roots of life. I think we perceive with them more keenly than we know. The things we realize through taste and smell and feeling stimulate directly, without a detour through the centers of conscious thought. You know how often a taste or odor will recall a memory to you so subtly you don't know exactly what caused it? We need those primitive senses to tie us in with nature and the race. Through those ties, Deirdre drew her vitality without realizing it. Sight is a cold intellectual thing compared with the other senses, but it's all she has to draw on now. She isn't a human being anymore, and I think what humanity is left in her will drain out little by little and never be replaced.
Abelard, in a way, was a prototype, but Deirdre's loss is complete. She isn't human, Harris agreed slowly, but she isn't pure robot either. She's something somewhere between the two, and I think it's a mistake to try to guess just where or what the outcome will be. I don't have to guess, Maltzer said in a grim voice. I know. I wish I'd let her die. I've done something to her 1,000 times worse than the fire ever could. I should have let her die in it. Wait, said Harris. Wait and see. I think you're wrong. On the television screen, Mary of Scotland climbed the scaffold to her doom, the gown of traditional scarlet clinging warmly to supple young curves, as anachronistic in their way as the slippers beneath the gown, for as everyone but playwrights knows, Mary was well into middle age before she died. Gracefully, this latter-day Mary bent her head, sweeping the long hair aside, kneeling to the block. Maltzer watched stonily, seeing another woman entirely. I shouldn't have let her, he was muttering. I shouldn't have let her do it. Do you really think you'd have stopped her if you could? Harris asked quietly. And the other man, after a moment's pause, shook his head jerkily. No, I suppose not. I keep thinking if I worked and waited a little longer, maybe I could make it easier for her, but no, I suppose not. She's got to face them sooner or later, being herself. He stood up abruptly, shoving back his chair. If she only weren't so frail. She doesn't realize how delicately poised her very sanity is. We gave her what we could, the artists and the designers and I, all gave our very best, but she's so pitifully handicapped even with all we could do. She'll always be an abstraction and a freak, cut off from the world by handicaps worse in their way than anything any human being ever suffered before. Sooner or later she'll realize it, and then... He began to pace up and down with quick, uneven steps, striking his hands together. His face was twitching with a little tick that drew up one eye to a squint and released it again at irregular intervals. Harris could see how very near collapse the man was. Can you imagine what it's like? Maltzer demanded fiercely. Penned into a mechanical body like that, shut out from all human contacts except what leaks in by way of sight and sound? To know you aren't human any longer? She's been through shocks enough already. When that shock fully hits her... Shut up, said Harris roughly. You won't do her any good if you break down yourself. Look, the vaud's starting. Great golden curtains had swept together over the unhappy Queen of Scotland and were parting again now, all sorrow and frustration wiped away once more as cleanly as the passing centuries had already expunged them. Now a line of tiny dancers under the tremendous arch of the stage kicked and pranced with the precision of little mechanical dolls, too small and perfect to be real. Vision rushed down upon them and swept along the row, face after stiffly smiling face racketing by like fence pickets. Then the sight rose into the rafters and looked down upon them from a great height, the grotesquely foreshortened figures still prancing in perfect rhythm even from this inhuman angle. There was applause from an invisible audience. Then someone came out and did a dance with lighted torches that streamed long, weaving ribbons of fire among clouds of what looked like cotton wool, but was most probably asbestos. Then a company in gorgeous pseudo-period costumes postured its way through the new singing ballet form of dance, roughly following a plot which had been announced as Les Sylphides, but had little in common with it. Afterward, the precision dancers came on again, solemn and charming as performing dolls. Maltzer began to show signs of dangerous tension as act succeeded act. Deirdre's was to be the last, of course. It seemed very long indeed before a face in close-up blotted out the stage, and a master of ceremonies with features like an amiable marionette's announced a very special number as the finale. His voice was almost cracking with excitement. Perhaps he, too, had not been told until a moment before what lay in store for the audience. Neither of the listening men heard what it was he said, but both were conscious of a certain indefinable excitement rising among the audience, murmurs and rustlings and a mounting anticipation, as if time had run backward here, and knowledge of the great surprise had already broken upon them. Then the golden curtains appeared again. They quivered and swept apart on long upward arcs, and between them the stage was full of a shimmering golden haze. It was, Harris realized in a moment, simply a series of gauze curtains, but the effect was one of strange and wonderful anticipation, as if something very splendid must be hidden in the haze. The world might have looked like this on the first morning of creation, before heaven and earth took form in the mind of God. It was a singularly fortunate choice of stage set in its symbolism, though Harris wondered how much necessity had figured in its selection, for there could not have been much time to prepare an elaborate set. The audience sat perfectly silent, and the air was tense. This was no ordinary pause before an act. No one had been told, surely, and yet they seemed to guess. The shimmering haze trembled and began to thin, veil by veil. Beyond was darkness and what looked like a row of shining pillars set in a balustrade that began gradually to take shape as the haze drew back in shining folds. Now they could see that the balustrade curved up from left and right to the hand of a sweep of stairs. Stage and stairs were carpeted in black velvet. Black velvet draperies hung just ajar behind the balcony, with a glimpse of dark sky beyond them trembling with dim synthetic stars. The last curtain of golden gauze withdrew. The stage was empty, or it seemed empty. But even through the aerial distances between this screen and the place it mirrored, Harris thought that the audience was not waiting for the performer to come on from the wings. There was no rustling, no coughing, no sense of impatience. A presence upon the stage was in command from the first drawing of the curtains. It filled the theater with its calm domination. It gauged its timing, holding the audience as a conductor with lifted baton gathers and holds the eyes of his orchestra. For a moment everything was motionless upon the stage. Then, at the head of the stairs, where the two curves of the pillared balustrade swept together, a figure stirred. Until that moment she had seemed another shining column in the row. Now she swayed deliberately, light catching and winking and running molten along her limbs in her robe of metal mesh. She swayed just enough to show that she was there. Then, with every eye upon her, she stood quietly to let them look their fill. The screen did not swoop to a close-up upon her. Her enigma remained inviolate, and the television watchers saw her no more clearly than the audience in the theater. Many must have thought her at first some wonderfully animate robot, hung perhaps from wires invisible against the velvet, for certainly she was no woman dressed in metal. Her proportions were too thin and fine for that. And perhaps the impression of robotism was what she meant to convey at first. She stood quiet, swaying just a little, a masked and inscrutable figure, faceless, very slender in her robe that hung in folds as pure as a Grecian chlamys, though she did not look Grecian at all. In the visored golden helmet and the robe of mail, that odd likeness to knighthood was there again, with its implications of medieval richness behind the simple lines. Except that in her exquisite slimness she called to mind no human figure in armor, not even the comparative delicacy of a St. Joan. It was the chivalry and delicacy of some other world implicit in her outlines. A breath of surprise had rippled over the audience when she moved. Now they were tensely silent again, waiting. And the tension, the anticipation, was far deeper than any mood the scene itself could ever have evoked. Even those who thought her a mannequin seemed to feel the forerunning of greater revelations. Now she swayed and came slowly down the steps, moving with a suppleness just a little better than human. The swaying strengthened. By the time she reached the stage floor she was dancing. But it was no dance that any human creature could ever have performed. The long, slow, languorous rhythms of her body would have been impossible to a figure hinged at its joints as human figures hinge. Harris remembered incredulously that he had feared once to find her jointed like a mechanical robot. But it was humanity that seemed, by contrast, jointed and mechanical now. The languor and the rhythm of her patterns looked impromptu, as all good dances should, but Harris knew what hours of composition and rehearsal must lie behind it, what laborious graving into her brain of strange new pathways, the first to replace the old ones and govern the mastery of metal limbs. To and fro over the velvet carpet, against the velvet background, she wove the intricacies of her serpentine dance, leisurely, and yet with such hypnotic effect that the air seemed full of looping rhythms, as if her long, tapering limbs had left their own replicas hanging upon the air and fading only slowly as she moved away. In her mind, Harris knew, the stage was a whole, a background to be filled in completely with the measured patterns of her dance, and she seemed almost to project that completed pattern to her audience so that they saw her everywhere at once, her golden rhythms fading upon the air long after she had gone. Now there was music, looping and hanging in echoes after her like the shining festoon she wove with her body. But it was no orchestral music. She was humming, deep and sweet and wordlessly, as she glided her easy, intricate path about the stage. And the volume of the music was amazing. It seemed to fill the theater, and it was not amplified by hidden loudspeakers. You could tell that. Somehow, until you heard the music she made, you had never realized before the subtle distortions that amplification puts into music. This was utterly pure and true, as perhaps no ear in all her audience had ever heard music before. While she danced, the audience did not seem to breathe. Perhaps they were beginning already to suspect who and what it was that moved before them, without any fanfare of the publicity they had been half expecting for weeks now. And yet without the publicity, it was not easy to believe the dancer they watched was not some cunningly motivated mannequin swinging on unseen wires about the stage. Nothing she had done yet had been human. The dance was no dance a human being could have performed. The music she hummed came from a throat without vocal cords. But now the long, slow rhythms were drawing to their close, the pattern tightening into a finale. And she ended as inhumanly as she had danced, willing them not to interrupt her with applause, dominating them now as she had always done. For her implication here was that a machine might have performed the dance, and a machine expects no applause. If they thought unseen operators had put her through those wonderful paces, they would wait for the operators to appear for their bows. But the audience was obedient. It sat silently, waiting for what came next. But its silence was tense and breathless. The dance ended as it had begun. Slowly, almost carelessly, she swung up the velvet stairs, moving with rhythms as perfect as her music. But when she reached the head of the stair, she turned to face her audience, and for a moment stood motionless, like a creature of metal, without volition, the hands of the operator slack upon its strings. Then, startlingly, she laughed. It was lovely laughter, low and sweet and full-throated. She threw her head back and let her body sway and her shoulders shake, and the laughter, like the music, filled the theater, gaining volume from the great hollow of the roof, and sounding in the ears of every listener, not loud, but as intimately as if each sat alone with the woman who laughed. And she was a woman now. Humanity had dropped over her like a tangible garment. No one who had ever heard that laughter before could mistake it here. But before the reality of who she was had quite time to dawn upon her listeners, she let the laughter deepen into music, as no human voice could have done. She was humming a familiar refrain close in the ear of every hearer, and the humming in turn swung into words. She sang in her clear, light, lovely voice, "The yellow rose of Eden is blooming in my heart." It was Deirdre's song. She had sung it first upon the airways a month before the theater fire that had consumed her. It was a commonplace little melody, simple enough to take first place in the fancy of a nation that had always liked its songs simple. But it had a certain sincerity, too, and no taint of the vulgarity of tune and rhythm that foredooms so many popular songs to oblivion after their novelty fades. No one else was ever able to sing it quite as Deirdre did. It had been identified with her so closely that though for a while after her accident singers tried to make it a memorial for her, they failed so conspicuously to give it her unmistakable flair that the song died from their sheer inability to sing it. No one ever hummed the tune without thinking of her, and the pleasant, nostalgic sadness of something lovely and lost. But it was not a sad song now. If anyone had doubted whose brain and ego motivated this shining metal suppleness, they could doubt no longer. For the voice was Deirdre, and the song, and the lovely, poised grace of her mannerisms that made up recognition as certainly as sight of a familiar face. She had not finished the first line of her song before the audience knew her, and they did not let her finish. The accolade of their interruption was a tribute more eloquent than polite waiting could ever have been. First, a breath of incredulity rippled over the theater, and a long, sighing gasp that reminded Harris irrelevantly as he listened of the gasp which still goes up from matinee audiences at the first glimpse of the fabulous Valentino, so many generations dead. But this gasp did not sigh itself away and vanish. Tremendous tension lay behind it, and the rising tide of excitement rippled up in little murmurs and spatterings of applause that ran together into one overwhelming roar. It shook the theater. The television screen trembled and blurred a little to the volume of that transmitted applause. Silenced before it, Deirdre stood gesturing on the stage, bowing and bowing as the noise rolled up about her, shaking perceptibly with the triumph of her own emotion. Harris had an intolerable feeling that she was smiling radiantly, and that the tears were pouring down her cheeks. He even thought, just as Maltzer leaned forward to switch off the screen, that she was blowing kisses over the audience in the time-honored gesture of the grateful actress, her golden arms shining as she scattered kisses abroad from the featureless helmet, the face that had no mouth. "Well?" Harris said, not without triumph. Maltzer shook his head jerkily, the glasses unsteady on his nose, so that the blurred eyes behind them seemed to shift. "Of course they applauded, you fool," he said in a savage voice. "I might have known they would under this setup. It doesn't prove anything. Oh, she was smart to surprise them, I admit that. But they were applauding themselves as much as her. Excitement, gratitude for letting them in on a historic performance, mass hysteria, you know. It's from now on the test will come, and this hasn't helped any to prepare her for it. Morbid curiosity when the news gets out, people laughing when she forgets she isn't human. And they will, you know. There are always those who will, and the novelty wearing off, the slow draining away of humanity for lack of contact with any human stimuli anymore." Harris remembered suddenly and reluctantly the moment that afternoon which he had shunted aside mentally to consider later. The sense of something unfamiliar beneath the surface of Deirdre's speech. Was Maltzer right? Was the drainage already at work? Or was there something deeper than this obvious answer to the question? Certainly she had been through experiences too terrible for ordinary people to comprehend. Scars might still remain. Or with her body had she put on a strange metallic something of the mind that spoke to no sense which human minds could answer? For a few minutes neither of them spoke. Then Maltzer rose abruptly and stood looking down at Harris with an abstract scowl. "I wish you'd go now," he said. Harris glanced up at him, startled. Maltzer began to pace again, his steps quick and uneven. Over his shoulder, he said, "I've made up my mind, Harris. I've got to put a stop to this." Harris rose. "Listen," he said. "Tell me one thing. What makes you so certain you're right? Can you deny that most of it's speculation, hearsay evidence? Remember, I talked to Deirdre, and she was just as sure as you are in the opposite direction. Have you any real reason for what you think?" Maltzer took his glasses off and rubbed his nose carefully, taking a long time about it. He seemed reluctant to answer. But when he did, at last, there was a confidence in his voice Harris had not expected. "I have a reason," he said, "but you won't believe it. Nobody would." "Try me." Maltzer shook his head. "Nobody could believe it. No two people were ever in quite the same relationship before as Deirdre and I have been. I helped her come back out of complete oblivion. I knew her before she had voice or hearing. She was only a frantic mind when I first made contact with her, half insane with all that had happened in fear of what would happen next. In a very literal sense, she was reborn out of that condition, and I had to guide her through every step of the way. I came to know her thoughts before she thought them, and once you've been that close to another mind, you don't lose the contact easily." He put the glasses back on and looked blurrily at Harris through the heavy lenses. "Deirdre is worried," he said. "I know it. You won't believe me, but I can, sense it. I tell you I've been too close to her very mind itself to make any mistake. You don't see it, maybe. Maybe even she doesn't know it yet, but the worry's there. When I'm with her, I feel it, and I don't want it to come any nearer the surface of her mind than it's come already. I'm going to put a stop to this before it's too late." Harris had no comment for that. It was too entirely outside his own experience. He said nothing for a moment. Then he asked simply, "How?" "I'm not sure yet. I've got to decide before she comes back, and I want to see her alone." "I think you're wrong," Harris told him quietly. "I think you're imagining things. I don't think you can stop her." Maltzer gave him a slanted glance. "I can stop her," he said in a curious voice. He went on quickly.
She has enough already. She's nearly human. She can live normally as other people live without going back on the screen. Maybe this taste of it will be enough. I've got to convince her it is. If she retires now, she'll never guess how cruel her own audiences could be. And maybe that deep sense of distress, uneasiness, whatever it is, won't come to the surface. It mustn't. She's too fragile to stand that. He slapped his hands together sharply. I've got to stop her. For her own sake, I've got to do it. He swung around again to face Harris. Will you go now? Never in his life had Harris wanted less to leave a place. Briefly, he thought of saying simply, No, I won't. But he had to admit in his own mind that Maltzer was at least partly right. This was a matter between Deirdre and her creator, the culmination, perhaps, of that years-long intimacy so like marriage that this final trial for supremacy was a need he recognized. He would not, he thought, forbid the showdown if he could. Perhaps the whole year had been building up to this one moment between them in which one or the other must prove himself victor. Neither was very well stable just now after the long strain of the past year. It might very well be that the mental salvation of one or both hinged upon the outcome of the clash. But because each was so strongly motivated not by selfish concern, but by solicitude for the other in this strange combat, Harris knew he must leave them to settle the thing alone. He was in the street and hailing a taxi before the full significance of something Maltzer had said came to him. I can stop her, he had declared with an odd inflection in his voice. Suddenly Harris felt cold. Maltzer had made her. Of course he could stop her if he chose. Was there some key in that supple golden body that could immobilize it at its maker's will? Could she be imprisoned in that cage of her own body? No body before in all history, he thought, could have been designed more truly to be a prison for its mind than Deirdre's, if Maltzer chose to turn the key that locked her in. There must be many ways to do it. He could simply withhold whatever source of nourishment kept her brain alive, if that were the way he chose. But Harris could not believe he would do it. The man wasn't insane. He would not defeat his own purpose. His determination rose from his solicitude for Deirdre. He would not even in the last extremity try to save her by imprisoning her in the jail of her own skull. For a moment Harris hesitated on the curb, almost turning back. But what could he do? Even granting that Maltzer would resort to such tactics, self-defeating in their very nature, how could any man on earth prevent him if he did it subtly enough? But he never would. Harris knew he never would. He got into his cab slowly, frowning. He would see them both tomorrow. He did not. Harris was swamped with excited calls about yesterday's performance, but the message he was awaiting did not come. The day went by very slowly. Toward evening, he surrendered and called Maltzer's apartment. It was Deirdre's face that answered, and for once he saw no remembered features superimposed upon the blankness of her helmet. Masked and faceless, she looked at him inscrutably. Is everything all right? He asked, a little uncomfortable. Yes, of course, she said, and her voice was a bit metallic for the first time, as if she were thinking so deeply of some other matter that she did not trouble to pitch it properly. I had a long talk with Maltzer last night, if that's what you mean. You know what he wants, but nothing's been decided yet. Harris felt oddly rebuffed by the sudden realization of the mettle of her. It was impossible to read anything from face or voice. Each had its mask. What are you going to do? He asked. Exactly as I'd planned, she told him without inflection. Harris floundered a little. Then, with an effort at practicality, he said, Do you want me to go to work on bookings, then? She shook the delicately modeled skull. Not yet. You saw the reviews today, of course. They did like me. It was an understatement, and for the first time a note of warmth sounded in her voice. But the preoccupation was still there, too. I'd already planned to make them wait a while after my first performance, she went on. A couple of weeks, anyhow. You remember that little farm of mine in Jersey, John? I'm going over today. I won't see anyone except the servants there, not even Maltzer. Not even you. I've got a lot to think about. Maltzer has agreed to let everything go until we've both thought things over. He's taking a rest, too. I'll see you the moment I get back, John. Is that all right? She blanked out almost before he had time to nod, and while the beginning of a stammered argument was still on his lips, he sat there staring at the screen. The 2 weeks that went by before Malter called him again were the longest Harris had ever spent. He thought of many things in the interval. He believed he could sense in that last talk with Deirdre something of the inner unrest that Malter had spoken of, more an abstraction than a distress, but some thought had occupied her mind which she would not, or was it that she could not, share even with her closest confidants. He even wondered whether, if her mind was as delicately poised as Malter feared, one would ever know whether or not it had slipped. There was so little evidence, one way or the other, in the unchanging outward form of her. Most of all, he wondered what 2 weeks in a new environment would do to her untried body and newly patterned brain. If Malter were right, then there might be some perceptible drainage by the time they met again. He tried not to think of that. Malter televised him on the morning set for her return. He looked very bad. The rest must have been no rest at all. His face was almost a skull now, and the blurred eyes behind their lenses burned. But he seemed curiously at peace, in spite of his appearance. Harris thought he had reached some decision, but whatever it was had not stopped his hands from shaking or the nervous tic that drew his face sideways into a grimace at intervals. "Come over," he said briefly, without preamble. "She'll be here in half an hour." And he blanked out without waiting for an answer. When Harris arrived, he was standing by the window, looking down and steadying his trembling hands on the sill. "I can't stop her," he said in a monotone, and again without preamble. Harris had the impression that for the 2 weeks his thoughts must have run over and over the same track, until any spoken word was simply a vocal interlude in the circling of his mind. "I couldn't do it. I even tried threats, but she knew I didn't mean them. There's only one way out, Harris." He glanced up briefly, hollow-eyed behind the lenses. "Never mind. I'll tell you later." "Did you explain everything to her that you did to me?" "Nearly all. I even taxed her with that sense of distress I know she feels. She denied it. She was lying. We both knew. It was worse after the performance than before. When I saw her that night, I tell you I knew. She senses something wrong, but she won't admit it." He shrugged. "Well?" Faintly in the silence, they heard the humming of the elevator descending from the helicopter platform on the roof. Both men turned to the door. She had not changed at all. Foolishly, Harris was a little surprised. Then he caught himself and remembered that she would never change, never until she died. He himself might grow white-haired and senile. She would move before him then as she moved now, supple, golden, enigmatic. Still, he thought she caught her breath a little when she saw Malter in the depths of his swift degeneration. She had no breath to catch, but her voice was shaken as she greeted them. "I'm glad you're both here," she said, a slight hesitation in her speech. "It's a wonderful day outside. Jersey was glorious. I'd forgotten how lovely it is in summer. Was the sanitarium any good, Malter?" He jerked his head irritably and did not answer. She went on talking in a light voice, skimming the surface, saying nothing important. This time Harris saw her as he supposed her audiences would, eventually, when the surprise had worn off and the image of the living Deirdre faded from memory. She was all metal now, the Deirdre they would know from today on. And she was not less lovely. She was not even less human, yet. Her motion was a miracle of flexible grace, a pouring of suppleness along every limb. From now on, Harris realized suddenly, it was her body and not her face that would have mobility to express emotion. She must act with her limbs and her lithe, robed torso. But there was something wrong. Harris sensed it almost tangibly in her inflections, her elusiveness, the way she fenced with words. This was what Malter had meant. This was what Harris himself had felt just before she left for the country. Only now it was strong, certain. Between them and the old Deirdre, whose voice still spoke to them, a veil of detachment had been drawn. Behind it, she was in distress. Somehow, somewhere, she had made some discovery that affected her profoundly, and Harris was terribly afraid that he knew what the discovery must be. Malter was right. He was still leaning against the window, staring out unseeingly over the vast panorama of New York,
webbed with traffic bridges, winking with sunlit glass, its vertiginous distances plunging downward into the blue shadows of Earth level. He said now, breaking into the light-voiced chatter, "Are you all right, Deirdre?" She laughed. It was lovely laughter. She moved lithely across the room, sunlight glinting on her musical mailed robe, and stooped to a cigarette box on a table. Her fingers were deft. "Have one?" she said, and carried the box to Maltzer. He let her put the brown cylinder between his lips and hold a light to it, but he did not seem to be noticing what he did. She replaced the box and then crossed to a mirror on the far wall and began experimenting with the series of gliding ripples that wove patterns of pale gold in the glass. "Of course I'm all right," she said. "You're lying." Deirdre did not turn. She was watching him in the mirror, but the ripple of her motion went on slowly, languorously, undisturbed. "No," she told them both. Maltzer drew deeply on his cigarette. Then, with a hard pull, he unsealed the window and tossed the smoking stub far out over the gulfs below. He said, "You can't deceive me, Deirdre." His voice was suddenly quite calm. "I created you, my dear, I know. I've sensed that uneasiness in you growing and growing for a long while now. It's much stronger today than it was 2 weeks ago. Something happened to you in the country. I don't know what it was, but you've changed. Will you admit to yourself what it is, Deirdre? Have you realized yet that you must not go back on the screen?" "Why, no," said Deirdre, still not looking at him, except obliquely in the glass. Her gestures were slower now, weaving lazy patterns in the air. "No, I haven't changed my mind." She was all metal, outwardly. She was taking unfair advantage of her own metalhood. She had withdrawn far within, behind the mask of her voice and her facelessness. Even her body, whose involuntary motions might have betrayed what she was feeling, in the only way she could be subject to betrayal now, she was putting through ritual motions that disguised it completely. As long as these looping, weaving patterns occupied her, no one had any way of guessing even from her motion what went on in the hidden brain inside her helmet. Harris was struck suddenly, and for the first time, with the completeness of her withdrawal. When he had seen her last in this apartment, she had been wholly Deirdre, not masked at all, overflowing the metal with the warmth and ardor of the woman he had known so well. Since then, since the performance on the stage, he had not seen the familiar Deirdre again. Passionately, he wondered why. Had she begun to suspect, even in her moment of triumph, what a fickle master an audience could be? Had she caught perhaps the sound of whispers and laughter among some small portion of her watchers, though the great majority praised her? Or was Maltzer right? Perhaps Harris's first interview with her had been the last bright burning of the lost Deirdre, animated by excitement and the pleasure of meeting after so long a time, animation summoned up in a last strong effort to convince him. Now she was gone, but whether in self-protection against the possible cruelties of human beings, or to withdraw to metalhood, he could not guess. Humanity might be draining out of her fast, and the brassy taint of metal permeating the brain it housed. Maltzer laid his trembling hand on the edge of the opened window and looked out. He said in a deepened voice, the querulous note gone for the first time, "I've made a terrible mistake, Deirdre. I've done you irreparable harm." He paused a moment, but Deirdre said nothing. Harris dared not speak. In a moment Maltzer went on. "I've made you vulnerable, and given you no weapons to fight your enemies with. And the human race is your enemy, my dear, whether you admit it now or later. I think you know that. I think it's why you're so silent. I think you must have suspected it on the stage 2 weeks ago, and verified it in Jersey while you were gone. They're going to hate you after a while because you are still beautiful, and they're going to persecute you because you are different and helpless. Once the novelty wears off, my dear, your audience will be simply a mob." He was not looking at her. He was bent forward a little, looking out the window and down. His hair stirred in the wind that blew very strongly up this high and whined thinly around the open edge of the glass. "I meant what I did for you," he said, "to be for everyone who meets with accidents that might have ruined them. I should have known my gift would mean worse ruin than any mutilation could be. I know now that there's only one legitimate way a human being can create life." When he tries another way, as I did, he has a lesson to learn. Remember the lesson of the student Frankenstein? He learned, too. In a way, he was lucky, the way he learned. He didn't have to watch what happened afterward. Maybe he wouldn't have had the courage. I know I haven't. Harris found himself standing without remembering that he rose. He knew suddenly what was about to happen. He understood Malter's air of resolution, his new unnatural calm. He knew even why Malter had asked him here today, so that Deirdre might not be left alone. For he remembered that Frankenstein, too, had paid with his life for the unlawful creation of life. Malter was leaning head and shoulders from the window now, looking down with almost hypnotized fascination. His voice came back to them remotely in the breeze, as if a barrier already lay between them. Deirdre had not moved. Her expressionless mask in the mirror watched him calmly. She must have understood. Yet she gave no sign except that the weaving of her arms had almost stopped now, she moved so slowly, like a dance scene in a nightmare under water. It was impossible, of course, for her to express any emotion. The fact that her face showed none now should not, in fairness, be held against her. But she watched so wholly without feeling, neither of them moved toward the window. A false step now might send him over. They were quiet, listening to his voice. "We who bring life into the world unlawfully," said Malter almost thoughtfully, "must make room for it by withdrawing our own. That seems to be an inflexible rule. It works automatically. The thing we create makes living unbearable. No, it's nothing you can help, my dear. I've asked you to do something I created you incapable of doing. I made you to perform a function, and I've been asking you to forego the one thing you were made to do. I believe that if you do it, it will destroy you, but the whole guilt is mine, not yours. I'm not even asking you to give up the screen any more. I know you can't and live. But I can't live and watch you. I put all my skill and all my love in one final masterpiece, and I can't bear to watch it destroyed. I can't live and watch you do only what I made you to do and ruin yourself because you must do it. But before I go, I have to make sure you understand." He leaned a little farther, looking down, and his voice grew more remote as the glass came between them. He was saying almost unbearable things now, but very distantly, in a cool, passionless tone filtered through wind and glass, and with the distant humming of the city mingled with it, so that the words were curiously robbed of poignancy. "I can be a coward," he said, "and escape the consequences of what I've done, but I can't go and leave you, not understanding. It would be even worse than the thought of your failure, to think of you bewildered and confused when the mob turns on you. What I'm telling you, my dear, won't be any real news. I think you sense it already, though you may not admit it to yourself. We've been too close to lie to each other, Deirdre. I know when you aren't telling the truth. I know the distress that's been growing in your mind. You are not wholly human, my dear. I think you know that. In so many ways, in spite of all I could do, you must always be less than human. You've lost the senses of perception that kept you in touch with humanity. Sight and hearing are all that remain, and sight, as I've said before, was the last and coldest of the senses to develop. And you're so delicately poised on a sort of thin edge of reason. You're only a clear, glowing mind animating a metal body like a candle flame in a glass, and as precariously vulnerable to the wind." He paused. "Try not to let them ruin you completely," he said after a while. "When they turn against you, when they find out you're more helpless than they, I wish I could have made you stronger, Deirdre, but I couldn't. I had too much skill for your good and mine, but not quite enough skill for that." He was silent again, briefly, looking down. He was balanced precariously now, more than halfway over the sill and supported only by one hand on the glass. Harris watched with an agonized uncertainty, not sure whether a sudden leap might catch him in time or send him over. Deirdre was still weaving her golden patterns, slowly and unchangingly, watching the mirror and its reflection, her face and masked eyes enigmatic. "I wish one thing, though," Malter said in his remote voice. "I wish, before I finish, that you'd tell me the truth, Deirdre. I'd be happier if I were sure I'd reached you. Do you understand what I've said? Do you believe me? Because if you don't, then I know you're lost beyond all hope. If you'll admit your own doubt,
And I know you do doubt. I can think there may be a chance for you after all. Were you lying to me, Deirdre? Do you know how wrong I have made you?" There was silence. Then, very softly, a breath of sound, Deirdre answered. The voice seemed to hang in mid-air, because she had no lips to move and localize it for the imagination. "Will you listen, Maltzer?" she asked. "I'll wait," he said. "Go on. Yes or no?" Slowly she let her arms drop to her sides. Very smoothly and quietly she turned from the mirror and faced him. She swayed a little, making her metal robe ring. "I'll answer you," she said, "but I don't think I'll answer that. Not with yes or no, anyhow. I'm going to walk a little, Maltzer. I have something to tell you, and I can't talk standing still. Will you let me move about without going over?" He nodded distantly. "You can't interfere from that distance," he said, "but keep the distance. What do you want to say?" She began to pace a little way up and down her end of the room, moving with liquid ease. The table with the cigarette box was in her way, and she pushed it aside carefully, watching Maltzer and making no swift motions to startle him. "I'm not, subhuman," she said, a faint note of indignation in her voice. "I'll prove it in a minute, but I want to say something else first. You must promise to wait and listen. There's a flaw in your argument, and I resent it. I'm not a Frankenstein monster made out of dead flesh. I'm myself, alive. You didn't create my life, you only preserved it. I'm not a robot with compulsions built into me that I have to obey. I'm free-willed and independent, and Maltzer, I'm human." Harris had relaxed a little. She knew what she was doing. He had no idea what she planned, but he was willing to wait now. She was not the indifferent automaton he had thought. He watched her come to the table again in a lap of her pacing and stoop over it, her eyeless mask turned to Maltzer to make sure a variation of her movement did not startle him. "I'm human," she repeated, her voice humming faintly and very sweetly. "Do you think I'm not?" she asked, straightening and facing them both. And then suddenly, almost overwhelmingly, the warmth and the old ardent charm were radiant all around her. She was robot no longer, enigmatic no longer. Harris could see, as clearly as in their first meeting, the remembered flesh still gracious and beautiful as her voice evoked his memory. She stood, swaying a little, as she had always swayed, her head on one side, and she was chuckling at them both. It was such a soft and lovely sound, so warmly familiar. "Of course I'm myself," she told them, and as the words sounded in their ears, neither of them could doubt it. There was hypnosis in her voice. She turned away and began to pace again, and so powerful was the human personality which she had called up about her that it beat out at them in deep pulses, as if her body were a furnace to send out those comforting waves of warmth. "I have handicaps, I know," she said, "but my audiences will never know. I won't let them know. I think you'll believe me, both of you, when I say I could play Juliet just as I am now, with a cast of ordinary people, and make the world accept it. Do you think I could, John? Maltzer, don't you believe I could?" She paused at the far end of her pacing path and turned to face them, and they both stared at her without speaking. To Harris she was the Deirdre he had always known, pale gold, exquisitely graceful in remembered postures, the inner radiance of her shining through metal as brilliantly as it had ever shone through flesh. He did not wonder now if it were real. Later he would think again that it might be only a disguise, something like a garment she had put off with her lost body, to wear again only when she chose. Now the spell of her compelling charm was too strong for wonder. He watched, convinced for the moment that she was all she seemed to be. She could play Juliet if she said she could. She could sway a whole audience as easily as she swayed himself. Indeed, there was something about her just now more convincingly human than anything he had noticed before. He realized that in a split second of awareness before he saw what it was. She was looking at Maltzer. He, too, watched, spellbound in spite of himself, not dissenting. She glanced from one to the other. Then she put back her head, and laughter came welling and choking from her in a great full-throated tide. She shook in the strength of it. Harris could almost see her round throat pulsing with the sweet, low-pitched waves of laughter that were shaking her. Honest mirth with a little derision in it. Then she lifted one arm and tossed her cigarette into the empty fireplace. Harris choked, and his mind went blank for one moment of blind denial. He had not sat here watching a robot smoke and accepting it as normal. He could not, and yet he had. That had been the final touch of conviction which swayed his hypnotized mind into accepting her humanity. And she had done it so deftly, so naturally, wearing her radiant humanity with such rightness, that his watching mind had not even questioned what she did. He glanced at Maltzer. The man was still halfway over the window ledge, but through the opening of the window he too was staring in stupefied disbelief, and Harris knew they had shared the same delusion. Deirdre was still shaking a little with laughter. "Well," she demanded, the rich chuckling making her voice quiver, "am I all robot after all?" Harris opened his mouth to speak, but he did not utter a word. This was not his show. The byplay lay wholly between Deirdre and Maltzer. He must not interfere. He turned his head to the window and waited. And Maltzer for a moment seemed shaken in his conviction. You are an actress," he admitted slowly. "But I'm not convinced I'm wrong. I think—" He paused. The querulous note was in his voice again, and he seemed racked once more by the old doubts and dismay. Then Harris saw him stiffen. He saw the resolution come back, and understood why it had come. Maltzer had gone too far already upon the cold and lonely path he had chosen to turn back, even for stronger evidence than this. He had reached his conclusions only after mental turmoil too terrible to face again. Safety and peace lay in the course he had steeled himself to follow. He was too tired, too exhausted by months of conflict, to retrace his path and begin all over. Harris could see him groping for a way out, and in a moment he saw him find it. "That was a trick," he said hollowly. "Maybe you could play it on a larger audience, too. Maybe you have more tricks to use. I might be wrong. But Deirdre," his voice grew urgent, "you haven't answered the one thing I've got to know. You can't answer it. You do feel dismay. You've learned your own inadequacy, however well you can hide it from us. Even from us. I know. Can you deny that, Deirdre?" She was not laughing now. She let her arms fall, and the flexible golden body seemed to droop a little all over, as if the brain that a moment before had been sending out strong, sure waves of confidence had slackened its power, and the intangible muscles of her limbs slackened with it. Some of the glowing humanity began to fade. It receded within her and was gone, as if the fire in the furnace of her body were sinking and cooling. "Maltzer," she said uncertainly, "I can't answer that yet. I can't—" And then, while they waited in anxiety for her to finish the sentence, she blazed. She ceased to be a figure in stasis. She blazed. It was something no eyes could watch and translate into terms the brain could follow. Her motion was too swift. Maltzer in the window was a whole long room-length away. He had thought himself safe at such a distance, knowing no normal human being could reach him before he moved. But Deirdre was neither normal nor human. In the same instant she stood drooping by the mirror, she was simultaneously at Maltzer's side. Her motion negated time and destroyed space, and as a glowing cigarette tip in the dark describes closed circles before the eye when the holder moves it swiftly, so Deirdre blazed in one continuous flash of golden motion across the room. But curiously she was not blurred. Harris, watching, felt his mind go blank again, but less in surprise than because no normal eyes and brain could perceive what it was he looked at. In that moment of intolerable suspense, his complex human brain paused suddenly, annihilating time in its own way, and withdrew to a cool corner of its own to analyze in a flashing second what it was he had just seen. The brain could do it timelessly. Words are slow. But he knew he had watched a sort of tesseract of human motion, a parable of fourth-dimensional activity. A one-dimensional point, moved through space, creates a two-dimensional line, which in motion creates a three-dimensional cube. Theoretically, the cube in motion would produce a fourth-dimensional figure. No human creature had ever seen a figure of 3 dimensions moved through space and time before, until this moment. She had not blurred. Every motion she made was distinct, but not like moving figures on a strip of film. Not like anything that those who use our language had ever seen before, or created words to express. The mind saw, but without perceiving. Neither words nor thoughts could resolve what happened into terms for human brains. And perhaps she had not actually and literally moved through the fourth dimension. Perhaps, since Harris was able to see her, it had been almost and not quite that unimaginable thing. But it was close enough. While to the slow mind's eye she was still standing at the far end of the room, she was already at Maltzer's side, her long, flexible fingers gentle but very firm upon his arms. She waited. The room shimmered. There was sudden violent heat beating upon Harris's face. Then the air steadied again, and Deirdre was saying softly, in a mournful whisper, "I'm sorry, I had to do it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean you to know." Time caught up with Harris. He saw it overtake Maltzer, too, saw the man jerk convulsively away from the grasping hands, in a ludicrously futile effort to forestall what had already happened. Even thought was slow compared with Deirdre's swiftness. The sharp outward jerk was strong. It was strong enough to break the grasp of human hands and catapult Maltzer out and down into the swimming gulfs of New York. The mind leaped ahead to a logical conclusion, and saw him twisting and turning and diminishing with dreadful rapidity to a tiny point of darkness that dropped away through sunlight toward the shadows near the earth. The mind even conjured up a shrill, thin cry that plummeted away with the falling body and hung behind it in the shaken air. But the mind was reckoning on human factors. Very gently and smoothly, Deirdre lifted Maltzer from the windowsill, and with effortless ease carried him well back into the safety of the room. She set him down before a sofa, and her golden fingers unwrapped themselves from his arm slowly, so that he could regain control of his own body before she released him. He sank to the sofa without a word. Nobody spoke for an unmeasurable length of time. Harris could not. Deirdre waited patiently. It was Maltzer who regained speech first, and it came back on the old track, as if his mind had not yet relinquished the rut it had worn so deep. "All right," he said breathlessly. "All right, you can stop me this time. But I know, you see. I know. You can't hide your feeling from me, Deirdre. I know the trouble you feel, and next time I won't wait to talk." Deirdre made the sound of a sigh. She had no lungs to expel the breath she was imitating, but it was hard to realize that. It was hard to understand why she was not panting heavily from the terrible exertion of the past minutes. The mind knew why, but could not accept the reason. She was still too human. "You still don't see," she said. "Think, Maltzer, think." There was a hassock beside the sofa. She sank upon it gracefully, clasping her robed knees, her head tilted back to watch Maltzer's face. She saw only stunned stupidity on it now. He had passed through too much emotional storm to think at all. "All right," she told him. "Listen, I'll admit it. You're right. I am unhappy. I do know what you said was true, but not for the reason you think. Humanity and I are far apart and drawing farther. The gap will be hard to bridge. Do you hear me, Maltzer?" Harris saw the tremendous effort that went into Maltzer's wakening. He saw the man pull his mind back into focus and sit up on the sofa with weary stiffness. You do admit it, then?" he asked in a bewildered voice. Deirdre shook her head sharply. "Do you still think of me as delicate?" she demanded. "Do you know I carried you here at arm's length halfway across the room? Do you realize you weigh nothing to me? I could—" She glanced around the room and gestured with sudden, rather appalling violence. "Tear this building down," she said quietly. "I could tear my way through these walls, I think. I've found no limit yet to the strength I can put forth if I try." She held up her golden hands and looked at them. "The metal would break, perhaps," she said reflectively, "but then I have no feeling." Maltzer gasped, "Deirdre!" She looked up with what must have been a smile. It sounded clearly in her voice. "Oh, I won't. I wouldn't have to do it with my hands if I wanted. Look, listen." She put her head back, and a deep, vibrating hum gathered and grew in what one still thought of as her throat. It deepened swiftly, and the ears began to ring. It was deeper, and the furniture vibrated. The walls began almost imperceptibly to shake. The room was full and bursting with the sound that shook every atom upon its neighbor with a terrible disrupting force. The sound ceased. The humming died.
Then Deirdre laughed and made another and quite differently pitched sound. It seemed to reach out like an arm in one straight direction, toward the window. The opened panel shook. Deirdre intensified her hum, and slowly, with imperceptible jolts that merged into smoothness, the window jarred itself shut. "You see?" Deirdre said. "You see?" But still Maltzer could only stare. Harris was staring too, his mind beginning slowly to accept what she implied. Both were too stunned to leap ahead to any conclusions yet. Deirdre rose impatiently and began to pace again, in a ringing of metal robe and a twinkling of reflected lights. She was panther-like in her suppleness. They could see the power behind that lithe motion now. They no longer thought of her as helpless, but they were far still from grasping the truth. "You were wrong about me, Maltzer," she said with an effort at patience in her voice. "But you were right, too, in a way you didn't guess. I'm not afraid of humanity. I haven't anything to fear from them. Why," her voice took on a tinge of contempt, "already I've set a fashion in women's clothing. By next week you won't see a woman on the street without a mask like mine, and every dress that isn't cut like a chlamys will be out of style. I'm not afraid of humanity. I won't lose touch with them unless I want to. I've learned a lot. I've learned too much already." Her voice faded for a moment, and Harris had a quick and appalling vision of her experimenting in the solitude of her farm, testing the range of her voice, testing her eyesight. Could she see microscopically and telescopically? And was her hearing as abnormally flexible as her voice? "You were afraid I had lost feeling and scent and taste," she went on, still pacing with that powerful tigerish tread. "Hearing and sight would not be enough, you think? But why do you think sight is the last of the senses? It may be the latest, Maltzer, Harris, but why do you think it's the last?" She may not have whispered that. Perhaps it was only their hearing that made it seem thin and distant, as the brain contracted and would not let the thought come through in its stunning entirety. "No," Deirdre said. "I haven't lost contact with the human race. I never will unless I want to. It's too easy. Too easy." She was watching her shining feet as she paced, and her masked face was averted. Sorrow sounded in her soft voice now. "I didn't mean to let you know," she said. "I never would have if this hadn't happened. But I couldn't let you go believing you'd failed. You made a perfect machine, Maltzer, more perfect than you knew." "But Deirdre," breathed Maltzer, his eyes fascinated and still incredulous upon her. "But Deirdre, if we did succeed, what's wrong? I can feel it now. I felt it all along. You're so unhappy. You still are. Why, Deirdre?" She lifted her head and looked at him eyelessly, but with a piercing stare. "Why are you so sure of that?" she asked gently. "You think I could be mistaken knowing you as I do? But I'm not Frankenstein. You say my creation's flawless. Then what—" "Could you ever duplicate this body?" she asked. Maltzer glanced down at his shaking hands. "I don't know. I doubt it. Could anyone else?" He was silent. Deirdre answered for him. "I don't believe anyone could. I think I was an accident, a sort of mutation halfway between flesh and metal. Something accidental and unnatural, turning off on a wrong course of evolution that never reaches a dead end. Another brain in a body like this might die or go mad, as you thought I would. The synapses are too delicate. You were, call it lucky, with me. From what I know now, I don't think a Baroque like me could happen again." She paused a moment. "What you did was kindle the fire for the phoenix in a way, and the phoenix rises perfect and renewed from its own ashes. Do you remember why it had to reproduce itself that way?" Maltzer shook his head. "I'll tell you," she said. "It was because there was only one phoenix, only one in the whole world." They looked at each other in silence. Then Deirdre shrugged a little. "He always came out of the fire perfect, of course. I'm not weak, Maltzer. You needn't let that thought bother you any more. I'm not vulnerable and helpless. I'm not subhuman." She laughed dryly. "I suppose," she said, "that I'm superhuman." "But not happy."
I'm afraid. It isn't unhappiness, Maltzer, it's fear. I don't want to draw so far away from the human race. I wish I needn't. That's why I'm going back on the stage, to keep in touch with them while I can. But I wish there could be others like me. I'm lonely, Maltzer.
Silence again. Then Maltzer said, in a voice as distant as when he had spoken to them through glass, over gulfs as deep as oblivion, "Then I am Frankenstein after all."
Perhaps you are, Deirdre said very softly. I don't know. Perhaps you are.
She turned away and moved smoothly, powerfully, down the room to the window. Now that Harris knew, he could almost hear the sheer power purring along her limbs as she walked. She leaned the golden forehead against the glass. It clinked faintly with a musical sound, and looked down into the depths Maltzer had hung above. Her voice was reflective as she looked into those dizzy spaces which had offered oblivion to her creator.
There's one limit I can think of, she said almost inaudibly. Only one. My brain will wear out in another 40 years or so. Between now and then I'll learn. I'll change. I'll know more than I can guess today. I'll change. That's frightening. I don't like to think about that. She laid a curved golden hand on the latch and pushed the window open a little, very easily. Wind whined around its edge. I could put a stop to it now if I wanted, she said. If I wanted. But I can't really. There's so much still untried. My brain's human, and no human brain could leave such possibilities untested. I wonder, though, I do wonder. Her voice was soft and familiar in Harris's ears, the voice Deirdre had spoken and sung with, sweetly enough to enchant a world. But as preoccupation came over her, a certain flatness crept into the sound. When she was not listening to her own voice, it did not keep quite to the pitch of trueness. It sounded as if she spoke in a room of brass, and echoes from the walls resounded in the tones that spoke there. I wonder, she repeated, the distant taint of metal already in her voice. End of The Great Science Fiction Stories, Volume 6, 1944. Edited by Isaac Asimov and Martin H. Greenberg. Narrated by Bruce Huntey in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, February 1983. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Daw Books Incorporated, Donald A. Wollheim, publisher.
End of book.